Chapter 886. The Radiance Divine Cult's battleship was of a very high grade, and it was engraved with countless energy circuits. There were some complicated energy circuits that even Li Fuchen couldn't understand. It didn't just contain the profundities of the universe, it also contained the knowledge of another civilization. It was a pity that the battleship was severely damaged by Li Fuchen's attack. Many of the energy circuits had been destroyed, and without the most important energy furnace, the battleship had lost at least 99% of its value. Of course, a few hundred top-grade spirit stones were still worth it. After all, the metal used to build the battleship was very extraordinary, and the residual energy circuits inside also had great research value. After keeping the metallic battleship, Li Fuchen turned into a sword light and flew into the depths of the starry sky at a speed that was a few hundred times faster than light speed. The headquarters of the Radiant God Church was located in the Radiant City. In fact, the City Lord of the Radiant City, the Radiant's Heavenly Monarch, was the Radiance God Church's leader. Unlike the other Heavenly Monarchs, the Light Heavenly Monarch was not satisfied with his power being limited to the Light City. Thus, he had founded the Radiant God Sect. Under his management, the Radiant God Sect had spread across several star domains and had branches in every universe city. Maelstrom City, Radiant Divine Church Branch. The one overseeing this place was a white-robed archbishop. The positions of the Radiant God Church, from the lowest to the highest, were clergy, archbishop, bishop, archbishop, white archbishop, and deputy bishop. Among them, the lowest-ranking clergy had to be a saint. Bishops had to be P-class saints, archbishops had to be sacred lords, and white-robed archbishops had to be pinnacle sacred lords. The silver metal ball tore through the void and arrived near Maelstrom City. With a flash of white light, a figure appeared in front of the silver metal ball. Archbishop. The silver metal ball stopped, and the bald man walked out of it. He quickly cupped his fists and said, "What happened?" The one who was addressed as Archbishop was a middle-aged man with silver eyebrows who wore a white cloak. "Archbishop, one of my priests discovered a star that contains a purple cloud divine gold mine." The bald man told the silver-browed man everything that had happened. Purple cloud divine gold? The silver-browed man's face turned cold. Purple cloud divine gold was an extremely important strategic resource. If there were enough of it, it would be enough to raise the strength of the Radiant Divine Church to another level. Anyone, even a heavenly monarch, who dared to compete with the Radiant Divine Sect for the purple cloud divine metal would have to pay the price. Moreover, it was just a sacred lord. Put him on the wanted list of the entire star field. As the white-robed archbishop of the Radiant God Church, the silver-browed man had the authority to issue a wanted order in the star region. One day later, all 12 cosmos cities in the Prism Light star region had a wanted poster. The content of the wanted poster stated that anyone who discovered Li Fuchen's whereabouts would be rewarded with 10,000 peak-grade spirit stones. Anyone who discovered Li Fuchen's exact location would be rewarded with 100,000 peak-grade spirit stones. As soon as the wanted order came out, it immediately caused a stir. 10,000 top-grade spirit stones was not a small number. Even a sacred lord would be tempted by it. On a giant earthen yellow star, Li Fuchen sat cross-legged and concentrated on comprehending the star's law. Li Fuchen's current perception was terrifying. As time elapsed, he had already gradually captured that trace of unique star's law. "Sage Fukuan, look at that person. Doesn't he look like someone wanted by the Radiant Divine Church?" In the starry sky, two figures that were flying suddenly stopped, and one of the sage monarchs exclaimed, "Looks like it. Let's ignore him and inform the Radiant God Church first." The reward for discovering the specific location was 100,000 top-grade spirit stones, which was enough for them to live freely for countless years. The two of them immediately took out their communication tokens to inform the people of the Radiant God Church. "Depart." Whirlpool City, the silver-browed man led the 5 archbishops and flew deep into the starry sky. On the earthen yellow star, Li Fuchen's figure suddenly floated up and arrived in the pitch-black starry sky. As the gravitational force dispersed, the earthen yellow star broke away from its original orbit and started to revolve around Li Fuchen. I see. This trace of unique star's law actually exists in the horizontal river star region too, but it is hidden in a deeper place. Li Fuchen opened his eyes and was enlightened. Different star regions actually had the same star's law, but due to the different environments of the star regions, the outer appearance would be slightly different. With the completion rank of the star's law, Li Fuchen's hand of sun was finally at the perfection rank. Now that the hand of sun was at the perfection rank, the high-class star immortal body was also at the perfection rank. This is the true star immortal body. Li Fuchen felt that his body had produced a layer of undying willpower. This willpower wasn't the spiritual willpower, it was the willpower that came with the body. It was just like the continent had willpower and the stars had willpower. This willpower gave off an eternal and undying feeling. Li Fuchen had a feeling that at this moment, even if he was killed and his soul was dispersed, he would still be able to revive. It was purely an intuition. The hand of sun is at the perfection rank. The next major rank is the hand of calamity. The hand of calamity corresponded to the calamity immortal body. Once it was cultivated, it would allow Li Fuchen to roam the vast universe. Li Fuchen felt that he could even defeat heaven monarchs like the Cosmos City Lord. Taking a deep breath, Li Fuchen looked at the pitch-black starry sky. There, a white light was flying over. The Radiance Divine Cult is here. The two saints who had been hiding nearby were overjoyed and quickly went over. Lords, this person was discovered by us. May I know the reward? The man called Saint Fu Kuan rubbed his hands and had an excited expression. Reward? Don't worry, you will get it, but it will be in your next life. The silver-browed man sneered. What do you mean? Is your Radiance Divine Cult going to renege on the debt? The two saints were shocked and were preparing to flee. Remember to receive your reward in your next life. The silver-browed man waved his hand and there was an intense burst of light. The two saints were instantly turned into ashes. Your Excellency has such vicious methods. When comprehending the hand of sun, Li Fuchen didn't notice the two saints. However, he guessed that the Radiance Divine Cult must have issued a wanted order for him. It just so happened that the two saints saw him and informed the Radiance Divine Cult to come over. Who would have known that the Radiance Divine Cult was so tyrannical and didn't intend to give any rewards? They chose to silence the two saints. Your Excellency killed my Radiance Divine Cult's clergy. This is what you call vicious. The silver-browed man stood with his hands behind his back and looked at Li Fuchen. If everyone in your Radiance Divine Cult is like this, I will kill every single one of you. Li Fuchen's tone was indifferent. Kill every single one of you. I would like to see how capable you are. The silver-browed man extended his right hand, which was wearing a silver metallic glove. Extermination. With a palm strike, a horrific white light of extermination surged at Li Fuchen. As the white-robed archbishop of the Radiance Divine Cult, the silver-browed man's strength was far superior to regular saints. He was able to use his strength to release the light of extermination. A sword light flashed and Li Fuchen vanished. Courting death. The silver-browed man dodged to the side and instantly dodged the sword light. His right hand immediately blasted at Li Fuchen with a speed that was a few hundred times faster than light. Such fast speed. Li Fuchen realized that the silver-browed man's speed was superior to him. Cling. At the crucial moment, Li Fuchen countered with his sword. Cling, cling, cling. The duo's exchange speed was extremely fast, so fast that there were spatial illusions. In the starry sky, there were scenes of the duo's exchange, and it was just like a kaleidoscope that was endlessly stacked. PFFF. Blood burst out as a spear-like tail pierced through Li Fuchen's chest. It was obvious that the silver-browed man wasn't a human. After all, humans didn't have tails. My tail also contains the extermination radiance attribute. Die. The silver-browed man had a calm expression. Li Fuchen retreated and closed the bloody hole in his chest. He thought to himself, "It is fortunate that my body has developed the undying willpower. Otherwise, this attack would have exhausted at least 10% of my vitality." In Li Fuchen's opinion, the silver-browed man might not be stronger than the Sky Patrol Demon Lord, but his attack methods were much sharper. "He is fine?" The silver-browed man's calm eyes had a trace of fluctuation. It was fine if Li Fuchen didn't die, but his vitality presence didn't even decline. It was rather unexpected. Form the hexagram battle formation. The silver-browed man flashed and appeared in front of the 5 archbishops before yelling out. Yes. The 5 archbishops emitted their power and connected with the silver-browed man. Chapter 887. Extinguish. The hexagram was blasted at Li Fuchen. Bang. Li Fuchen was sent flying. In terms of strength, Li Fuchen was already inferior to the silver-browed man, let alone the hexagram. Lowering his head to take a look, Li Fuchen found out that on his chest, there was a hexagram brand that appeared out of nowhere. If it was any other injury, Li Fuchen would be able to recover instantly. However, the hexagram mark felt as though it was a part of Li Fuchen's body. Li Fuchen had to spend several times more time to get rid of the hexagram power. Correspondingly, Li Fuchen's vitality was naturally depleted by several times. It might still be inconspicuous, but it wasn't something that couldn't be ignored. Even the hexagram battle formation, the silver-browed man admitted that he had underestimated Li Fuchen. Li Fuchen was simply a monster, an undying monster. Among all the saints that the silver-browed man knew, only the undying Saint Lord was comparable with Li Fuchen in terms of recovery ability. However, the undying Saint Lord's physical defense wasn't as tough as Li Fuchen's. Furthermore, the undying Saint Lord's recovery ability was so terrifying because he joined the Undead Legion. Before joining the Undead Legion, the undying Saint Lord already possessed the undying power. After joining the Undead Legion, his undying power was even more terrifying. Regular heaven monarchs wouldn't be able to kill him within a short period of time. Hexagram extermination. The intense light devoured the starry sky and Li Fuchen. When the intense light dispersed, Li Fuchen's body was carved with a deep hexagram mark that was almost carved into his bones. Heaven and Earth Soul Sword. Ignoring the hexagram mark, Li Fuchen brandished his sword. The sword light broke through the restrictions of time and space and slashed at the weaker point of the hexagram. Crackle! The hexagram had a crack. Impossible. One of the archbishops lost his voice. The hexagram battle formation was one of the top battle formations in the universe. Even a heaven monarch wouldn't be able to break it in a single attack. With Li Fuchen's attack power, he shouldn't be able to do anything to the hexagram battle formation. How could he know that Li Fuchen had a powerful spirit soul power and was able to see through the hexagram battle formation's structure and find the flaw? Gritting his teeth, the silver-browed man continued to control the hexagram battle formation to attack Li Fuchen. Li Fuchen ignored the attacks and used the joined heaven sword to aim at the weakness of the hexagram. Bang! Unsurprisingly, the hexagram was the first to be unable to withstand it and exploded. As for Li Fuchen, he merely expended some of his vitality. What other tricks do you have? Use them all. With Li Fuchen's current methods, as long as they weren't heavenly monarchs, there weren't many that could deal with him. Kill. When the hexagram exploded, the silver-browed man and the 5 archbishops charged at Li Fuchen. Half a day later, the Radiance Divine Cult had lost 2 archbishops while Li Fuchen was unscathed. This made the silver-browed man very angry. He knew clearly that they wouldn't be able to deal with Li Fuchen with just a few of them. They needed another white-robed archbishop. You guys spread out. I'll deal with him alone. The silver-browed man was planning to delay Li Fuchen and wait for reinforcements. You want to stall me? Good idea. Li Fuchen's sword art was getting sharper, and the horrific sword chi had left sword wounds on the silver-browed man's body. Damn it. The silver-browed man looked down at the sword wounds on his body. These sword scars seemed to have a life of their own as they squirmed on his body. If he didn't get rid of the sword intent on it, his life force would continue to be consumed. 1 day, 2 days, in the blink of the eye 1 week had passed. The distance between the universe cities was too far. It was impossible to wait for the other white-robed archbishops to arrive in a short 1 week. During this 1 week, the silver-browed man had already consumed more than half of his life force. Li Fuchen, who was far inferior to him, had only consumed less than 30% of his life force. Thank you for allowing my sword Dao to reach the next level. Sword See Horizon. Li Fuchen's perception was too heaven-defying. After 7 days and 7 nights of combat, his sword Dao comprehension had reached an extremely deep level. When the conditions were right, he had pushed the primary extreme sword art's first move, Sword See Horizon, to the extreme state. When this move was executed, the rumbling sword See immediately devoured the silver-browed man. When the sword See dispersed, the silver-browed man's life force presence had an obvious decline. The sword art's attack power has increased by more than 10 times? The silver-browed man took a deep cold breath. Before Li Fuchen executed this move, 7 days and 7 nights was already enough to consume more than half of his life force. Now that the sword art's attack power had increased by 10 times, wouldn't it take less than a day to completely consume his remaining life force? I have already intercepted his chi presence, it is better to withdraw first. The silver-browed man flipped his hand and a drop of water appeared in his hand. The water droplet grew bigger and turned into a water bubble, wrapping the silver-browed man and the 3 archbishops inside. PFFF. Li Fuchen's sword chi slashed on the water droplet and only splashed a little water. It was obvious that this water bubble was an extreme state defense cardinal artifact. In a short period of time, Li Fuchen's sword art attack power was unable to break the water bubble. Hua! The water bubble broke the void and disappeared in an instant. Friend, after watching the show for such a long time, it is time to show up. Li Fuchen didn't chase but spoke to the right side of the void. Clap, clap, clap. There was a sound of applause and a tall figure with a bull mask walked out. You can actually discover me. Among the sacred lords, you are one of the few. The bull mask laughed. Who are you and what is the matter? Li Fuchen asked. I am Cho Nyo, I accidentally passed by here. Little brother, your age should not exceed 2,000 years old. Able to reach the pinnacle sacred lord level under 2,000 years old, this kind of genius is undoubtedly the universe super genius, cannot be sought. So what? Li Fuchen raised his eyebrows. Since the deep blue sword master told him about the age, he studied for a long time and finally created a secret technique that could slightly change his life chi presence. Otherwise, the fact that he was less than 100 years old was too shocking. Who knew what kind of trouble it would bring him? Seeing that Li Fuchen admitted it in disguise, Cho Nyo grinned. Nothing, just give you a fortune. This ring is the time-space ring. One day, when you encounter a desperate situation, you can choose to activate this ring. Cho Nyo threw Li Fuchen a ring inlaid with a colorful crystal. Time-space ring? Li Fuchen's eyes flashed with radiance. The time-space ring is extremely precious and extremely rare. Its main material is the time-space crystal, which is countless times more precious than the spatial crystal stone. It contains the universe's space-time power. If the spatial crystal stone allows you to travel through space, then the time-space crystal allows you to travel through time. Regardless of speed or efficiency, the spatial crystal stone is many times worse than the time-space crystal. What is the fortune? Can you explain it clearly? Li Fuchen didn't understand what the other party thought. He didn't think that the other party was bored and casually threw him an extremely precious time-space ring, unless the other party was stupid. Follow the footsteps of teacher and surpass this universe. When the day comes, you will know. Chapter 888. Saint Lord or Heaven Monarch? Li Fuchen naturally knew that the bull-headed masked man was very strong, but Li Fuchen didn't know how strong. Looking down at the spatial ring, Li Fuchen was absent-minded. This spatial ring was too beautiful. The colorful crystal seemed to contain a constantly changing world. Huff! Forcefully letting out a turbid breath, Li Fuchen looked up and thought to himself, "Who cares about his origin, what purpose he has, as long as I can continue to be strong, everything is controllable." Even if he didn't have the golden amulet now, he was confident that he could surpass this universe. After all, his spirit soul was purplish red and the spirit soul color of a regular saint was just green, which was 2 levels apart from him. After keeping the spatial ring, Li Fuchen turned into a sword light and left. Li Fuchen shuttled through the boundless meteorite field. The hand of sun is at the perfection rank. Next, I can wholeheartedly cultivate the sword Tao. The more he cultivated the sword Tao, the more Li Fuchen felt that he was lacking something. Originally, he didn't understand what he was lacking. Now, he gradually realized that what he was lacking was the baptism of time. Other saints were easily tens of thousands of years old or hundreds of thousands of years old, but his age was less than 100 years old. His perception might be heaven-defying and enough to make up for the lack of time, but there were some things that couldn't be made up for, such as experience, life comprehension, and the knowledge of the universe. These seemingly unimportant things were actually restricting his growth. It seems like I have to study the use of the spirit soul. Li Fuchen thought of a method that could rapidly increase his experience, life comprehension, and knowledge of the universe. But this method required the support of the spirit soul. From far away, Li Fuchen saw a broken corpse. It was a majestic human body, but judging from the residual qi presence, the other party wasn't a human but a wolfman. The qi presence should have dissipated quite a bit, but the remaining qi presence is also at the high-level saint level. It was probably a peak-level saint or even a saint during his lifetime. Li Fuchen's eyes had a bright light. A purplish-red light spot that was hard to detect flew out from his forehead and landed in the wolfman saint's head. In the dusky and lifeless space, the purplish-red light spot was suspended alone. After a living being dies, its soul will scatter. Under normal circumstances, it is impossible to take over a body perfectly. However, there are no absolutes in this world. I can give it a try. That's right, Li Fuchen thought of a method to quickly increase his experience, comprehension of life, and understanding of the universe. It was through possession. They were different from other people. Other people could only use their true spirits to take over bodies, and true spirits were things that couldn't be separated. So unless they died, no one would be willing to take over someone else's body. Secondly, the target of possession couldn't be completely dead. Once it was completely dead, the soul and true spirit would dissipate. At that time, possession would only result in a walking corpse, and it would be impossible to dig out the other party's potential. Li Fuchen naturally didn't plan to use his true spirit to possess. After all, he only had one true spirit. What he wanted to do was to split a bit of his spirit soul force and enter the other party's body to produce a true spirit. As such, it would be the same as having a clone. The incarnation was connected to his mind, so he could feel everything the incarnation experienced. Back at the Emperor Sky Continent's floating sky mountain, Li Fuchen left behind an intent statue. This intent statue's body was just a pile of metal, but Li Fuchen was able to clearly feel what the intent statue experienced. Of course, splitting the spirit soul was dangerous. Li Fuchen only dared to do it because his spirit soul was powerful. The spirit soul has already dissipated. Under normal circumstances, it is hard to form a deep connection with this corpse. Right now, it will depend on whether my spirit soul can activate this corpse. In the dusky space, The purplish-red light spot flourished with radiance and instantly illuminated the dead mind space. At the same moment, the purplish-red halo permeated into the depths of the mind space. TSS, 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 TSS. In the mind space, traces of electric currents were produced. These were thought currents. It was also the symbol of a living being. TSS, 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 TSS. The thought currents were getting stronger as unfamiliar memories poured into the purplish-red light spot. Are these the memories of the Wolfman Saint? In the outside world, Li Fuchen was in deep thought. After a person died, their memories might not vanish completely, especially the Sacred Lord's memories. Li Fuchen's spirit soul was too powerful. Even if it was just a little bit of spirit soul power, it was stronger than any saint. Under the stimulation of the spirit soul power, the Wolfman Saint's body was gradually revived. The body that was already exhausted of qi blood was forcefully giving birth to vitality. This life force was so pure, so strong. Thump, thump, thump. There was an intense heartbeat while the surrounding asteroids were exploding. The corpse has been activated. Now it is time to see if a true spirit can be produced. The true spirit was the bridge between the spirit soul and the body. Without the true spirit, it was impossible to excavate the wonders and extreme potential of the body. In order to produce a true spirit, the spirit soul and the body had to be melded to a certain degree. The thought currents were shining. The blood was flowing. The heart was beating. Countless memories were pouring into the purplish-red light spot. Li Fuchen was taking over everything of the Wolfman Saint. Bits of spirituality were gradually produced from nothingness. Battle Spirit Realm, Primary Sea Realm, Law Phase Realm. The true spirit was getting stronger and rapidly climbed from the Battle Spirit Realm to the Law Phase Realm. It then climbed to the Soul Merge Realm and transformed into a Saint Spirit. This wasn't the end yet. The Saint Spirit continued to strengthen until it reached 10% of Li Fuchen's standard. The strength of a Saint Spirit was related to two aspects. One was the spirit soul, the other was the cultivation level. Li Fuchen's spirit soul was several times stronger than a Heaven Lord, but the strength of a Saint Spirit was determined by the weakest one. If Li Fuchen's cultivation level was at the Saint Lord level, then his Saint Spirit would only be slightly stronger than the Saint Lord and would probably be at the Heaven Lord level. It was impossible for it to be several times stronger than a Heaven Lord. 10% of the standard means that he was definitely at the Saint Lord level when he was still alive. As the Saint Spirit stopped strengthening, the Wolfman Li Fuchen opened his eyes. It was a pair of emotionless and icy cold eyes. But in the depths of the emotionless and icy cold eyes, there was a trace of human nature. Standing upright, the Wolfman Li Fuchen said, "My body is too weak. My qi blood source is nearly exhausted. Let me recover first." On the other side, Li Fuchen took out a large number of peak-grade spirit stones and some herbs that could replenish the qi blood source and tossed them to the Wolfman Li Fuchen. All right. The Wolfman Li Fuchen released his qi presence and absorbed the spirit qi from the peak-grade spirit stones. A few days later, the Wolfman Li Fuchen's qi blood source had been completely recovered and it had improved by another level. It seemed as though after changing his spirit soul, the Wolfman Li Fuchen's body's potential had been greatly enhanced. Even his recovery speed had increased by several times. "Try transforming into the Wolfman," Li Fuchen said. "All right." The Wolfman Li Fuchen's body tensed up and the bloodline power surged in his body. He instantly transformed into a horrific half-human, half-wolf existence. Such a special feeling. Chapter 889. There were thousands of races in the universe. Apart from the human race, the fairy light race, and a few other races, most of the races relied on the power of their bloodline. The Wolfman race wasn't an exception. Perhaps it was because his spirit soul was several times stronger and his potential had increased. Wolfman Li Fuchen's wolf fur was mixed with traces of gold, and he was developing into the Gold Wolfman. Interesting. When the spirit's soul power radiated into the depths of his bloodline, Wolfman Li Fuchen finally discovered the marvel of the Wolfman bloodline. When the Wolfman bloodline was magnified several times, it was made up of countless ancient and mystical runes. These runes were basically repeated, but there were even more ancient and mystical runes. For example, some of the runes were gold in color. Li Fuchen guessed that these gold runes should be the crux to evolve into the Gold Wolfman. Let's give it a try. Wolfman Li Fuchen circulated his power and poured it into the gold runes. Smack! A shocking scene occurred. When the power surged into the golden rune, it split into two, and then from two, it split into four. I see. Wolfman Li Fuchen understood. His spirit soul was too powerful, and he could easily find the gold runes in the Wolfman bloodline. If it was a Wolfman, he would probably only be able to sense the existence of the gold runes when he was breaking through the limits. As the violent power poured in, the gold runes split into multiple parts, and the golden wolf fur on Wolfman Li Fuchen's body was increasing. How? One day later, Wolfman Li Fuchen finally evolved into the Gold Wolfman. There was a golden chi wave that burst out, and it was filled with an unparalleled tyranny. Peak class Sacred Lord. Opposite the werewolf Li Fuchen let out a smile. From the chi presence of Wolfman Li Fuchen, he was already a peak class Sacred Lord. It meant that Li Fuchen had an additional peak class Sacred Lord that was mentally connected to him. The Gold Wolfman isn't the limit. This black rune didn't exist before. After evolving into the Gold Wolfman Li Fuchen didn't open his eyes. He noticed a black rune in his bloodline. He was extremely certain that there wasn't a black rune in his bloodline before this. It also means to say that the black rune is the final state of the Wolfman. Wolfman Li Fuchen was in deep thoughts. He circulated his power and poured it into the black rune. Smack! The black runes split into two and then into four. When the black runes were split into a few 100,000, Li Fuchen was already exhausted. The black rune was like a bottomless pit that required too much power. Li Fuchen reckoned that in order to fill his werewolf bloodline with black runes, he would need to exhaust his energy at least 10,000 times or even 100,000 times. Opening his eyes, the werewolf Li Fuchen said, "This black rune is filled with darkness chi presence. The werewolf's ultimate state should be the darkness werewolf." On the other side, Li Fuchen nodded, "There's no hurry. As long as you are willing to spend some time, you will be able to achieve it sooner or later." Although the other party was just a bit of his soul force, the other party's true spirit was the result of the fusion between this bit of soul force and the werewolf holy sage's body. It had an independent personality, which was something that the will statue didn't have. Digest his memories first and see if you can get anything out of it, Wolfman Li Fuchen said. All right. Li Fuchen closed his eyes and began to digest the countless memories. He and the werewolf Li Fuchen's soul spirits were one. The werewolf Li Fuchen's memories were his memories, and there wasn't even a need for memory transfer. The werewolf race's holy monarch had too many memories. From birth to death, it had experienced a total of 50,000 years. When Li Fuchen completely digested the 50,000 years of memories, Li Fuchen felt that his sword Dao was trembling slightly and there were signs of breaking through. The learning process is also a process of accumulation. With enough accumulation, the learning speed will be fast. My previous accumulation is still too little. The additional 50,000 years of memories might only be the werewolf's memories, but it is still very precious. Li Fuchen's eyes became even more unfathomable. There are gaps in his memories. It seems like he has lost a lot of memories. Wolfman Li Fuchen said. Li Fuchen nodded. It doesn't matter if he only lost a portion of his memories. The crucial thing is to imitate his soul spirit chi presence. Otherwise, it will be easily seen through by other werewolves that he knows. Li Fuchen didn't plan to let Wolfman Li Fuchen return with him. He needed Wolfman Li Fuchen to walk his own path and experience his own life. Only then would Wolfman Li Fuchen be able to constantly increase his experience, comprehension of life, and knowledge of the universe. Let me try. Wolfman Li Fuchen gathered the remaining Wolfman race saints' soul spirit chi presence, and covered the purple-red spirit soul. Gradually, Wolfman Li Fuchen's soul spirit chi presence changed. On the opposite side, Li Fuchen smiled and said, "Let's part ways from now on." With the additional 50,000 years of memories, Li Fuchen was planning to go into seclusion. It is time to part ways. Since I have taken over everything from him, I naturally have to take over his revenge too. Wolfman Li Fuchen turned into a golden ray of light and vanished without a trace. Interesting. Li Fuchen had an intuition that Wolfman Li Fuchen's progress might not be slower than him. Perhaps, for a long period of time in the future, Wolfman Li Fuchen's progress might even be faster than him. After all, the cultivation of Sword Dao was a process of starting from scratch. One had to create and perfect it by oneself. As for the werewolf's cultivation, it was the process of excavating one's bloodline, and it was much easier. I look forward to our next meeting. Turning into a sword light, Li Fuchen vanished. Following the soul spirit imprint, Li Fuchen successfully found the needle-sized black whirlpool and returned to the deep blue plains East Unicorn continent. The chi presence vanished? In the pitch-black universe, a golden lion was traversing at an unbelievable speed. This golden lion was too massive and was tens of millions of miles in size. Any other giant beasts would be like ants in comparison, and there was no comparison at all. But if one took a closer look, they would realize that the golden lion wasn't a physical entity and was made up of golden radiance. Inside the golden lion was a dignified man with golden hair and golden eyes. If there was an influential figure from the Prism Light Star region here, they would definitely recognize the dignified man with golden hair and eyes as the Radiance God Cult's deputy cult master. Golden Lion Heaven Monarch. After returning to the East Unicorn continent, Li Fuchen found a place to enter seclusion. 50,000 years of memories wasn't a lot for a sacred lord, but it wasn't a small amount either. But to Li Fuchen, 50,000 years of memories was too much. His own memories were less than 100 years, and it was almost negligible. The seclusion was a success. In just 3 days, Li Fuchen had pushed the primary extreme sword art's second move, Sect Origin Swords, to the ultra first-rate extremity. He then spent another week to comprehend the Skyline Sword Art's ninth move, which was also the Skyline Sword Art's final move, Heaven Dao Divine Movement Sword. After comprehending this move, it meant that Li Fuchen's Sword Dao level was already comparable to the Sword Lord back then. At least in terms of sword art, it was already comparable. At the same time, the first 8 moves of the Skyline Sword Art had a significant increase in mystical power. Chapter 890. This Heavenly Path Divine Movement Sword technique not only contains the Sword Dao, but also the true essence of the Heavenly Path. Li Fuchen was in deep thought. The Heavenly Dao contained all Daos, or rather, it contained all known and unknown Daos. Swordsmanship was just one of them. One's personal experience, life comprehension, and understanding of the universe actually contained the shadow of the Heavenly Dao. After all, the Heavenly Dao was everywhere. Therefore, on the surface, what he lacked was the baptism of time, but in essence, what he lacked was comprehension of the Heavenly Dao. The Skyline Sword Art is only a super first-rate paramount sword art. I wonder how much true Heavenly Dao essence is contained in a true supreme sword art. Li Fuchen finally understood why so many people were stuck at the Sacred Lord level. It wasn't because they didn't have enough perception, it was because they didn't have enough Heaven Dao comprehension. Li Fuchen reckoned that it would take 1,000,000 years or a few million years to accumulate enough Heaven Dao comprehension. Of course, the prerequisite was that one had to have the potential to advance into the Heaven Monarch realm. If one didn't have this potential, not even 100 million years would be enough. As time elapsed, Li Fuchen wanted to push his sword chi return to the super first-rate extremity as well. But after half a month, he didn't make any progress. It seems like the power of this move is far above the heavenly godly movement sword art. Li Fuchen wasn't anxious, as his sword art was already strong enough. After all, the Skyline sword technique was not an ordinary Supreme Class sword technique, but a top-notch Supreme Class sword technique. On the other hand, the primary Extreme sword art, which had elevated the first and second moves to the super first-rate Supreme level, was not much worse than the Skyline sword art. With 2 sets of powerful sword techniques, it was enough for him to roam the universe. As long as he did not encounter a heavenly lord, he would basically not encounter any danger. Originally, Li Fuchen was planning to comprehend the primary Extreme sword technique, but just a moment ago, the East Unicorn Continent's MT Star Fate suddenly burst out with intense blue light. A short moment later, Li Fuchen arrived at MT Star Fate. Many sacred lords and demon lords were gathered on Star Fate Mountain, including the Sky Patrolling Demon Lord. Humph! After seeing Li Fuchen, the Sky Patrol Demon Lord grunted. If it wasn't for the Jade Star's Sacred Ruler and the Jade Flower's Sacred Ruler stopping him, he would have already killed Li Fuchen. Just like before, the 108 heavenly Dipper stone pillars were arranged like stars in the sky above Star Fate Mountain. At this moment, these 108 heavenly Dipper stone pillars were emitting a resplendent blue light. They were sparkling and translucent, emitting a profound and boundless energy. Above the heavenly Dipper stone pillar was a tightly shut stone door. The stone door was extremely sturdy. Even a sacred lord or demon lord would not be able to break it. If my guess is correct, this stone door requires 108 people to open. The Jade Star Sacred Lord said. Let's all stand together. Sacred Lord Jade Flower suggested. Even though there weren't 108 sacred lords and demon lords present, with the addition of the human race's sacred lords and demon race's demon overlords, it was still very easy to gather 108 people. I'll go first. One of the demon lords ran towards the nearest heavenly Dipper stone pillar. Boom! A resplendent blue light burst forth, and the demon lord was blasted back by the blue light, unable to ascend the heavenly Dipper stone pillar. What happened? The rest of the people tried, but none of them could climb up. Li Fuchen thought for a moment and said, MT Star Fate gathers the fate of the East Unicorn Continent. In order to open the stone door, I am afraid we will need 108 more local prodigies. In the past, this MT Star Fate was the place to determine the stars' rankings geniuses, which was why Li Fuchen had this speculation. 108 local geniuses. This is simple. A human saint monarch said with a smile. It was indeed simple to gather 108 East Unicorn Continent's local prodigies. After all, the East Unicorn Continent wasn't huge. 3 days later, hundreds of East Unicorn Continent's prodigies gathered on MT Star Fate. But what everyone didn't expect was that among the hundreds of people, less than 30 individuals were able to ascend the heavenly Dipper stone pillar. The rest weren't qualified enough. What should we do? We are still lacking more than half. Prodigies might not all be young, we can find some older ones. Everyone was in a heated discussion. 1 week later, there were more than 10 individuals that could stand on the heavenly Dipper stone pillar. Subsequently, after half a month, only a few individuals were able to stand on the heavenly Dipper stone pillar. It seems like I have to find those old friends. Li Fuchen thought about Yan Qingwu, Qi Yuye, and the other stars ranking prodigies that were in the same batch as him. Of course, it also included the Evil King. After all, the Evil King was also a true elite prodigy and wasn't inferior to anyone. If it was in the past, it would be too difficult for Li Fuchen to find these people. But now, his spiritual awareness could easily cover the entire mid-class continent, and it was too easy to find people. After reuniting again, everyone was filled with emotions. In the blink of an eye, a few decades had passed. If it was an ordinary person, a few decades was half a lifetime. could be seen that everyone was mixed very well. Their cultivation was all above the primary sea realm, and none of them were lower than the primary sea realm. Among them, there were several who reached the law phase realm level. Yan Qingwu and the Evil King didn't say anything. The rest of the people who reached the law phase realm level were extremely talented like Qiyue. Li Fuchen guessed that the reason why everyone's achievements were so high was probably because of the East Lean Continent's luck. The more East Lean Continent's luck carried by the body, the better the individual's fate. Of course, the East Lean Continent's luck shouldn't be limited to the stars ranking prodigies. Just like the Evil King, although he didn't participate in the stars ranking great competition, he once ruled the entire East Lean Continent. Normally, the East Lean Continent's luck wasn't worse than anyone. Half a month later, Li Fuchen had found dozens of people. Among them, there were people he knew and people he didn't know. These people he didn't know were the best of the later stars ranking great competition. In addition, due to the lack of manpower, Li Fuchen had also brought Zhao Mingyue, sword maniac Li Xiangru, and the other elite prodigies from the Azure Water sect to the East Lean Continent. After a series of tests, Li Fuchen was rather surprised that there were actually a few individuals from the Azure Water sect that could ascend the Heaven Dipper stone pillars. In the end, there were a total of 107 individuals, still lacking one. The Sacred Lords and Demon Lords frowned. It seems like I still have to ascend. Li Fuchen let out a bitter smile and ascended the Heaven Dipper stone pillars under the astonished eyes of the Sacred Lords and Demon Lords. He is actually from the East Lean Continent too? There weren't many who knew that Li Fuchen was from the East Lean Continent, therefore, everyone was very surprised. As Li Fuchen ascended the Heaven Dipper stone pillars, the 108 Heaven Dipper stone pillars burst out with resplendent blue light. Immediately after, the resplendent blue light converged into a giant blue dragon that soared in the air. What is going on? All of a sudden, the human saints, demonic beast overlords, and even the sacred lords and demon lords noticed traces of blue light seeping out from their bodies and converging towards the giant blue dragon. He is absorbing our essence. The Jade Star Sacred Lord's face turned dark. The essence that he was talking about wasn't the Qi blood essence, it was the source essence. In normal situations, it was impossible to extract the source essence. Even if the enemy was killed, it was impossible to extract it, because the essence would instantly vanish along with the death of the life and return to the Heaven Tao. But these 108 Heaven Dipper stone pillars were actually able to absorb the source essence, and it was truly shocking. Damn it, come back here. The Sky Patrol Demon Lord reached out his hand and wanted to grab back the blue essence that had dispersed from his body. The source essence represented a person's potential. Now that the potential was being absorbed, how could he not be anxious? It was a pity that everything was in vain. Chapter 891. It was fortunate that the blue giant dragon didn't go overboard and only absorbed a small portion of everyone's origin essence. The origin essence would then enter the bodies of the East Unicorn Continent's prodigies on the Heaven Dipper stone pillars. The origin essence at the saint's level was extremely terrifying and visible to the naked eye. The East Unicorn Continent's prodigies started to break through. Those at the primary sea realm quickly broke through to the peak level of primary sea realm. Those at the law phase realm also increased by several levels in a short period of time. Of course, breaking through was just one of the benefits. There were plenty of benefits that could only be experienced in the future. With these origin essences, these 107 individuals will at least reach the saint's level in the future. Li Fuchen was deeply moved by the wonders of fate. The East Unicorn Continent was originally an unremarkable low-class continent. Who would have expected for it to have such a fated encounter today? When Li Fuchen sensed the source essence seeping into his body, he wasn't too happy. As compared to his own source essence, this source essence wasn't even considered a drop in the ocean. It was negligible. Instead, He was rather moved by the other mystical energy that the blue giant dragon returned. Originally, his bone frame only had the tendency to transform into the sword Dao bone frame. Right now, it had transformed. As the 9-star bone frame transformed into the 9-star sword Dao bone frame, a boundless sword Dao power was emitted from Li Fuchen's body. Even the Jade Star Sacred Lords and the others could feel the pressure that was hard to ignore. Bastard, this must be his scheme. The Sky Patrolling Monster Lord was extremely enraged. How could he not see the changes in Li Fuchen's body? In his opinion, Li Fuchen must know some secrets of the East Unicorn continent and was intentionally scheming against them. After hearing the statement, all the demonic beast overlords were infuriated and wished they could tear Li Fuchen into pieces. Even the human saints revealed expressions of suspicion. Potential was too important to them. Let alone a small portion, even a trace was enough to make them feel extreme heartache. After reaching the saints' realm, it was extremely difficult to advance each level. Right now, a small portion of potential was gone, and it wasn't just extremely difficult, it was extremely difficult. He shouldn't know. The Jade Star Sacred Lord took a deep breath and said with a gloomy tone. The Jade Star Sacred Lord nodded and didn't say anything. The blue giant dragon finally dispersed and turned into a blue rain of light that fell into the bodies of Li Fuchen and the other 108 individuals. So comfortable. Even Li Fuchen felt unprecedentedly refreshed at this moment. Rumble. Right at this moment, the stone door in the void opened and leaked with a resplendent radiance and an ancient Qi presence. This is the primordial Qi presence? This is the primordial Qi presence? The Great Desolation aura only existed in the Great Desolation era. It could make it easier for people to come in contact with the heavenly way and comprehend the heavenly way. If one cultivated in a place filled with Great Desolation aura, their progress would be hundreds of times faster than cultivating in a high-ranked continent. The Sky Patrolling Monster Lord was surprised that the East Unicorn continent had such a place. There must be some great desolate treasures inside. I'll be going first. It that the primordial Qi presence. Seeing this, the rest of the great sages and demon sages couldn't hold themselves back anymore. They all flew through the stone door. Yen lorded out the spirit heaven Yen and stone pillar. At this moment, Yen Qingwu, who was sitting on the heaven dipper stone pillar, was undergoing her tribulation. Heaven tribulation dragon. It the T and the god realm, Yen essence, star dragon heaven sect at sea, heaven that sect. As for the heavenly tribulation, it should be nothing to Yen Qingwu. Perhaps it was because of the special circumstances, Yen Qingwu's tribulation might have caused a huge commotion, but the time she spent was extremely short. In less than an hour, Yen Qingwu had officially stepped into the first level of Unity Realm. Congratulations! Rain and the other prodigies from the same batch as her all congratulated. At the same time, everyone was filled with fighting spirit. In their batch, Li Fuchen and Yen Qingwu were already saints, and they mustn't fall too far behind. Let's go. Let's go in too. Li Fuchen said to Yen Qingwu. All right. Yen Qingwu nodded and followed Li Fuchen into the stone door. The Great Desolate Era aura continued to leak out. On the heavenly dipper stone pillars, everyone sat down cross-legged and started cultivating, trying to absorb as much Great Desolate Era aura as possible. Behind the stone door was a desolate world. The ground here was brown and the sky was blazing bright. The huge sun emitted endless light and heat, and from time to time, strong winds, lightning, and torrential snowstorms would strike. In one sentence, this world wasn't suitable for humans to survive. Even primary sea realm monarchs wouldn't be able to survive for a long time, let alone ordinary people. Roar. The environment might be vile, but this world still had life. Not far away, a giant earth dragon was charging over. It might be called a earth dragon, but it was actually very different from the modern earth dragons. This earth dragon was more primitive, more valiant, and closer to a demonic beast. It was reckoned that this was a great desolate earth dragon that lived during the desolate era. Let me try. Yan Qingwu drew her extreme Dao artifact saber and slashed at the great desolate earth dragon. Clang clang. The great desolate earth dragon's strength was obviously at the demonic beast overlord's level. Furthermore, it was stronger than regular low-tier demonic beast overlords. When Yan Qingwu's saber slash landed on its body, it was only able to break some of the scales. Clang clang clang. Yan Qingwu had the intention to test her strength and had a frenzied battle with the great desolate earth dragon. After 100 moves, Yan Qingwu had no choice but to retreat. The great desolate earth dragon's defense was too tough and she couldn't even injure it, let alone kill it. After repelling Yan Qingwu, the great desolate earth dragon opened its giant mouth and bit at the duo. Pfff. A sword light flashed by and turned the great desolate earth dragon into ashes. This is? A yellow bead fell from the ashes and was sucked over by Li Fuchen. This yellow bead contained a concentrated desolate qi presence, and was extremely sturdy. Li Fuchen's previous slash might have been a casual slash, but it wasn't something that regular materials could withstand. This bead was actually unscathed. Li Fuchen was certain that this bead wasn't a demonic beast core. It was probably related to the existence of this world. After tossing the bead to Yan Qingwu, Li Fuchen said, "This bead is useless to me, but it can help you increase your cultivation level faster." Li Fuchen's current cultivation level was too high. The bead might contain a concentrated desolate qi presence, but to be honest, a single bead's desolate qi presence wasn't of much help to him. If this great desolate earth dragon's strength could reach the level of a P-class demonic beast overlord, the bead in its body might be of great use to him. The great desolate world was massive. After half a day, the duo had killed a total of 7 great desolate beasts and obtained 7 great desolate beads. Among the 7 great desolate beasts, the strongest one was only a high-level demonic beast overlord. They couldn't even withstand a regular sword slash from Li Fuchen. Bang! There was a horrific qi wave that caused the ground to collapse. In the sky, violent winds and lightning swept across. At the center of the qi wave was an earthen yellow crystal that was the size of a basin. The concentrated desolate qi presence was emitting from the earthen yellow crystal. It was obvious that this was a great desolate unique artifact. Chapter 892. Heaven Mending Lord, you aren't my opponent. Why aren't you leaving? The Sky Serpent Demon Lord shouted. Sky Serpent Demon Lord, you can't eat this desolate earth essence crystal alone. If it was anything else, Sacred Lord Heaven Mending wouldn't fight for it. However, he had to obtain the desolate earth origin crystal. One had to know that the desolate earth origin crystal was many times more precious than a supreme rank earth origin crystal. Courting death. The Sky Snake Demon Lord sent the Heaven Mending Saint flying with a single move. Just as he was about to continue attacking, he suddenly saw Li Fuchen and Yan Qingwu flying over. You too, I want this desolate earth yuan crystal, Li Fuchen said indifferently. Sword Master, you and I are both humans. This isn't too good, right? Sacred Lord Heaven Mending frowned and said unhappily. He didn't believe that Li Fuchen had saved his life. If Li Fuchen wanted to leave, the Sky Snake Demon Lord wouldn't be able to stop him. Li Fuchen said, an ownerless item shall be obtained by the Fated One. Why must the Heaven Mending Saint Lord force it? Heaven Mending Master's eyes flickered several times. He took a deep breath and slowly said, Fine, I'll give you this face. With the covetous eyes of the Sky Snake Demon Lord and Li Fuchen, it was impossible for him to obtain the primal earth crystal. He might as well take a step back and observe the situation before making a decision. If the Sky Snake Demonic Lord fought with Li Fuchen and both of them were severely injured, the Sky Snake Demonic Lord might be able to take advantage. Sword Master, do you think I'm afraid of you? It was absolutely impossible for the heavenly serpent demon lord to give up the desolate earth essence crystal. His strength was only slightly inferior to Li Fuchen. In order to obtain the desolate earth essence crystal, he was willing to risk it. Stubborn fool! Li Fuchen sneered and executed the sword sea horizon. The silver sea of swords instantly engulfed the sky snake demon lord, not giving him a chance to react. Within the sea of swords, the sky serpent demon lord was horrified. His body was gradually being destroyed, and it was difficult to reverse. No! The sky serpent demon lord let out a furious roar as he watched his body disintegrate, leaving behind only his demon spirit. Unfortunately, everything was futile. Under the ravaging of the sea of swords, his demon spirit was also destroyed. He couldn't be any more dead. He killed the sky snake demon lord with one strike? Sacred Lord Heaven Mending sucked in a cold breath. The sky serpent demonic lord was a peak-class demonic lord. If Li Fuchen was able to kill the sky serpent demonic lord in a single sword, didn't it mean that Li Fuchen's strength was already at the level of a Jade Star Sacred Lord? Furthermore, Jade Star Sacred Lords were peak-class Sacred Lords. How could he know that Li Fuchen's current strength was already incomparable to the past? Right now, his bone frame had already transformed into the 9-star Sword Dao bone frame, and his Sword Dao attack power had increased tremendously. Furthermore, his sword technique was many times stronger than when he fought the Sky Serpent Demon Lord. Furthermore, he had yet to execute the 10,000 returning swords or the Heaven's Path Divine Movement sword art. Otherwise, the might of his attack would have been even greater. Let's go. The heaven-mending sacred master was afraid that Li Fuchen would get excited and kill him too, therefore, he quickly escaped. Compared to you, most of us are just ordinary people, not even ordinary geniuses. Yan Qingwu might know that Li Fuchen was formidable, but she didn't expect Li Fuchen's ability to be this formidable. Li Fuchen said, "You have to look further. It isn't a big deal to be invincible in the deep blue plane. In the vast universe there are plenty of people that are stronger than me." From what he knew, there were many levels of heaven monarchs. There were regular heaven monarchs, City Lord class heaven monarchs, and Star Field class heaven monarch. If it was someone else, they might be complacent about their current achievement. But Li Fuchen wouldn't. His vision was much greater than ordinary people. He didn't think that the golden amulet only had expectations of him as a heaven monarch or half-god. Perhaps only the god realm was the golden amulet's expectations. When standing at a different height, the angle of view will be different too. Yan Qingwu understood Li Fuchen's mentality, but with her current strength, she still couldn't understand it. After letting out a breath, Yan Qingwu's eyes flashed with fighting spirit. If she wanted to accompany Li Fuchen for a long time, she would need to reach the level of a peak-class saint. Only by becoming a peak-class saint would she be able to live for a long time. Speaking of which, her relationship with Li Fuchen was rather mystical. The two of them could feel each other's intentions, but they were subtly maintaining this stage. If there wasn't any push, the two of them would probably need a long time before they could become Dao companions. But the two of them weren't in a hurry. At their level, they were most concerned about the enjoyment of the spiritual level and not the so-called status. The desolate earth crystal might also be an earth crystal, but its attribute was close to primal chaos. It was just like how Daos had different grades. A regular earth sword Dao would at most be a second-rate sword Dao, but the unbounded sword Dao and primary extreme sword Dao were supreme sword Daos. There was an irrecoverable gap between them. But if it was the Chaos Earth Sword Dao, it would be at the Supreme Sword Dao level. In short, anything that was stained with a trace of the primal chaos attribute would be reborn. The desolate Earth Crystal wasn't considered a Chaos Earth Crystal, but it was still incredible. After keeping the desolate Earth Crystal, Li Fuchen and Yan Qingwu continued to explore this desolate world. With the strength of a peak-level Saint Lord, Li Fuchen was invincible in the desolate world. After a few days, Li Fuchen obtained a total of over 30 desolate pearls and 2 desolate rare treasures. Apart from the desolate earth crystal, the other desolate rare treasure was a sapling that was emitting boundless vitality. Li Fuchen suspected that this sapling might be the legendary Tree of Life. It was said that the Tree of Life couldn't just nurture life, it could also revive life. Of course, it was just a sapling right now, and it was still unknown if it was the Tree of Life. Furthermore, even if it was the Tree of Life, nurturing it to maturity would probably be a massive project. Without the strength of a heaven monarch, it was impossible to nurture it. The desolate demonic beasts are getting stronger. Li Fuchen didn't know if these were demonic beasts. Real demonic beasts would be able to awaken their innate abilities when they reached a certain level. As for the desolate demonic beasts, they would only be able to simply attack. However, the desolate demonic beasts had tough defenses. A peak-level demonic beast would be able to block a regular sword from Li Fuchen. If it was a demonic lord-level desolate demonic beast, Li Fuchen wouldn't even be able to kill it in a single sword. He would need over a dozen sword slashes to kill it completely. However, Li Fuchen could see that these desolate demonic beasts weren't truly dead. They had returned to the desolate world, and after a short period of time, they would be reborn. As for the reborn desolate demonic beasts, it was unknown if they were as powerful as when they were alive. In a certain place in the desolate world, there was a majestic grand hall. This majestic grand hall was just like the palace of a heavenly god. Outside the entrance of the grand hall, there were 2 statues of desolate demonic beasts. They looked like lions and also like rhinoceroses. They had a pair of wings that covered the sky. On the plaza of the grand hall, 3 demonic lords and 2 sacred lords were gathered together. The 3 demonic lords were the Sky Patrol demonic lord, the Black Rock demonic lord, and an unknown demonic lord. Chapter 893. Jade Star Sacred Lord, what a coincidence! The Sky Patrolling Demon Lord looked at the Jade Star Sacred Lord and licked his lips. It is indeed a coincidence. I hope you won't get in my way. The Jade Star Sacred Lord said faintly. Don't worry, I won't get in your way. I might even cooperate with you. The Sky Patrolling Demon Lord's eyes flashed with ferocity. You too, these 2 primeval beasts are not easy to deal with. Let's deal with them first. Zhu Sanqiu stared at the primeval beast statues with sharp eyes. At most, they are demon lord-level primeval beasts. What's there to be afraid of? I'll go first. The unknown demon lord raised his right hand high, and a huge ink-blue beast claw appeared, slapping at one of the primeval beast statues. Roar! The primeval beast statue's stone skin exploded, and its eyes widened. 2 beams of light shot out, tearing apart the ink-blue beast claw and slashing at the unknown demon lord. The unknown demon lord was startled and hurriedly punched at the light. Bang! The air wave exploded, and the unknown demon lord was sent flying. So powerful! He was a little shocked. Although it was just a probing attack and he did not go all out, he was still a top-notch demon lord. Even a probing attack was not something an ordinary demon lord could resist. The Sky Patrolling Demon Lord said, Blue Crocodile Demon Lord, don't be careless. The eyes of these primeval beasts are a little special. The power of the 2 beams of light just now was almost at the level of a peak-level demon lord. Even he might not be able to gain the upper hand, let alone the Blue Crocodile Demon Lord. Bang! The other primeval beast statue's stone skin exploded when it sensed something strange. Its eyes widened, and 2 beams of light shot at Zhu Sanqiu, who was the closest to it. Humph! Zhu Sanqiu snorted and blocked the light with his crimson battle axe. Star-shattering fist. A fist force with starlight dots hit the primeval beast's head from a distance. It was none other than the Jade Star Sacred Lord. What a powerful defense! The Jade Star Sacred Lord looked serious. His full-strength punch only shook the primeval beast's head a little. Perhaps even an ordinary heavenly lord could not compare to such a defense. Boom! Boom! In the square, the battle instantly became white-hot. The sky-patrolling demon lord and the other two demon lords would deal with the primordial ferocious beast on the right, while Jade Star Sacred Lord and Zhu Sanqiu would deal with the primordial ferocious beast on the left. Everyone minded their own business. In reality, the desolate beasts weren't very strong. They were around the level of a high-level Yao Lord or a high-level Sacred Lord, but the light that shot out of their eyes was around the level of a peak Yao Lord or a peak Sacred Lord. As long as one was careful and didn't get hit, they would be fine. However, the primordial dire beast's defense was too strong. Even a Jade Star Sacred Lord, the sky-patrolling demon lord, could not do anything to it. They knew in their hearts that if they wanted to eliminate these two prehistoric ferocious beasts, they could only slowly grind them down. In front of a rugged palace that was several times smaller, Li Fuchen was also in a great battle with a desolate beast. This desolate beast's strength was roughly at the low-class demonic lord level, but its defense was extremely tough. Without relying on the joint heaven sword, Li Fuchen's all-out slash was only able to leave a shallow sword mark on the beast's body. Myriad swords returned to origin. The joint heaven sword was unsheathed and turned into a single sword. Li Fuchen's sword pierced through the prehistoric beast's chest. Of course, this injury wasn't enough to make the beast lose its combat strength. Heaven Dao Divine Movement Sword. In the void, there was a faint sword mark that drew across. PFFF. On the prehistoric beast's body, there were sword marks that were so deep that the bones could be seen. The deepest sword mark had severed over a dozen of the beast's bones. The Heaven Dao Divine Movement Sword could be said to be the perfect combination of power and speed. Even the myriad swords' return to origin was far inferior. 2 hours later, Li Fuchen forcefully exhausted the prehistoric beast and obtained a demonic lord-class primordial pearl. Creak. After pushing open the palace doors, Li Fuchen and Yan Qingwu walked in. A few days later, crackle. The scarlet battle axe cleaved and Zhu Sanqiu's axe cleaved apart the prehistoric beast. No wonder it is a supreme weapon. The Jade Star Sacred Lord was apprehensive. Zhu Sanqiu's strength was still inferior to the Jade Star Sacred Lord, but Zhu Sanqiu's Fire God axe was extremely powerful and could ignore defenses to a certain degree. Heaven Fire Sacred Lord, I wonder if you can help me? The price is negotiable. On the other side, the sky-patrolling demon lord was anxious. They didn't have a supreme weapon and wouldn't be able to eliminate the prehistoric beast within a few days. Zhu Sanqiu's lips moved slightly. All right. The sky-patrolling demon lord gritted his teeth. With the help of the Heaven Fire Sacred Lord, the prehistoric beast that was riddled with injuries was finally killed 2 days later. Jade Star Sacred Lord, I have kept you waiting. The sky-patrolling demon lord grinned at the Jade Star Sacred Lord who was outside the palace doors. There were 2 prehistoric beasts outside the palace doors, and if they weren't eliminated, the doors wouldn't be opened. Therefore, the Jade Star Sacred Lord waited for them for 2 days. The Jade Star Sacred Lord didn't reply and walked forward to push open the palace doors. Swish! An intense radiance burst out. The radiance was too dazzling and even the Jade Star Sacred Lord couldn't help but close her eyes. Inside the palace there were 3 light sources. The left was a black light source, the middle was a red light source, and the right was a purple light source. It was obvious that these 3 light sources were 3 prehistoric rare treasures. Each of them was enough to make sacred lords go crazy and heaven monarchs be tempted. At the back, the sky-patrolling demon lord and Zhu Sanqiu had also seen the situation inside the palace. Their eyes were filled with excitement and malevolence. Sky Fire Sacred Lord, what are you doing? The instant the door opened, the Jade Star Sacred Lord suddenly turned around and blasted a fist at the void. Boom! A scarlet axe shadow cleaved on the fist light and both of them exploded. Who else could it be if it wasn't Zhu Sanqiu who launched the sneak attack? Jade Star Sacred Lord, you are too close to Li Fuchen. You should know that my Zhu clan has a blood feud with Li Fuchen. Zhu Sanquo's tone was calm, but his murderous intent was blazing. Jade Star Sacred Lord, you shall die today. The Sky Patrolling Demon Lord and the other 2 Demon Lords had made their moves too. Their first move was a kill move that enveloped the Jade Star Sacred Lord. The Jade Star Sacred Lord was extremely enraged. He did have his guard up against Zhu Sanquo. However, he didn't expect that Zhu Sanquo would actually work together with the demonic beasts to deal with him. Sky Fire Sacred Lord, you will regret this. The Jade Star Sacred Lord was a peak-level Sacred Lord after all. He was able to fight evenly with 4 of them. Regret? The corner of Zhu Sanquo's mouth curled up. I, Zhu Sanquo, have never regretted when I roamed the universe. After 100 moves, the Jade Star Divine Lord was still at a disadvantage against the combined attacks of his opponents. After all, in terms of strength, the Sky Patrolling Demon Lord and Zhu Sanquo were only slightly weaker than him. With the 2 of them restraining him, it was hard for him to make an effective counterattack. Devour Heaven. The Blue Crocodile Demon Lord seized the opportunity and activated his innate ability. The giant crocodile shadow swallowed the Jade Star Sacred Lord. The Jade Star Sacred Lord might have torn the giant crocodile shadow immediately, but his body had also suffered injuries. Immediately after, the Black Rock Demon Lord had also left a few claw marks on the Jade Star Sacred Lord's body. Jade Star Sacred Lord, you don't have a chance anymore. The fire god axe in Zhu Sanquo's hand burst out with horrific flames. The flames felt as though they were eternal and gave off a fatal sense of danger. PFFF. The fire god axe ignored time and space and cleaved on the Jade Star Sacred Lord's shoulder, nearly splitting him into 2. Roar. Chapter 894. Shatter. The Jade Star Sacred Lord chopped off the giant wolf's head with his hand. He opened his mouth and sent Zhu Sanquo flying. As for the Blue Crocodile Demon Lord and the Black Rock Demon Lord, they were sent flying as well. As a peak Sacred Lord, the Jade Star Sacred Lord had seen all sorts of situations. He had even encountered situations more dangerous than today. To be honest, the only thing he was afraid of was Zhu Sanquo's Fire God Axe. After all, the Fire God Axe was a supreme weapon that could ignore all defenses and energy shields to a certain extent. Sky Fire Sacred Lord, you will regret your decision today. The Jade Star Sacred Lord's figure flashed and he left the battlefield. Zhu Sanquo's expression was a little ugly. He had underestimated the Jade Star Sacred Lord's strength and the Peak Sacred Lord's style. Jade Star Sacred Lord, Sky Fire Sacred Lord underestimated you, but I didn't. Undying Seal. The Sky Patrolling Demon Lord sent out a force and froze the Jade Star Sacred Lord. Die. This was a rare opportunity. Zhu Sanquo leaped high, held the Fire God Axe with both hands, and swung it down. Crack. The true chi layer was split open, and the muscles and bones of the Jade Star Sacred Lord were split open. The axe consumed at least 20% of the Jade Star Sacred Lord's life force. Zhu Sanquo wanted to chop a second time. You're courting death. The Jade Star Sacred Lord broke through the seal and punched Zhu Sanquo's chest, causing him to vomit blood and fly backward. His chest caved in. The next moment, starlight flashed and expanded before suddenly shrinking. The Jade Star Sacred Lord disappeared without a trace. Impressive. You broke through my undying seal in an instant. The Sky Patrolling Demon Lord's expression was solemn. He admitted that he had underestimated the Jade Star Sacred Lord. If it was a one-on-one fight, he was only confident that he would not die. He had no confidence in defeating the Jade Star Sacred Lord. Zhu Sanquo looked down at his chest with a gloomy look in his eyes. To be honest, he was slightly regretful now. He originally thought that even if he couldn't kill the Jade Star Sacred Lord, he would at least be able to severely injure the Jade Star Sacred Lord's origin if he teamed up with the Sky Patrolling Demon Lord and the other 2 Demon Lords. He didn't expect the Jade Star Sacred Lord to be so strong and still be able to leave safely despite the four of them teaming up. Sky Fire Sacred Lord, don't worry. Although the Jade Star Sacred Lord is powerful, he can't do anything to the Zhu family. The Sky Patrolling Demon Lord said. I know. Zhu Sanqiu exhaled, his eyes regaining their calm. His greatest reliance was naturally the heritage of the Zhu family. With the heritage left by the half-god ancestor, even a Lord of Heaven might not be able to do anything to the Zhu family, let alone a sacred lord. After entering the palace, the four of them saw the three great Desolate Era unique treasures. The three ancient treasures were a black Rui scepter, a red dragon horn, and a purple eyeball. The breathing of the four of them quickened. The black Rui was at least a top-tier extreme-grade secret treasure, and the red dragon horn was most likely a heavenly fiend-level dragon horn. As for the purple eyeball, although he could not tell what it was, judging from the aura it emitted, it was obviously not an ordinary item. Gulp! Blue Crocodile Demon Lord swallowed his saliva, his eyes filled with uncontrollable greed and struggle. He dreamed of obtaining a supreme-grade super first-rate extreme path secret treasure. It should be known that a supreme-grade super first-rate extreme path secret treasure was enough to allow an ordinary demon lord to instantly possess the strength of a peak demon lord. As a peak demon lord, if he had a supreme-grade super first-rate extreme path secret treasure, he would be confident of fighting a Jade Star Sacred Lord. As for the Heavenly Fiend Horn, it was even more impressive. A heavenly fiend was so powerful that just a trace of its power was enough to kill a demon lord. This Sky Fae's horn definitely contained some Sky Fae power. With it, not only could one comprehend the Sky Fae realm, but it could also be used as a weapon. Even if the power of the Sky Fae's horn couldn't compare to a supreme weapon, it shouldn't be far from it. He did not know what the purple eyeball was, but he would not believe that it was useless if it was placed together with the previous two great Desolate Era treasures. The key problem now was that there were only three great Desolate Era treasures, but there were four of them. How should they split them? The Sky Patrolling Demon Lord would definitely get one. Sky Fire Sacred Lord Zhu Sanqiu was stronger than them, so he would also get one. Should he split the last one with the Black Crocodile Demon Lord? Would the Sky Patrolling Demon Lord be willing to get only one great Desolate Era treasure? Zhu Sanqiu was a human, so why should he get one? Why couldn't he, the Blue Crocodile Demon Lord, have one for himself? Instantly, countless thoughts surged in his mind, causing the Blue Crocodile Demon Lord's expression to change. Zhu Sanqiu's expression also changed. He silently distanced himself from the patrolling monstrous lord and the other two monstrous lords. Treasures were tempting, and at this moment, his first priority was to ensure his own safety. Haha, I want the red dragon horn and purple eyeball. However, I will not mistreat you. I will personally give you 50,000 supreme-grade spirit stones. 50,000 supreme-grade spirit stones was nothing to the Sky Patrolling Demon Lord. Then the Black Rui Scepter belongs to me, Zhu Sanqiu said. Hearing that, the Blue Crocodile Demon Lord sneered. Why should it belong to you? Because I am stronger than you. Zhu Sanqiu's tone was unyielding. Then let's try. The Blue Crocodile Demon Lord was not afraid of Zhu Sanqiu. First, the Sky Patrolling Demon Lord would not help Zhu Sanqiu to deal with them. Second, if he and the Black Crocodile Demon Lord joined forces, they might not be weaker than the other party. Third, the Sky Patrolling Demon Lord might even help them. To avoid harming our relationship, I will keep these three great Desolate Era treasures. A sword beam suddenly rushed into the palace. Hua! The red dragon horn was swept up by the sword beam and disappeared. Immediately after, the Black Rui Scepter vanished too. Bastard, go to hell! The Sky Patrolling Demon Lord was enraged. His entire body was emitting demonic chi and spirit light. A horrific giant wolf image squeezed out and bit at the sword beam. Sky Patrolling Demon Lord, we meet again. The sword beam shook and a silver sword sea surged out to clash with the giant wolf image. Bang boom! The giant wolf image was like an indestructible mountain that stood in the sword sea and allowed the sword wave to attack it. However, it was impossible for it to advance quickly and could only stagger forward. How is this possible? When did he become so powerful? The sky patrolling demon lord was dumbfounded. A few days ago, Li Fuchen was far from being a match for him. Why was his sword power so powerful now? No wonder he is the sky patrolling demon lord. Who else could it be other than Li Fuchen? From afar, he had already used his spirit soul power to sense the situation in the palace. Of course, he didn't see the Jade Star Saint Lord and didn't know what happened earlier. Li Fuchen's eyes were sharp. If it was anyone else, they would have been instantly engulfed by the Sword Sea and wouldn't even have the chance to face the Sword Sea. Only existences like the Sky Patrolling Demon Lord could suppress the Sword Sea horizon. Sword Master Li Fuchen? The Sky Patrolling Demon Lord wasn't the only one who was stunned. Zhu Sanqiu, the Black Rock Demon Lord, and the Blue Crocodile Demon Lord were also stunned. Especially Zhu Sanqiu and the Black Rock Demon Lord, they looked as though they had seen a ghost and were filled with shock. I must eliminate him here. Zhu Sanqiu's body was shivering. Li Fuchen was too dangerous and he was countless times more dangerous than he imagined. Li Fuchen was even more dangerous than the Jade Star Saint Lord. No matter how powerful the Jade Star Saint Lord was, their strength was already fixed, and they might not be able to improve much in tens of thousands or even hundreds of thousands of years. Li Fuchen was different as his improvement speed was simply unbelievable. Zhu Sanqiu had roamed the universe for many years and had never seen a prodigy like Li Fuchen who was constantly improving. If Li Fuchen was allowed to continue improving, wouldn't he be able to uproot the Zhu clan? This wasn't what Zhu Sanqiu wanted to see. Chapter 895. Whoosh! An eternal flame spewed out of the fire god axe and enveloped Zhu Sanqiu. Zhu Sanqiu leapt high into the air and swung his axe towards the sea of silver swords. In the process of confronting the giant wolf shadow, the sword sea, which was already at a disadvantage, was immediately split into two by the scarlet axe shadow. Devouring heaven! Black dragon breath! Seizing the opportunity, the Blue Crocodile Demonic Lord and the Black Rock Demonic Lord launched their attacks and planned to kill Li Fuchen on the spot. Good timing, Heavenly Path Godly Sword. Faint sword marks covered the interior of the palace. Bang! The once insufferably arrogant Black Rock Demon Lord's body suddenly froze. His body was covered with sword scars of various sizes. In the next moment, the body of the Black Rock Demon Lord exploded like a speck of dust. The Blue Crocodile Demon Lord followed closely behind. Although the Blue Crocodile Demon Lord was a level stronger than the Black Rock Demon Lord, in terms of physical defense, the Blue Crocodile Demon Lord and the Black Rock Demon Lord were on par. The moment the Black Rock Demon Lord died, the Blue Crocodile Demon Lord also died. However, this sword could only kill the Black Rock Demon Lord and the Blue Crocodile Demon Lord. It was unrealistic for it to kill Zhu Sanqiu and the Patrolling Sky Demon Lord. Zhu Sanqiu's body was protected by a layer of flames from the Fire God Axe. After the sword mark broke through the flames, its power was greatly reduced. Soon after, it encountered a layer of red light. Within this red light, the shadow of a scarlet dragon roared and shook off the sword mark. As for the Patrolling Sky Demon Lord, although his body was also covered in sword scars, he was different from the Black Rock Demon Lord and the Blue Crocodile Demon Lord. The sword scars did not do anything to the Patrolling Sky Demon Lord. The Patrolling Sky Demon Lord's powerful body was blocking the sword chi from the sword scars, preventing it from affecting his body. After executing the sword move, Li Fuchen headed straight for the third desolate treasure, that purple eyeball. Undying Seal. The Sky Patrolling Demon Lord was shocked and enraged. He executed a power to stop Li Fuchen. Whoosh! The sky patrolling demon lord was the first to retrieve the purple eyeball. What a pity! Breaking through the seal, Li Fuchen revealed a look of regret. He had a premonition that the purple eyeball was even more precious than the black Rui scepter, second only to the red dragon horn. Die! Zhu Sanqiu turned into a giant fireball and blasted at Li Fuchen. Myriad swords returned to origin. Transforming 10,000 swords into one sword, Li Fuchen cleaved the fireball away. Damn it! Zhu Sanqiu's expression was rather ugly. If he hadn't activated the Fire God Shield, a high-rank super-grade secret treasure, he would definitely have been injured by this sword strike. Undying Deity Fist. The Undead Legion was a terrifying force that ran amok in the universe. They had 3 ultimate techniques: the Undead Seal, the Undead Fist, and the Undead Demon Body. These 3 ultimate skills all required the power of immortality to activate. With a surging chi presence, the Sky Patrol Demon Lord blasted a fist at Li Fuchen. What a domineering punch! This fist contained limitless power. Li Fuchen felt as tiny as an ant. Boom! Li Fuchen's entire body was blasted backwards, and there was a crackling sound coming from his body. He should be heavily injured. The Sky Patrolling Demon Lord's eyes turned sharp. The Undead Army's 3 ultimate techniques consumed a lot of undead energy. He wouldn't use them unless he had no other choice. Previously, to deal with the Jade Star Sacred Lord, the Sky Patrol Demon Lord had used the Undying Deity Fist. But the Jade Star Sacred Lord was a peak-level Sacred Lord after all. The Undying Deity Fist could only injure the Jade Star Sacred Lord and couldn't kill him. The Sky Patrol Demon Lord was planning to wait for the Jade Star Sacred Lord to struggle before using the Undying Deity Fist again. He didn't expect for the Jade Star Sacred Lord to have such incredible escape methods and forcefully escape. Right now, Li Fuchen's strength was already superior to the Jade Star Sacred Lord. The Sky Patrol Demon Lord couldn't be bothered anymore and immediately activated the Undead Seal and Undying Deity Fist to kill Li Fuchen. Bang! After crashing into the palace wall, Li Fuchen felt his chi blood boiling and couldn't help but vomit a mouthful of blood. Just a mouthful of blood? After seeing Li Fuchen's intact body, the Sky Patrol Demon Lord was rather astonished. His fist was extremely powerful, but it only made Li Fuchen vomit a mouthful of blood? In normal situations, a peak-level Sacred Lord's source would be injured by this fist. Otherwise, the Undead Legion's 3 ultimate skills would be child's play. How could the Sky Patrol Demon Lord know that Li Fuchen's star immortal body contained the Undying attribute? It was similar to his Undying attribute. It was definitely a pipe dream to defeat Li Fuchen with the Undying Deity Fist. Li Fuchen's only apprehension would probably be Zhu Sanqiu's Fire God Act. It was a pity that Li Fuchen wouldn't give the Sky Patrol Demon Lord a chance to land a direct hit on him. Farewell, the 2 of you. Knowing that he couldn't kill the duo, Li Fuchen turned into a sword light and instantly rushed out of the palace. By the time the Sky Patrol Demon Lord and Zhu Sanqiu chased after him, Li Fuchen was already nowhere to be seen. Bang! Zhu Sanqiu's fist blasted on the stone pillar inside the palace, while he had an extremely unpleasant expression. This child must have obtained a great fated encounter in the East Unicorn continent, otherwise, his strength wouldn't have improved so quickly. The Sky Patrol Demon Lord was extremely regretful. If he knew this would happen, he would have risked getting injured to eliminate Li Fuchen. When the sword light landed, Li Fuchen and Yan Qingwu's figures appeared. This Black Rui is a peak-grade, first-rate extreme Dao cardinal artifact. It is useless to me, take it. A peak-grade, first-rate extreme Dao cardinal artifact's power was only at the level of a peak-level saint. It wouldn't be very useful in Li Fuchen's hands, but in Yan Qingwu's hands, it would increase her strength by 1,000 times. Are you trying to turn me into a worm? Yan Qingwu blinked her eyes. Her true strength was only at the mid-level saint. With the dark purple armor that Li Fuchen gifted to her, It was enough to block a few attacks from a peak-level saint. If she complemented it with the peak-grade, first-rate extreme Tao cardinal artifact, she would probably have the combat strength of a saint. Be it the deep blue plane or the horizontal river star region, the following years might not be peaceful. An additional trump card means an additional chance of survival. As Li Fuchen's strength increased, he could obviously feel a faint danger enveloping the entire horizontal river star region and even the entire universe. Alright then. Yan Qingwu was still very far away from Li Fuchen's level. Since Li Fuchen said that the entire horizontal river star region wouldn't be peaceful, then it was definitely a war between the Saint Lords or even Heaven Monarchs. Her strength was indeed insufficient. The Great Desolation World was definitely a land of fated opportunities for all the saints in the deep blue plane. Saints with great strength and fated opportunities would more or less obtain a Great Desolation treasure. Those with ordinary fated opportunities would also obtain some Great Desolation pearls. The regular Great Desolation pearls might not be useful to Li Fuchen, but to regular saints, the Great Desolation pearls would definitely save them countless years of hard work. It was more important than anything else. On this day, there was a repulsive force that assaulted everyone in the Great Desolation world. On MT Star Fate, the stone door was closed and hidden in the void. Even with Li Fuchen's spiritual awareness, he couldn't see where the stone door was. Only by releasing his spirit's soul power would he be able to see the stone door from the depths of the void. Sword Master, I have a presumptuous request. I don't know if I should say it. The Jade Flower Sacred Lord's voice was transmitted into Li Fuchen's ears. Jade Flower Sacred Lord, please speak. Li Fuchen nodded. Sword Master, the Jade Flower Sacred Lord has plenty of disciples. All of them are pure Yin bone frames. I see that your friend, Zhao Mingyue, is also a pure Yin bone frame. I wonder if she can follow me? Zhao Mingyue. Li Fuchen was rather astonished as he didn't expect for the Jade Flower Sacred Lord to fancy Zhao Mingyue. To be honest, Li Fuchen hoped that Zhao Mingyue would follow the Jade Flower Sacred Lord. Li Fuchen could only help Zhao Mingyue with a large amount of resources, but the Jade Flower Sacred Lord could help Zhao Mingyue a lot more. With Zhao Mingyue's innate bone frame, it should be easy for her to reach the Saint Realm if she followed the Jade Flower Sacred Lord. Jade Flower Sacred Lord, I cannot make the decision. Let me help you ask. While speaking, Li Fuchen transmitted a message to Zhao Mingyue. Li Fuchen, I am willing. Zhao Mingyue didn't hesitate and immediately agreed. She believed that Li Fuchen must have considered everything for her, and that there shouldn't be any danger if she followed the Jade Flower Sacred Lord. Secondly, she wasn't satisfied with her cultivation realm. She was a woman with dreams. In the past, it was fine if she didn't come into contact with a higher-level world. Now that she had come into contact with it, she wouldn't be able to feign ignorance. Of course, she had already given up and felt that she and Li Fuchen weren't from the same world. Chapter 896. The chaotic world might be a land of fated opportunities, but the mortality rate was still extremely high. Plenty of human saints and demonic beast overlords had perished. He did not see that even a Jade Star Sacred Lord was injured. Especially the demonic beasts, even 3 of their demonic beast lords had perished. It was extremely shocking. When they found out that the 3 demonic beast lords were killed by Li Fuchen, it was imaginable how shocked they were. Sword Master, did you kill the Blue Crocodile Demonic Lord and the Black Rock Demonic Lord? The Jade Star Sacred Lord was still in disbelief. Even with his capability, he wasn't able to kill the Blue Crocodile Demonic Lord and the Black Rock Demonic Lord, but Li Fuchen did it. Didn't it mean that Li Fuchen's strength was superior to him? But when he first arrived at the East Unicorn continent, Li Fuchen's strength was obviously inferior to his and he didn't understand. Li Fuchen nodded in response. Seeing that Li Fuchen admitted it, the Jade Star Sacred Lord had a serious expression and said with admiration, I, the Jade Star Sacred Lord, rarely admire people. Sword Master is one of them. It didn't matter what kind of fated encounter Li Fuchen obtained, it was enough to prove Li Fuchen's potential to improve so much in such a short period of time. The demonic beasts had lost 3 demonic beast lords and plenty of demonic beast overlord. Their overall strength was much weaker than the humans. All of them had left in a hurry as they were afraid the humans would massacre them. As Zhu Sanqiu had dealt with the Jade Star Sacred Lord, he had also left with the demonic beasts. He wasn't afraid of anyone in a one-on-one fight, but he didn't have the courage to fight against multiple enemies. On the human side, no one made a move. This was the East Unicorn continent. Once a war broke out, the price would be too great. Furthermore, they hadn't reached the point of falling out with the demonic beasts yet. These demonic beasts are too unbridled. It is time to teach them a lesson. The Jade Flower Sacred Lord frowned. The demonic beasts might return at any moment. It was fine if the demonic beasts didn't help, but they were still a burden. This made the Jade Flower Sacred Lord very unhappy. Find an opportunity to settle this once and for all. The Jade Star Sacred Lord nodded. On the demonic beast side, only the Sky Patrol Demon Lord was a peak-level demonic beast lord. On the human side, the Jade Flower Sacred Lord, Li Fuchen, and the Jade Flower Sacred Lord all had peak-level demonic beast lord combat strength. Once a war broke out, the demonic beasts would surely lose. It was a pity that Zhu Sanqiu was too sinister, otherwise, it would be easier to deal with the demonic beast. Ever since the East Unicorn continent was promoted to a high-class continent, it was as though the East Unicorn continent had become the center of the deep blue plain. Not only were there saints and demon overlords, but there were also Law Phase Realm Emperors that had arrived at the East Unicorn continent. In fact, many factions had started to establish branches in the East Unicorn continent and constantly dispatched their forces over. In the face of the general trend, the East Unicorn continent's close to 100 sects had no choice but to merge with a new faction. Otherwise, they would rapidly weaken and vanish. After all, the other factions had Law Phase Realm Emperors and even Soul Merge Realm Saints. How were their sects going to compete if they only had Battle Spirit Realm experts? Currently, the East Unicorn continent had discovered a total of 16 spatial and temporal tunnels that led to foreign star regions. Previously, Li Fuchen went to the Prism Light Star region. This time, he chose the Ancient Stone Star region. The Ancient Stone Star Field was a star field in the ruins. It had been abandoned since ancient times, and there were almost no planes with life. Those who lived in the Ancient Stone Star Field were usually experts who went there to explore. Because it was a remnant star field, life was scarce, and the entire Ancient Stone Star Field only had one Cosmos City, which was called Time Sand City. The Time Sand City Lord, Time Sand Heaven Monarch, was an ancient and horrific heaven monarch. It was said that he could control time and revive the dead. Even among the heaven monarchs, he was considered an elite expert. From the outside, the Time Sand City looked very mystical. This city was completely made up of sand. The crucial thing was that the sand was constantly flowing, but since ancient times, the Time Sand City had never lost a single inch of sand. Inside the Time Sand City, the human flow was a few hundred to 1,000 times lesser than the Myriad Spirit City. On some of the streets there were only a few foreign races walking around. There weren't a lot of shops on both sides and most of them were empty. In a rather bustling restaurant at the crossroads, Li Fuchen sat by the window and looked at the scenery of the street outside. The Time Sand City is indeed formidable. When staying here, it is almost impossible to feel the elapse of time. The Time Tao was extremely difficult to comprehend. Even for Li Fuchen, without any guidance, it was extremely difficult to comprehend the Time Tao. Li Fuchen guessed that the Time Sand Heaven Monarch's Tao should be the Time Tao or the Chaos Sand Tao. If one was proficient in this Tao, it wouldn't be unbelievable to simply control time or revive the dead under certain conditions. Thud, 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 footsteps echoed as a tall and slender woman who was covered in bandages walked over. Even her face was covered in bandages. After seeing Li Fuchen, the bandaged woman's eyes lit up. The Time Sand City might have plenty of sacred lords, but there weren't too many sacred lords that could make her feel danger. I am Gu Lisha. Are you interested in exploring the ancient stone garden? The ancient stone garden was one of the most famous ruins in the ancient stone star field. At the same time, it was also one of the most dangerous ruins. Without the strength of a holy lord, entering the ancient stone garden was simply seeking death. As one of the important members of an exploration team, Gu Lisha had the obligation to recruit some powerful holy lords for her team. Ancient stone garden, huh? Li Fuchen had been in the Time Sand City for a few days and had a rough understanding of the ancient stone garden. It was said that the ancient stone garden was a product of the ancient stone star region's glorious era. There were some flowers inside that were already extinct in the universe. The entire ancient stone garden seemed to be a small galaxy, but this galaxy was enveloped by an array and looked like a garden. How many people do you have? What strength do you have? Since Li Fuchen arrived at the ancient stone star region, he naturally didn't plan to waste time. Exploring the ancient stone garden seemed to be a good choice. Gu Lisha said, "We have a total of 18 people and all of them are sacred lords. Bring me to meet them first." Li Fuchen decided to take a look at the members first. If these members weren't reliable, he would rather explore the ancient stone garden alone. "Alright, follow me." After exiting the inn, Gu Lisha brought Li Fuchen to a desolate street. At the corner of the street, there was a tavern where a group of sacred lords were gathered. From the Chi presence, there were demonic beasts, wolfmen, and the hidden mist race. There were even 2 humans. Haha, another human is here. After seeing Li Fuchen, the 2 human sacred lords were very happy. The humans might not be united, but during crucial moments they still understood the logic of uniting against external enemies. "How is it?" Gu Lisha looked at Li Fuchen. "Alright, I will join." Li Fuchen could see at a glance that this team had been on the move several times. Before this, their Chi presences were rather coordinated. If it was a temporary team, their Chi presences wouldn't be coordinated. Such a team would easily have conflict. Chapter 897. Just as Li Fuchen was preparing to explore the ancient stone garden, in the Prism Light Star region, Li Fuchen's clone, Werewolf Li Fuchen, had also started his life. Glimmer City, look, it is Elder Gu Lai. He isn't dead. What is going on? Didn't they say he died in battle outside? He is probably lucky. Speaking of which, Elder Gu Lai is rather pitiful. His childhood sweetheart abandoned him and chose the Wolf Lord. He finally got over the obstacle of love and got married and had a child. Who would have expected for his wife and child to perish in an accident? His good brother, Margot, perished too. This time, he nearly died outside. In my opinion, he must be cursed. Didn't they say that there are plenty of places in the ancient stone star region that contain curses? It can't be that abnormal, right? On the street, 2 werewolf saints were rather surprised to see Werewolf Li Fuchen. Seeing their expressions, Li Fuchen let out a sneer. Gu Lai didn't die in battle, he was betrayed. Had it not been for the extreme Dao teleportation talisman, he would have been dead without a corpse. Elder Gu Lai, we all thought you died. If the Wolf Lord knows that you are still alive, he will definitely be very happy. Gu Lai was still an elder of the Shadow Wolf, and the Shadow Wolf only had a total of 15 elders. After the 2 werewolf saints recovered from the shock, they quickly went over to welcome Li Fuchen. Are Elder Jis and Elder Salat in Glimmer City? Werewolf Li Fuchen asked. Elder Gu Lai, Elder Jis and Elder Salat just left Glimmer City recently. They will probably be back after a period of time. One of the werewolf saints replied. Alright then, bring me to see the Wolf Lord. Li Fuchen nodded. Yes. The 2 werewolf saints led the way at the front. In a short moment, the trio arrived at a black castle that occupied a rather large area in the west of the city. This black castle was the Shadow Wolf's headquarters. The Shadow Wolf was the largest faction of the werewolf race in Glimmer City. Elder Gulai, welcome back. Upon entering the castle, a majestic man with a lofty aura and a beautiful woman with an elegant face came up to them. Wolf Lord Drizzt was the leader of the Shadow Wolf and had the strength of a peak-level sacred lord. Fei Li was the Wolf Lord's wife and Gu Lai's childhood sweetheart. Wolf Lord. Wolfman Li Fuchen's expression was cold as he cupped his fist. Drizzt didn't mind and welcomed him into the castle hall. In the castle hall, other than Wolf Lord Drizzt and Phyllis, there were 8 other Shadow Wolf elders. Obviously, everyone had already received the news. Guret, didn't Geese and Solid say that you died in the battle outside? A wolf shadow elder asked doubtfully. Li Fuchen explained, in my early years, I once obtained an extreme Dao teleportation talisman from a ruin. With this extreme Dao teleportation talisman, I managed to survive. Strange. Why didn't Geese and Solid mention this? The other wolf shadow elder was puzzled. Li Fuchen said, back then, my source was severely injured and I had forcefully activated the extreme Dao teleportation talisman. I reckon that Geese and Solid thought that I was doomed. Haha. Who cares? The fact that Elder Gurul can return is undoubtedly a good thing. Everything else is not important, Lord Wolf Drizzt said with a smile. That's true. Wolf Lord is right. All the Shadow Wolf elders nodded. The Shadow Wolf tribe only had a total of 15 elders, and each of them had the strength of a sacred lord. Having one more or one less made a huge difference. Guret's residence wasn't far from the Shadow Wolf tribe's headquarters. It was a rather beautiful manor. I can go into seclusion now. Along the way, Li Fuchen had been absorbing the spirit chi from the peak-grade spirit stones while pouring his energy into the Wolfman's bloodline. It had caused the black runes in the Wolfman's bloodline to split from hundreds of thousands to tens of millions. As the number of black runes in the bloodline increased, Li Fuchen could vaguely feel that there was an extremely horrific power growing in the bloodline. Right now, this power was still unable to be activated, but as the number of black runes increased, this power would be activated sooner or later. As time elapsed, the black runes in Li Fuchen's bloodline had split from tens of millions to billions. I don't have enough peak-grade spirit stones. The main body Li Fuchen might have given plenty of peak-grade spirit stones and cultivation resources, but the black runes were like a bottomless pit and required a massive amount of energy. Li Fuchen reckoned that 1 million peak-grade spirit stones wouldn't even be enough to evolve into the Dark Wolfman. Of course, if Li Fuchen wasn't in a hurry, he could spend a few 100,000 years to slowly evolve. Huff. After letting out a breath, Li Fuchen stood up and walked out of the manor. On the main street, various races were bustling with activity. Guret, why did you return? Fei Li's voice entered Li Fuchen's ears. Why can't I return? Li Fuchen asked. The Shadow Wolf isn't suitable for you. You aren't ruthless enough and you aren't hard-working enough. If you are hard-working enough, the position of Wolf Lord will be yours. Is that so? Li Fuchen didn't deny it. The original owner of this body didn't work hard enough. With his noble bloodline, if he worked hard enough, he would have already become a gold wolfman. Once he became a gold wolfman, his cultivation speed would be 10 times faster than before. As compared to working hard to increase his strength, the original owner seemed to prefer a peaceful life. This was also the main reason why Fei Li left him. You should leave. You should know that there are many things that aren't simple. Without sufficient strength, it will be hard to know the truth. Fei Li's voice vanished. At least someone is helping you. Li Fuchen muttered to himself. The fastest way to earn peak-grade spirit stones was naturally to trade for resources. The original Li Fuchen had given Li Fuchen plenty of resources. After trading a portion of the resources, Li Fuchen had an additional few tens of thousands of peak-grade spirit stones. With these few tens of thousands of peak-grade spirit stones, the black runes in his bloodline had finally split to more than 10 billion. Such terrifying power! Inside the manor, Li Fuchen was rousing his power with all his might. A golden chi wave was gushing out, and it was unparalleled. Within the golden chi wave there were also black bolts of lightning. Gradually, outside the golden chi wave, there was a layer of black tint, causing Li Fuchen's chi presence to increase by more than 100 times. I don't know what level my current strength has reached. Li Fuchen was still rather vague about his own strength. It was a known fact that if one became a gold wolfman very early and the other became a gold wolfman very late, there would be a huge difference in strength. Just like that gold wolfman Aaron. Aaron might only have the strength of a peak-class saint, but if he was given time, his future would be limitless. In comparison, Li Fuchen evolved into a gold wolfman at the Sacred Lord level, and was rather late. Li Fuchen was certain that when in the gold wolfman state, he wasn't a match for Wolf Lord Drizzt. After all, Drizzt had been a gold wolfman for many years and his strength was much more robust than Li Fuchen. Jeez and Solid are back. Chapter 898. Back then, it was Jeez and Solid who betrayed Gu Lai. After the sneak attack from the duo, Gu Lai was severely injured and on the verge of death. At the final moment, he relied on the extreme Dao teleportation talisman to escape. It was a pity that Gu Lai's injuries were too severe and his source was exhausted. He ultimately died in the meteorite group. The reason why Li Fuchen returned to Glimmer City was to take revenge for Gu Lai. On the way to the Wolf Shadow headquarters, Jeez, Gu Lai is back. He must be looking for us for revenge. Be careful. After knowing that Gu Lai had returned in good condition, Solid was a little worried. Jeez sneered, "What is there to be afraid of? His strength is about the same as you and is much weaker than me. If he dares to look for us, we will make sure he dies without a burial site." I am not afraid. I have a feeling that things aren't so simple. You are overcomplicating things. Choosing to return is the stupidest thing he did. Jeez's eyes flashed with murderous aura as he walked into the Wolf Shadow headquarters. Ancient Stone Star Region, Time Sand City. A simple sailboat soared into the sky and vanished into the depths of the void. At the bow of the ship, Li Fuchen was standing there. In front of him, there was a 5-colored radiance circulating. Such a fast speed. Li Fuchen believed that he was already very fast, but as compared to the simple sailboat, it was still insignificant. Li Fuchen reckoned that the speed of the simple sailboat shouldn't be inferior to regular heaven monarchs. Li Fuchen turned around and took a glance at the expedition team members who were stunned on the deck. This expedition team was extremely powerful. The weakest chi presence was already at the level of a pinnacle Sacred Lord. The stronger chi presence was even above a Jade Star Sacred Lord, especially the team leader and the vice leader. These two foreign race Sacred Lords made Li Fuchen feel a trace of pressure. The other important member of the team, Gu Lisha, wasn't simple either. Li Fuchen could sense a faintly discernible chi presence within her body. This chi presence was rather similar to the chi presence in Time Sand City. Li Fuchen had a premonition that once this chi presence burst out, the danger level would be worse than the team leader and vice leader. Li Fuchen was observing others, but they were also observing him. This human Sacred Lord isn't simple. The cabin of the quaint sailboat had 2 floors. In the observation room on the 2nd floor, 3 figures were standing in front of a transparent crystal, overlooking the members of the expedition team. As the new member of the team, Li Fuchen was undoubtedly the focus of observation. Gurissa said, "He's not simple. If it were any other Saint Lord, they would definitely be filled with vigilance when joining an unfamiliar exploration team. However, he is much more relaxed, as if he isn't afraid of any danger." The handsome youth with long hair slowly said, "What I can be sure of is that his strength is absolutely at the peak Holy Lord level. But peak Holy Lords also differ in strength. I wonder just where he stands." It doesn't matter what position he is in. As long as he doesn't do anything to harm the team, isn't it better for him to be stronger? Of course, if he dares to harm the team, I'll be the first to deal with him, the bald youth with a metallic luster said. A month later, the quaint sailboat stopped. In front of them was a dark green star. This is the entrance to the ancient stone garden. As the entire ancient stone garden is enveloped by a terrifying array, it is impossible to see anything from the outside. The only entrance is on this star. Gurisa explained to Li Fuchen. Li Fuchen nodded. An array that could envelop an entire galaxy obviously wasn't an ordinary extreme Dao array. It was highly possible that it was a supreme array. If it was a supreme array, even a heaven monarch wouldn't be able to forcefully barge in. They would have to enter from the entrance like them. As Gurisa spoke, the quaint sailboat had already entered the atmosphere of the dark green star. There was a powerful resistance that caused the speed of the quaint sailboat to decrease. Li Fuchen estimated that in a single breath, the speed of the quaint sailboat had decreased by at least 1,000,000 times. It was obvious that this was the power of the array. Otherwise, the star power wouldn't be able to obstruct the quaint sailboat. Finally, the quaint sailboat arrived at an altitude of 10,000 meters above the surface of the dark green star. Be careful of the vines below. Do not get caught up. Just as Gurisa was speaking, a vine soared into the sky and lashed at the quaint sailboat. Bang! The quaint sailboat emitted a radiance and shook off the vines. Bang, bang, bang! Hundreds of vines were constantly lashing at the radiance on the surface of the quaint sailboat. The force was so powerful that even Li Fuchen was shocked. The power of these vines is definitely at the level of a P-class Sacred Lord. There are a few vines that are even at the level of a P-class Sacred Lord. Li Fuchen could imagine how difficult it would be if he relied on his own strength to find the entrance to the ancient stone garden. If he wasn't careful, he would become nourishment for the vines below. There were too many vines. The quaint sailboat might be a peak-grade extreme Dao cardinal artifact, but it still couldn't withstand such frequent attacks. If the vines continued to attack, the radiance on the surface of the quaint sailboat would definitely be penetrated. Everyone attacked together. Gurisa was the first to make a move. She raised her hand and shot out an earthy yellow awl. Bang boom! 4 or 5 vines were severed at the waist and their juices were sprayed all over the place. Immediately after, the rest of the team members had also made their move. From their attacks, the exploration team leader, the long-haired youth, was the strongest. Each time he made a move, he would be able to sever 8 or 9 vines. Next was the vice leader, the bald youth that was glowing with a metallic luster. Each time he made a move, he would be able to sever around 7 or 8 vines. As for the rest of the team members, some could sever 3 or 4 vines, some could sever 2 or 3 vines. There were some who couldn't even sever a single vine and would only be able to shake off the vines. Li Fuchen didn't wish to be in the limelight. Each time he brandished his sword, he would only sever 4 or 5 vines, which was similar to Gurisa. Of course, this was referring to the regular vines. Those that had strength at the level of a P-class Sacred Lord wouldn't be able to sever. At most, they would be able to cause some damage. PFFF. At the bow of the ship, there was a flash of sword light. One of the vines was slashed and had a sword mark. It deviated from its trajectory and wasn't able to obstruct the quaint sailboat. The one who made the move was naturally Li Fuchen. These vines are so tough. They aren't much inferior to my star immortal body. Li Fuchen was silently amazed. He might not be using his full strength, but with his strength, a casual slash was enough to sever everything. Li Fuchen guessed that the toughness of the vines should be related to the array. If the array collapsed, the vines wouldn't be as mystical and might even perish. However, there were too few individuals that could collapse a supreme array. Even a half-god might not be able to destroy a supreme array. 1 hour later, after being obstructed by countless vines, the quaint sailboat finally arrived in front of a giant door that was weaved with vines. Swish! The quaint sailboat skimmed in. "This is the ancient stone garden?" The quaint sailboat arrived in between the stars. These stars were colorful and were filled with countless flowers. Some of the flowers were extremely huge, and were tens of thousands of miles, or even a few 100,000 miles in size. In the void, there were also flower beds, and these flower beds were also filled with countless flowers. Chapter 899. I wonder what kind of existence is the owner of the ancient stone garden. It might not be the first time they came to the ancient stone garden, but the members of the exploration team couldn't help but lament. They might all be top-notch sacred lords or peak-level sacred lords, but as compared to heaven monarchs, they were just slightly stronger ants. As for the owner of the ancient stone garden, he was at least a Starfield-class heaven monarch. Such an existence could summon clouds and rain with a turn of the hand. They could turn the galaxy into their garden, and there was almost nothing they couldn't do. The ancient sailboat flew towards the nearest void flower garden. It wasn't considered fast, but it wasn't considered slow either. A few hours later, on the stone path of the void flower garden, the ancient sailboat landed. "This flower garden isn't big, everyone shall move on their own. If there is any situation, contact me at any time." The team leader, the long-haired youth, kept the ancient sailboat and said. The exploration team had been on many missions, and when there wasn't any danger, everyone would normally move freely. After all, if they were to move together, the rewards would be split. If they moved freely, everything they found would belong to them. The void flower garden might not be big, but when over a dozen people entered it, it was like a drop of water entering a river. They would vanish in an instant and could only rely on the communication token to transmit information and location. The flowers in the ancient stone garden are all heaven-class herbs. How many heaven-class herbs are there? Along the way, Li Fuchen didn't discover any herbs below the heaven class. At his current realm, heaven-rank herbs were nothing, but there were too many flowers in the ancient stone garden. Just the flowers in the void flower garden alone could be counted in the hundreds of millions, not to mention the entire ancient stone garden. Li Fuchen reckoned that the heaven-class herbs in the entire deep blue plain were just a drop in the ocean compared to the ancient stone garden and weren't worth mentioning. Li Fuchen originally wanted to keep these flowers, but each flower had a restriction and it would take a long time to break the restriction. Li Fuchen didn't wish to waste time on these regular heaven-class flowers. Finally, Li Fuchen found a heaven-class peak-tier flower. This heaven-class peak-tier flower was purple in color and was over 100 meters tall. Its entire body was covered with purple-gold patterns and gave off a feeling of indestructibility. A great heaven-class peak-tier flower. Li Fuchen's eyes lit up. Top-tier heaven-grade herbs were also known as extreme Tao herbs. They were born from the essence of the universe and had all sorts of miraculous effects. This purple extreme Tao herb was obviously of a higher grade than the extreme Tao herb that Li Fuchen obtained in the deep blue plain. It was probably a second-rate extreme Tao herb. After spending half a day, Li Fuchen finally broke the restriction on the purple flower. Whoosh! Right at this moment, a purple-gold radiance was shot at Li Fuchen. Li Fuchen took a closer look. It was obviously a purple-gold bug. Clang! Li Fuchen sent the purple-gold insect flying with a single slash. But this purple-gold insect had an extremely tough body. That sword strike just left a faint mark on its body. With a shake of its body, it shot towards Li Fuchen again. Clang, 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 sword lights rained down on the purple-gold insect's body. However, not a single sword light was able to break through the insect's skin. Too hard! Li Fuchen silently praised and drew the joint heaven sword. Puff! This time, Li Fuchen successfully split open the purple-gold insect's body. A supreme weapon could ignore defenses to a certain extent. It was useless no matter how tough the purple-gold insect's body was. Unless the opponent's cultivation realm was extremely high and was on par with or beyond the supreme weapon, otherwise, the insect wouldn't be able to resist the attack from the supreme weapon. Of course, if Li Fuchen went all out, he wouldn't have to rely on the joint heaven sword to split open the purple gold insect's body. But Li Fuchen didn't wish for it to be so troublesome. After splitting open the purple gold insect's body, Li Fuchen waved his hand and uprooted the purple flower. It flew towards Li Fuchen, and while flying over, it rapidly shrunk and ultimately turned into a palm-sized flower. After keeping the purple flower, Li Fuchen continued to advance. After 3 days, Li Fuchen obtained a total of 5 stalks of extreme Dao herbs, a stalk of 2nd grade extreme Dao herb, a stalk of 3rd grade extreme Dao herb, and 3 mediocre extreme Dao herbs. If these 5 stalks of extreme Dao herbs were sold, Li Fuchen would earn at least a few hundred peak-grade spirit stones. With Li Fuchen's current wealth, a few hundred peak-grade spirit stones weren't considered much, but wealth was accumulated over and over again. It was rare for someone to earn so much wealth that they wouldn't be able to spend for their entire life. Sword Master, what a coincidence! On a small path, Li Fuchen encountered one of the 3 human Sacred Lords in the exploration team, the Stone Axe Sacred Lord. The Stone Axe Sacred Lord's normal height was close to 2.5 meters and he was carrying a stone axe on his back. It is indeed a coincidence. Li Fuchen smiled. The Stone Axe Sacred Lord was also a peak-level Sacred Lord. In fact, more than half of the 19 members of the exploration team were peak-level Sacred Lord. The rest of them basically had their own unique skills and during crucial moments they would be very useful. According to Gu Lisha, this exploration team was established to explore all sorts of dangerous ruins. If one's strength was too low, they would definitely be a burden. Creak creak. Just as the duo was greeting each other, a phantom suddenly attacked the Stone Axe Sacred Lord. Get lost. The Stone Axe Sacred Lord blasted a fist to send the phantom flying. As the phantom landed, the duo saw that it was a black rat that was over 1 meter in length. However, the black rat's eyes were like 5-colored crystals and it felt as though there were layers of space inside. Be careful, that is a void rat. The Stone Axe Sacred Lord warned Li Fuchen. Understood. Li Fuchen nodded. The void rat was a life form that was extremely hard to deal with in the ancient stone garden. This life form contained the void attribute and had a body that was void and couldn't withstand any force. If one used 100% of their strength, only a trace of force would be able to reach the void rat. Furthermore, the void rat's teeth could easily bite through your defenses. The only way to counter the void rat was to use the void Dao to attack. Only then would one be able to transmit 100% of the force to the void rat. Squeak squeak. Perhaps it felt that the Stone Axe Sacred Lord was stronger. The void rat changed its direction and attacked Li Fuchen. Cling. There was a flash of sword light and the void rat was sent flying. Squeak squeak. The void rat was enraged and with a shake of its body, thousands of void rats attacked Li Fuchen. Each of them was so illusory as though they were hiding in another world. It was obvious that this was the void rat's innate ability. Just in time. Li Fuchen laughed heartily. There was a burst of sword light that repelled all the void rats. Such an incredible sword art! The Stone Axe Sacred Lord's eyes lit up. Li Fuchen's sword Dao was abnormally perfect and powerful. There were almost no flaws, therefore. He was able to block the void rat's innate ability with ease. If it was any other sword Dao Sacred Lord, they would have revealed some flaws and the void rat would take advantage of it. However, it wasn't that easy to repel this void rat. The Stone Axe Sacred Lord was about to step forward and assist. Have a taste of my void sword Dao. Li Fuchen didn't draw the Joint Heaven sword. The Joint Heaven sword was a supreme weapon and Li Fuchen didn't wish to reveal it in front of others. Furthermore, the void rat was so hard to deal with not because of its incredible defenses, but because its body was void and couldn't withstand any force. It was definitely much easier to use the Void Sword Dao to deal with the Void Rat. The translucent sword light drew across the void and penetrated the Void Rat's body under the horrified eyes of the Void Rat. Squeak, squeak. The Void Rat's body turned illusory and fled without a trace. It was obviously afraid. He is actually adept at the Void Sword Dao? The Stone Axe Sacred Lord praised silently. Chapter 900. Since they were moving around freely, Li Fuchen and the Stone Axe Saint naturally wouldn't stay together. Soon enough, they split up. Subsequently, Li Fuchen encountered a peak-level Hidden Fog race's Anov. The Hidden Fog race was extremely adept at assassination. A regular peak-level saint from the Hidden Fog race would be able to assassinate a sacred lord. A peak-level saint from the Hidden Fog race was enough to make 99% of the peak-level sacred lords apprehensive. According to what Li Fuchen knew, Anov was ranked top 5 in strength among the exploration team. This was in terms of direct combat strength. If it was in the dark, his combat strength wouldn't be inferior to the vice leader, Tai Lu. Buzz, buzz, buzz. On this day, when Li Fuchen was about to reach the assembly point, he could vaguely hear the sound of bees. When Li Fuchen scanned with his spiritual awareness, he saw a chaotic scene. In a large, empty space, 9 members of the exploration team were trapped together. Around them were hundreds of colorful bees. 100 flower bees? Li Fuchen raised his brows. The 100 flower bees were one of the strange insects in the universe. They frequently collected the 100 flower nectar and absorbed a trace of essence from the flowers. Their bodies were as tough as extreme Dao weapons. In the 100 flower city, the 100 flower empress reared a batch of 100 flower bees in her 100 flower garden. It was said that 10 matured 100 flower bees would be able to contest with a peak-level sacred lord and were abnormally dangerous. Boom, boom, boom. The battle was extremely intense. The 9 members of the exploration team had to use all their strength to block the 100 flower bees. After all, hundreds of 100 flower bees were equivalent to 10 peak-level sacred lords working together. Among the 9 members of the exploration team, only 6 were peak-level sacred lords, while the other 3 were peak-level sacred lords. Star River Cleave. Among the 9 members was the Stone Axe Saint. He wielded a giant stone axe with both hands and leaped high before cleaving down with the axe. Crackle! There was a crack in the void. The closest 100 flower bee to the Stone Axe Saint was instantly shattered. Apart from that, over 20 other 100 flower bees were sent flying by the axe light. It was obvious that this Star River Cleave was the Stone Axe Saint's pinnacle kill move. Therefore, it was able to kill 100 flower bee and send over 200 flower bees flying. However, a pinnacle kill move was still a pinnacle kill move and required time to store power. With the Stone Axe Saint's strength, the store time was very short, but there were too many 100 flower bees and they were attacking in a frenzy. He rarely had the chance to execute the Star River Cleave. Crackle! Mist exploded out, and dozens of dark doves formed from mist launched sharp attacks at the 100 flower bees. Under this attack, at least 100 flower bees were sent flying, and some of them had wounds on their bodies. In terms of frontal attacks, Undove was definitely not a match for Holy Lord Stone Axe. However, in terms of strength, Undove was much stronger than Holy Lord Stone Axe. The reason why the 9 of them were able to last until now was because of Undove. He was even more important than 2 Holy Lords Stone Axe. Apart from Sacred Lord Stone Axe and Undove, the other 4 peak Sacred Lords were Raka from the Wolfman race, Six-Eyed Demon Lord from the Yao race, and Uncle and Vivian from the Wood Spirit race. As a peak Holy Lord, Racker was naturally a gold wolfman. He had extremely strong defenses and would often charge into the swarm of 100 flower bees, scattering them. If it was anyone else, they wouldn't even dare to charge in. Being stung by the 100 flower bees was no joke. Puff puff in the air, dark green rays of light interweaved into a net, preventing the 100 flower bees from approaching. It was the Six-Eyed Demon Lord that was releasing the dark green light. This undead spirit light ray was his most proficient innate ability. It was a pity that there were too many hundred flower bees and his undead spirit light ray wasn't able to focus on a single hundred flower bee for a long period of time, making it hard to deal significant damage. As for Uncle and Vivian, they were controlling a large number of vines to lash at the 100 flower bees. Occasionally, they would control the vines to protect the others. In terms of effectiveness, they were only inferior to Ndove. There was a miserable scream, while the Wolfman Racker had a distorted expression. Just a moment ago, he was stung by the 100 flower bees. Even with his thick skin, he couldn't endure the pain and his body was stiff. Come back. Uncle N controlled a vine and pulled Racker back. But right at this moment, a few hundred flower bees rushed into the group through the opening. Ndove might have reacted quickly and only took a few breaths to expel the 100 flower bees, but it also messed up the rhythm of the 9 of them and caused plenty of openings. TSS. At the crucial moment, a sword light flew over and sent a large group of 100 flower bees flying. It's the sword owner. Everyone let out a breath of relief. They might not have seen Li Fuchen in action, but there weren't many that were invited to join Gu Lisha's team. The sword light was dazzling and revolved around the 9 of them. Boom! All the 100 flower bees were sent flying. In terms of attack methods, none of the 9 of them could compare with Li Fuchen. Such power! Amber and Vivian sucked in a breath of cold air. Even Ndove wasn't able to send so many 100 flower bees flying at once, but Li Fuchen did it. The 100 flower bees are indeed formidable. Li Fuchen's arm was numb and he nearly dropped his sword. After sending so many 100 flower bees flying at once, the recoil wasn't a joke. If it wasn't for the star immortal body, if it wasn't for his bone frame transforming into the sword Dao bone frame, Li Fuchen wouldn't be able to do this. With the addition of Li Fuchen, everyone's pressure was greatly reduced and there wasn't any pressure at all. The only problem was that the 100 flower bees were extremely hard to kill. When the stone axe Saint Lord executed his pinnacle kill move, his axe would only be able to kill 100 flower bee. If Li Fuchen didn't reveal the joint heaven sword, he would only be able to kill 100 flower bee with a single slash, but it was slightly easier than the stone axe Saint Lord. As for the others, they wouldn't be able to kill a single 100 flower bee with a single attack. If they were to kill slowly, a few hundred flower bees would still be killed. But after a period of time, some 100 flower bees would be attracted over. As such, the number of 100 flower bees didn't decrease, and was slowly increasing. It was fortunate that as time elapsed, the other team members had arrived. Gu Lisha's earthen yellow awl was extremely powerful. The vice-captain, Tai Lu's physical defense was even superior to the Wolfman race's pinnacle sacred lord, Lakshmi. Especially the captain, Night Devil. Each time he made a move, he would be able to kill 200 to 300 flower bees. His efficiency was much higher than the others. 1. When there were only 200 or so 100 flower bees left, the remaining 100 flower bees scattered. It was obvious that they weren't without intelligence. Let's go. The long-haired youth, Night Devil, waved his hand and an old sailboat appeared. After boarding the ship, the ancient sailboat rose into the air and left the void flower garden. The group then entered the flower gardens one after another. Sometimes they gained a lot, but other times not only did they not gain anything, but they were also chased by the 100 flower bees and void mice. Luckily, the danger was manageable, and no one died. Colorful stars were shining in all directions, and a simple and unadorned sailboat seemed to be moving slowly but was actually moving very fast. Look, there's a large blood-colored ship in front of us. Vivian exclaimed from the front of the ship. A large blood-colored ship? Everyone gathered at the front of the ship and looked over. Most of the time, the real danger came from the adventurers. It's the ship of the Bloodstained Squad. Gu Lisha's expression became grim. The Bloodstained Squad? Everyone was from the ancient stone star field, so they had obviously heard of the Bloodstained Squad before. Their expressions all changed. The Bloodstained team was a notorious exploration team. They often appeared in various ruins and hunted weaker exploration teams or solo explorers. Apparently, all the members of the Bloodstained squad were peak Sacred Lords, and they had more members than the Night Devil squad. Don't be afraid. The Night Devil squad isn't easy to deal with. Chapter 901. The strength of the Night Demon squad was naturally much weaker than the Bloodstained squad. However, not everyone could provoke the Night Demon squad. If they wanted to take down the Night Demon squad, at least half of the Bloodstained squad would have to die. Soon, the two ships drew closer. On the blood-colored ship, there were figures of various heights, scarier, cruel, and cold. Among them, the one standing at the very front was a fiendish demon with a pair of huge bull horns on its head. Demons! Li Fuchen narrowed his eyes. Most high-tier demons had bull horns, and very few of them would hide them. Sacred Lord Night Demon. The demon's voice boomed like thunder. Blood Shadow Demon Lord. Night Demon looked straight at him. Blood Shadow Demon Lord was a peak demon lord of the fiendish demon clan, and also the captain of the Bloodstained squad. Blood Shadow Demon Lord was responsible for at least 30% of the Bloodstained squad's current power. The ninth on the Time Sand City's Sacred Lord list? Blood Shadow Devil Master? Li Fuchen might not know the Blood Shadow Demon Lord, but he had heard of the Blood Shadow Demon Lord's reputation. As the only universe city in the ancient Stone Star region, there were many holy lords living in Time Sand City. After a long time, there was a Holy Lord list. This Saint Lord list listed 100 Saint Lords, and these 100 Saint Lords were all peak Saint Lords without exception. One had to know that there were many Sacred Lords that went to explore the ancient Stone Star system. There were Sacred Lords from the countless star systems nearby. One could imagine how strong he was to be ranked 9th amongst them. In addition, Holy Lord Night Devil was also a member of the Time Sand City Holy Lord list. However, he was ranked 17th, which was slightly lower than Blood Shadow Devil King. The Blood Shadow Demon Lord is rather formidable. There are at least 20 pinnacle Sacred Lords that died in his hand. Beside Li Fuchen, the Stone Axe Sacred Lord spoke with a grave expression. It was extremely difficult for a peak Sacred Lord to kill a peak Sacred Lord. Even if one's strength was 10 times stronger, it would still be very difficult to kill one. After all, if the other party couldn't defeat you, they could just run for their lives, unless your speed was also much faster than the other party. But in most situations, the speed of peak Holy Lords was about the same, and their speed might even be faster. This meant that in a situation where their speed was about the same, if he wanted to kill his opponent, he must have the strength to heavily injure his opponent within a short period of time. If his opponent was faster, he would have to deal with him within a few moves. This Blood-Stained team shouldn't have more than one member that is listed on the Sacred Lord rankings, right? Li Fuchen shifted his eyes from the Blood Shadow Demon Lord to a short figure at the back. Sacred Lord Stoneaxe nodded. In the Blood-Stained team, apart from Blood Shadow Demon Lord, there is also a Sacred Lord of Demon Mountain who is also ranked 84th on the Sacred Lord board. Compared to them, our Night Demon squad is really quite lacking. Li Fuchen said. Our Night Demon team is indeed much weaker than the Bloodstained team, but the Bloodstained team usually won't offend us. Apart from Sacred Lord Night Demon, there's another reason. The other Sacred Lord of the human race, Sacred Lord Deep Cavern, spoke. Although Deep Nether Sacred Lord wasn't a peak Sacred Lord and was only a peak Sacred Lord, Deep Nether Sacred Lord specialized in the Tao of the Void. This made his life-saving abilities extremely strong, and he also had many incredible techniques. In a normal situation, 2 or 3 peak Sacred Lords working together wouldn't be able to kill him. Is it because of Gulisa? Li Fuchen replied. The Sword Master is truly extremely intelligent. Deep Nether Sacred Lord praised and continued. It is indeed because of Gulisa. Very few people know that Gulisa and the Time Sand City Lord, Time Sand Heavenly Monarch are from the same race, the Sand Race. However, the Time Sand Heavenly Monarch is from the ancient Stone Star region's Sand Races plane, while Gulisa is from another star region's Sand Races plane. Could it be that the Time Sand Heavenly Monarch is helping Gulisa? Li Fuchen felt that it wasn't possible. On the side, Sacred Lord Stoneaxe shook his head. The Time Sand Heavenly Monarch is high and mighty. If he wants to help every Sand Race member, he wouldn't be able to help everyone. Furthermore, at the level of a Heaven Monarch, their greatest wish is to ascend to become a god. They don't care about their race, and would only help out when they are happy. The reason why the Bloodstain Squad is afraid of Gulisha is because she cultivates a forbidden secret technique. This forbidden secret technique requires one to accumulate energy. The more energy one accumulates, the more powerful it will be. It has been thousands of years since Gulisha last used this forbidden secret technique. I see. Li Fuchen suddenly realized why he could sense a horrific chi presence that was similar to the Time Sand City in Gulisa's body. Night Devil Sacred Lord, it seems like your team has another member. The Blood Shadow Demon Lord's eyes landed on Li Fuchen. He was certain that the Night Devil team didn't have a member named Li Fuchen previously. It was obvious that Li Fuchen had recently joined the Night Devil team. Let me test this person's strength. Standing beside the Blood Shadow Demon Lord was a pale youth who had green whirlpools in his eyes and was emitting a mysterious chi presence. His eyes were slowly rotating and two green rays of light ignored the spatial distance and instantly landed on Li Fuchen. Be careful, Sacred Lord Stoneaxe blurted out. But he knew that it was already too late when he spoke. This pale youth was called the Pale Lord and his spirit force was extremely powerful. Once struck by the Pale Lord's spirit force, those with weaker strength and willpower would instantly be severely injured and would be left with a severe psychological shadow. It would be fine if one was on guard, but Li Fuchen obviously didn't know the Pale Lord's methods. If he was caught off guard, it would be easy for him to suffer. Including the Night Devil Sacred Leader, everyone in the Night Devil team was looking at Li Fuchen with concern. They knew that Li Fuchen was very strong, but the Pale Lord wasn't a pushover either. Only Gulisha had a certain level of confidence in Li Fuchen. When she first saw Li Fuchen, she knew that Li Fuchen was very, very strong. From Li Fuchen's eyes, she didn't see any trace of other emotions, only fearlessness and detachment. Of course, if Li Fuchen couldn't withstand the Pale Lord's spirit light, then she would have misjudged. Pinnacle Spirit Force? Being hit by the green light, Li Fuchen felt his body sinking slightly. Spirit Force didn't just target one's spirit. It also targeted one's own strength. Usually speaking, if one's spirit force was strong, they might not be very strong. But if one's strength was very strong, their spirit force would definitely be very strong. Unless it was someone with a serious mental weakness. What a pity, it's a little too weak. Li Fuchen's eyes flashed with a severe light as a powerful spirit force was reflected. Thud, 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 in front of everyone's astonished eyes, the Pale Lord's body leaned back and couldn't help but take 8 steps back. During the process of retreating, the Pale Lord wanted to control his steps, but Li Fuchen's spirit force was too powerful. The Pale Lord's spirit force was immediately suppressed and he couldn't control his body. Such powerful spirit force. Sacred Lord Nether Enlightenment was flabbergasted. To be able to withstand the Pale Lord's spirit force attack when he was defenseless and use the same method against the Pale Lord, Li Fuchen's spirit force was truly horrifying. As expected, Gulisha revealed a smile. Chapter 902. He is actually so powerful. Everyone was shocked. The Pale Lord's spirit force was powerful because of his race's bloodline. This strength was just the strength of the bloodline, but Li Fuchen's powerful spirit force meant that he was all-round and didn't have any shortcomings. Impossible. The Pale Lord stared at Li Fuchen. He had roamed the universe for hundreds of thousands of years and had encountered people with similar spirit force, but he had never encountered someone with stronger spirit force. In his opinion, only a heaven monarch's spirit force would be superior to him. Interesting. Night Devil Sacred Lord, you are rather lucky. The Blood Shadow Demon Lord took a deep look at Li Fuchen and maneuvered the blood-colored ship to brush past the ancient sailboat. Blood Shadow, didn't you say you are going to make a move? On the blood-colored ship, a Wolfman Peak-level Sacred Lord was puzzled. The Blood Shadow team didn't have many gains over the years. They were planning to grit their teeth and eliminate the Night Devil team. The Blood Shadow Demon Lord said in a deep voice, "The Night Devil Sacred Lord and Gu Lisha are still fine. If they go all out, they might be able to eliminate the Night Devil team without any losses. But if there is another human Sacred Lord with such powerful spirit force, it won't be easy to deal with." Without Li Fuchen, to eliminate the Night Devil team, they would have to bear the risk of losing half of their members. After all, no one knew what trump cards the other party had until the very end. It was also unknown what kind of lethality an outsider would burst out in a desperate situation. With the addition of Li Fuchen, the risk was almost doubled. The Blood Shadow Demon Lord didn't dare to take the risk and couldn't take the risk. He didn't wish for the Blood Shadow team to be crippled after completing this mission. We have more people than them and our average combat strength is also stronger than them. Blood Shadow, you are ranked 9th on the Sacred Lord rankings. The Devil Mountain Sacred Lord is also ranked 84th. Are we going to let them off just because there is one more threat? Everyone didn't understand. The Blood Shadow Demon Lord didn't seem like a person who was indecisive. The reason why the Bloodstained Squad was so fearsome was because they were crazy enough. Pale Lord, explain to everyone. The Blood Shadow Demon Lord didn't explain and looked at the Pale Lord. The Pale Lord took a deep breath and said, "My premonition tells me that if we fight with the Night Devil team, the outcome will be unimaginable. Losing half of our members is the best outcome." Losing half of our members is the best outcome? The members of the Bloodstained Squad looked at each other. The best outcome would be that half of them would be dead or injured. The worst outcome would be that more than half of them would be dead or injured, and even the Night Demon team would be heavily injured. No one doubted what the Lord of Paleness had said. Not only was the Lord of Paleness powerful, but he also had the ability to foresee the future. This ability might not be completely accurate, but it was very accurate. "Is it because there's one more person?" someone asked. The Master of Paleness nodded. "The reason I tested him was to make my premonition more accurate." Alright, this Sacred Lord Night Demon is really lucky. I wonder where he found such a powerful expert. Time Sand City is filled with Saint Sovereigns. Although many Saint Sovereigns come and go, it's inevitable that a few terrifying Saint Sovereigns will appear. There were a total of 100 people on the Sacred Lord list in Time Sand City, but the mobility of the Sacred Lords was too strong. Normally, there would only be over a dozen Sacred Lords on the Sacred Lord list residing in Time Sand City. The Blood Shadow Devil Master was ranked 9th on the Sacred Lord list and was basically considered invincible among those below the Heaven Monarch realm. If all the Sacred Lord list's Sacred Lords were in Time Sand City, the Bloodstained team wouldn't dare to be so arrogant. If they infuriated some people, they could simply invite the top 10 Sacred Lords to deal with the Bloodstained team. Right now, in the eyes of the members of the Bloodstained team, Li Fuchen definitely had the strength of a Sacred Lord list, but they didn't know what rank he was. Ever since Li Fuchen revealed his powerful spirit force, everyone valued Li Fuchen even more. Originally, they treated Li Fuchen as a rather formidable peak Sacred Lord. Right now, they treated Li Fuchen as a peak Sacred Lord like the Night Demon Sacred Lord. As time elapsed, the Night Demon team entered multiple Void Flower Gardens. They even ascended a nearby Galaxy Garden. As compared to the Void Flower Garden, the Galaxy Garden was at least 10 times more dangerous. Everyone didn't dare to split up. It was fortunate that the Galaxy Garden's harvest was at least 10 times more than the Void Flower Garden. After several months, Li Fuchen reckoned that the extreme Dao flowers that he obtained were worth at least 10,000 peak-grade spirit stones. A regular sacred lord's entire wealth would only be a few tens of thousands of peak-grade spirit stones. If it was a peak-class saint, the peak-grade spirit stones wouldn't even be enough for cultivation, let alone accumulating. On this day, the simple and unadorned sailboat was flying at a constant speed. Rumble! A giant shadow suddenly appeared, and the simple and unadorned sailboat trembled before tumbling a few hundred miles away. What is going on? As the simple and unadorned sailboat stabilized, everyone ran to the deck and looked ahead. 1,000 miles away, an extremely giant shadow giant beast appeared in everyone's vision. It is the Shadow Reaper, a space giant beast. Gulisha's expression changed. The Shadow Reaper was a Sacred Lord-class space giant beast. Due to its shadow attribute, when it moved, it was silent and even spiritual awareness couldn't detect it. If it wasn't for the simple and unadorned sailboat protecting everyone, the consequences would be unimaginable. I hope we can get rid of it. The Night Demon Sacred Lord controlled the simple and unadorned sailboat and skimmed in the opposite direction. As for fighting with the Shadow Reaper, it was an arduous and unrewarding action. The Shadow Reaper's strength varied, and the strongest was a peak-class Sacred Lord. Normally speaking, there wasn't a need to fear it. But as a space giant beast, the Shadow Reaper's vitality was rather terrifying. Let alone them, even a regular Heaven Monarch wouldn't be able to kill the Shadow Reaper within a short period of time. Furthermore, their defenses weren't at the level where they could ignore a Sacred Lord's attack. If they were to be hit by the Shadow Reaper, they would definitely be injured. The simple and unadorned sailboat was pushed to the limits and had an unbelievable speed. It was a pity that the Shadow Reaper was even faster and was like a giant black screen that enveloped the simple and unadorned sailboat. Let's fight! The Night Demon Sacred Lord let out a bitter smile while his eyes turned sharp. Fight! Everyone didn't have any fear as they attacked the Shadow Reaper. Bang 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 bang, in the starry sky, there was a burst of colorful radiance. The surging shockwaves were like waves, and each wave was higher than the previous one. This won't do. If I attack with 100% of my power, only 20% to 30% of my power will land on the Shadow Reaper. Li Fuchen frowned. The shadow attribute might be easier to deal with than the void attribute, but it was only relatively speaking. The Shadow Reaper's vitality was already 1,000 times stronger than a human Sacred Lord. With the addition of the shadow attribute, its vitality would be thousands or even tens of thousands of times stronger than a human Sacred Lord. How was Li Fuchen going to fight against it? Eternal Night Freeze. At the crucial moment, the Night Demon Sacred Lord burst out with his kill move and instantly froze the Shadow Reaper's body. Go! The simple and unadorned sailboat turned into a resplendent stream of light and flew out a few million miles in the blink of the eye, leaving the shadow giant beast far behind. A few breaths later, crackle. The void shattered like a mirror and burst out with countless cracks. The Shadow Reaper broke free from the frozen state. But at this moment, it couldn't sense the presence of everyone. After circling a few rounds, it hid in the void. What a close call! The Nether Enlightenment Sacred Lord let out a turbid breath. When facing such a horrific life form, anyone below the Heaven Monarch realm would have to think of a way to escape, no matter how strong their attack power was. It is fortunate that Captain's Eternal Night Freeze is powerful enough to actually freeze the Shadow Reaper. Vivian praised. The Night Demon Sacred Lord said, "This is also because the Shadow Reaper doesn't have a lot of intelligence and is only moving based on instinct. If it was a peak-level Sacred Lord, my Eternal Night Freeze would only be able to freeze them for a moment." When peak-level Sacred Lords fought against peak-level Sacred Lords, it was a competition of overall strength and cultivation levels. His Eternal Night Freeze wasn't able to suppress other peak-level Sacred Lords in terms of cultivation level, it was merely a slight suppression. Chapter 903. After returning to Time Sand City, Li Fuchen exited the city again. After making sure he wasn't being followed, he used the spatial time tunnel to return to the deep blue plane. Half a year had passed, but there were no changes in the deep blue plane. A delicate balance was maintained between the demon race and the human race. But Li Fuchen knew that this balance wouldn't last long. In the past, the demon clan was strong, but this time, the human clan was strong. Sooner or later, the human clan would start a war and completely suppress the demon clan. The incantation Martial Emperor is still nowhere to be found? During the recent years, Li Fuchen had been using his strength to search for the incantation Martial Emperor. Sometimes Li Fuchen would search for the incantation Martial Emperor himself, but the incantation Martial Emperor seemed to have vanished and didn't leave behind any traces. Is he dead? Li Fuchen was indebted to the incantation Martial Emperor, and Li Fuchen was rather concerned about the incantation Martial Emperor's life and death. Sword Master, the incantation Martial Emperor was proficient in the incantation Tao. The one who pursued him back then was an emperor who was proficient in curses. Perhaps they went to the curse temple and left the deep blue plane. The saint that spoke was called 100 Flow Saint, and he was very good at finding people. Many years ago, he had already submitted to Li Fuchen. We can leave the deep blue plane through the curse temple? Li Fuchen was astonished. I'm not too sure myself, but there are rumors that there are curse temples outside the deep blue plane, and there are space-time passageways between the cursed temples. I see. Li Fuchen nodded. He was also wary of the cursed temple. From some information, the cursed heaven monarch was obviously not an ordinary heaven monarch. Even if he wasn't a universe city lord class heaven monarch, he was at least extremely powerful among ordinary heaven monarchs. Furthermore, the Tao of curses was strange and unfathomable, not something that ordinary people could fathom. After I become a heavenly lord, I'll go to the curse temple again. For now, Li Fuchen didn't plan to enter the curse temple. The curse heaven monarch was both righteous and evil, and he didn't wish to risk his life. Furthermore, without absolute strength, the chances of him finding the incantation Martial Emperor was not high. It has been hard on you for the past few years. Use these 200 peak-grade spirit stones first. Li Fuchen tossed 200 peak-grade spirit stones to the 100 Flow Saint. Thank you, Sword Master. Sage Bailu was overjoyed. He believed that his innate potential wasn't low and that there was hope for him to reach the high level of the Unity realm in the future. However, it would take him tens of thousands of years at the very least. However, if he had a large amount of peak-grade spirit stones to cultivate, he would be able to save 10 or even 100 times the time. You guys have worked hard. Apart from the 100 Flow Saint, there were plenty of saints that sided with Li Fuchen. Li Fuchen rewarded each of them with 100 peak-grade spirit stones. Thank you, Sword Master. The great sages were overjoyed. In the entire deep blue plane, only Li Fuchen and a few other formidable sacred lords could casually take out 1,000 peak-grade spirit stones. Following Li Fuchen made them feel that they had a bright future. Sword Master, since we are willing to follow you, why don't you create a force? A great sage suddenly said. Establishing a force? Li Fuchen hadn't thought about this yet. That's right. Sword Master, although you don't need a faction, your family and friends need a faction to protect them, Sage Bailu said. Hearing this, Li Fuchen nodded. After hearing the 100 Flow Saints' words, Li Fuchen also felt that creating a faction had more benefits than disadvantages. But in order to create a faction, there must be a formidable array. Otherwise, if he wasn't around one day and the mountain was trampled, it would be too late for regrets. An array that caught Li Fuchen's eye would at least be a first-rate extreme Tao array, which was also a Sacred Lord class array. This class of array could easily resist a Sacred Lord's attack. Those that were more comprehensive would even have the effect of trapping and killing the enemy. Like the array of the Zhu clan, a demigod clan, it was an extremely powerful Sacred Lord class array. As for a supreme array, it wasn't something that Li Fuchen could achieve. An array that enveloped a universe city was a supreme array. The universe publicly recognized that if the city lord of a universe city stayed in his own universe city, no one would be able to do anything to him, not even a demigod. If Li Fuchen was able to set up a supreme array, even if he wasn't around, there wouldn't be many heaven monarchs that could trample his mountain. However, in order to set up a supreme array, one had to be a heaven monarch first. A supreme array was harder to comprehend than a supreme martial art. There's no hurry. I will create a faction in the future. Li Fuchen decided that the next time he went to the ancient Stone Star region's Time Sand City, he would ask the Night Devil team who was proficient in arrays. If possible, he would invite them to the Deep Blue Plain to set up an array. Of course, even if he invited them over, Li Fuchen had to consider it thoroughly. Once the spatial channel was exposed, it wouldn't be a small matter. East Unicorn Continent, 100 Flower Valley. This 100 Flower Valley was set up by the Jade Flower Sacred Lord. It wasn't just magnificent, it was also enveloped by a powerful array. Once enemies entered the 100 Flower Valley, it would be like entering a sea of flowers, and it would be easy to get lost. Of course, no one would be stupid enough to barge into the 100 Flower Valley. In the 100 Flower Valley, there was a pavilion beside a clear river. Li Fuchen and the Jade Flower Sacred Lord were drinking tea and chatting. The tea was the 100 Flower tea, and it had an overwhelming fragrance. It had the effect of calming the mind and increasing the cultivation. Bright Moon might not have a high initial bone frame, but it is rare for it to be pure. After returning to the 100 Flower City, I will arrange for her to enter the 100 Flower Pool. By then, she should be able to step into the Saint's realm easily. The 100 Flower Pool was a famous existence in the Horizontal River Star region and many other star regions. This 100 Flower Pool was constructed by the 100 Flower City Lord, the 100 Flower Empress, with a massive amount of resources. It was said that a few million years ago, the 100 Flower Empress had constructed the 100 Flower Pool. Every 1,000 years, she would place a massive amount of heaven-class flowers into the 100 Flower Pool. After a few million years, she had placed the flowers into the 100 Flower Pool for a few thousand times. The 100 Flower Essence Chi in the 100 Flower Pool was extremely concentrated and it had a deep qualitative change. The Horizontal River Star region had a legend regarding the 100 Flower Pool. It was said that the 100 Flower Essence Chi in the 100 Flower Pool could allow a normal person to live for 1,000 years by just smelling it. If a person stayed in the 100 Flower Pool for a day, they would live for 10,000 years. However, not everyone could get close to the 100 Flower Pool. The 100 Flower Pool would only open once every 500 years and only pure bone frames could enter the 100 Flower Pool. The reason why the Jade Flower Sacred Lord was able to become a 100 Flower Guard was because of her pure bone frame. The reason why she accepted Zhao Mingyue as her disciple was also because of her pure bone frame. Basically, all the 100 Flower Guards would search for pure bone frames to become their disciples. The 100 Flower Empress couldn't be bothered to accept normal pure bone frames as disciples. Those that could be accepted by the 100 Flower Empress must be extremely monstrous pure bone frames. It is Bright Moon's fortune to be accepted as a disciple by Senior. Li Fuchen heard about the 100 Flower Pool and was happy for Zhao Mingyue. After all, this was a chance to ascend to the heavens in a single step. Without the 100 Flower Pool, Zhao Mingyue would need a very long time to become a saint. Chapter 904. Let's look for it again. After leaving the 100 Flower Valley, Li Fuchen thought for a moment and decided to look for the incantation Martial Emperor again. He had interacted with the incantation Martial Emperor for a period of time, and his soul had already memorized the incantation Martial Emperor's aura. As long as the incantation Martial Emperor was within 100 million miles, he would definitely be able to sense it. Within 500 million miles, he should also be able to vaguely sense it. If he still couldn't find it this time, Li Fuchen decided to enter the Curse Temple after he became a heaven monarch. Above the boundless ocean, a streak of sword light flew at a speed that surpassed the speed of light. Ever since the Skyline sword art reached the first-class extremity, Li Fuchen was able to fly at light speed in the deep blue plane. Of course, he was a holy lord, so he could tear through space and instantly travel several 100 million miles. However, tearing through space consumed a lot of sword yuan, so he couldn't maintain it for long. Secondly, he was here to find someone, not to hurry. If he tore through space to find someone, it would be very easy to miss them. When passing by the four-way continent, Li Fuchen stopped. Back then, there was a soul valley in the four-way continent, and the master of the soul valley was undoubtedly a soul Dao saint. Li Fuchen guessed that this soul Dao saint's body and saint spirit must have been destroyed during a battle with the enemy. Only his soul spirit managed to escape. Because he was a soul Dao saint, his soul spirit was able to exist. You sure run fast. Many years ago, when Li Fuchen headed to the four-way continent, the Soul Valley owner ran away. It was unknown if he had recovered or if he had left before recovering. With a flash of sword light, Li Fuchen left the four-way continent far behind. After a few months, Li Fuchen gave up. With his speed, he had almost searched the entire deep blue plain. However, he could not even find the remnants of the incantation Martial Emperor's aura. Let's wait until I become a Lord of Heaven. Li Fuchen returned to the East Unicorn Continent. The East Unicorn Continent also had a swordsman guild now. The swordsman guild here had much lower requirements to join. As long as one was at the Battle Spirit Realm, one would be able to join. In the past, before the East Unicorn Continent progressed, the Reincarnation Realm was the pinnacle. But after the progression, Battle Spirit Realm experts were everywhere and even Primary Sea Realm monarchs had started to appear. On a tall mountain, Li Fuchen and the Deep Blue Sword Master were seated in a pavilion drinking wine. Sword Master, do you know that the Swordsman Guild in the Deep Blue Plain is only a branch? The Deep Blue Sword Master put down the wine glass in his hand and said. With Li Fuchen's current strength, he couldn't treat Li Fuchen as the Deep Blue Plains Swordsman Guild headquarters elder. After all, in terms of strength, he wouldn't even be able to catch up to Li Fuchen. Li Fuchen asked, "There is a Swordsman Guild outside too?" "Not bad." The Deep Blue Sword Master nodded. The true Swordsman Guild covers half the universe. Even the horizontal river Star Region's Swordsman Guild is only a branch. According to the size of the region, the Swordsman Guild is divided into 4 levels. They are the Plane Level Swordsman Guild, Star Domain Level Swordsman Guild, Star Wheel Level Swordsman Guild, and the Universe Level Swordsman Guild, which is also the true headquarters of the Swordsman Guild. Legend has it that the Swordsman Guild headquarters is where the Sword Dao Heaven Monarchs gather. The Deep Blue Sword Master's heart was filled with longing. Guild leader, have you been to the Star Wheel Swordsman Guild? Li Fuchen asked. The Deep Blue Sword Master smiled bitterly and said, "There is only one Star Domain Level Swordsman Guild in each star field. Correspondingly, there is only one Star Wheel Swordsman Guild in each star field. There are too many star fields in the star field, and if one wishes to head to the Star Wheel Swordsman Guild, one will need to travel across many star fields. With my strength, I might perish before I reach. It was extremely dangerous to travel across star fields. If sacred lords could travel freely in star fields, only heaven monarchs would be able to travel freely in the star wheel or even the entire universe. But Sword Master, you do have the chance to head to the Star Wheel Swordsman Guild." The Deep Blue Sword Master had high expectations of Li Fuchen. Li Fuchen was young and already had the strength of a peak-level Sacred Lord. Such innate talent meant that he was definitely a universe-class prodigy. Li Fuchen smiled and started to ask the Deep Blue Sword Master about the Swordsman Guild. From the Deep Blue Sword Master, Li Fuchen found out that in the horizontal river Star Region's Swordsman Guild, Only the guild leader and first vice-guild leader were heaven monarch. The guild leader was called the Sword-Wind Heaven Monarch, and the first vice-guild leader was called the White Rainbow Heaven Monarch. The two heaven monarchs might only be regular heaven monarchs, but the Sword-Wind Heaven Monarch was considered extremely formidable among the regular heaven monarchs. As for the Star-Will Swordsman Guild, it was extremely incredible. The guild leader would at least be a City Lord class heaven monarch or even a Star Domain class heaven monarch. Star Domain class heaven monarchs were definitely at the pinnacle of heaven monarch. Even if there were Star Will class heaven monarchs above them, they would only be slightly formidable Star Domain class heaven monarch. As for the Swordsman Guild headquarters in the entire universe, it was said that there were demigods overseeing it, and there wasn't just one, let alone heaven monarchs. Sword Master, you are now a peak-level Sacred Lord. If you join the Horizontal River Swordsman Guild, you will at least be a high-class elder. The Deep Blue Sword Master was only a mid-class elder of the Horizontal River Swordsman Guild. Once the chaos in the Deep Blue Plane is settled, I will head there. The Swordsman Guild had plenty of swordsmen, and Li Fuchen naturally wanted to take a look. As his sword art reached the super first-rate extremity, Li Fuchen was already preparing to push the primary extreme sword technique to the first-rate extremity. Once his primary extreme sword technique reached the first-rate extremity, he wouldn't even need to rely on the Joint Heaven Sword to stand at the pinnacle of Sacred Lord. He would be much stronger than most of the peak-level Sacred Lords. After all, his Skyline sword art was a top-notch super first-rate extremity sword art. It wasn't something that regular super first-rate extremity martial arts could compare with. Cultivation techniques are much harder to comprehend than martial art. Martial arts are about the mystical application, while cultivation techniques don't just contain the mystical application, they must also be compatible with the user. In normal situations, many regular heaven monarchs would only have cultivation techniques at the first-rate extremity. Only those extremely formidable regular heaven monarchs would be able to push their cultivation techniques to the super first-rate extremity. Of course, there are always exceptions. There are some Sacred Lords who are able to push their cultivation techniques to the super first-rate extremity before comprehending a supreme martial art. I reckon that it is related to their physique. After all, there are plenty of physiques in the universe that contain the mysteries of the universe. With Li Fuchen's current status, all the Sword Dao manuals in the Swordsman Guild were open to him. Even the Supreme Sword Art, the Unbounded Sword Art, Li Fuchen could casually browse through it. But a Supreme Sword Art was still a Supreme Sword Art. If he could comprehend something easily, it wouldn't be called a Supreme Sword Art. For now, Li Fuchen didn't wish to waste time on comprehending the Unbounded Sword Art. After all, if he wanted to comprehend something, it would take a few thousand years or even a few tens of thousands of years. In comparison, it was much easier to create his own Supreme Sword Art. After all, the Unbounded Sword Art contained the Unbounded Elder's lifetime Sword Dao. When learning someone else's Sword Dao, there would always be some barriers. But for his own Sword Dao, there weren't any barriers, and it was extremely intimate. Generally speaking, it was best to use someone else's Sword Dao as a reference and inspiration. As time elapsed, Li Fuchen's Unbounded Sword Art gradually had some progress. Chapter 905. In Jade Star Mountain of the Holy Sun Continent. The Jade Star Sacred Lord was working hard to heal her injuries. In the great desolate world, his injuries were too severe, to the point where even his origin was injured. Once one's origin was injured, all aspects of one's attributes would decline. Moreover, if one's origin was not healed quickly, the injury would gradually worsen until it was irreversible. Sacred Lord Skyfire. The Jade Star Sacred Lord's eyes were filled with killing intent. He was rarely angry, but this time, he was really angry. If it wasn't for Zhu Sanqiu and the Fire God Axe, he wouldn't have suffered such heavy injuries. Sky Patrolling Demon Lord, Sacred Lord Skyfire, I will settle the score with you once my injuries recover. The Jade Star Sacred Lord closed her eyes and continued to heal. A first-rate technique wasn't that easy to advance. After a few months, Li Fuchen's progress wasn't small, but there wasn't any qualitative improvement. Buzz. A tremor came from the interspatial ring. Order to assemble. Li Fuchen raised his brows. Every member of the Night Demon Squad had a summoning order. The summoning order was not a communication token, so it could not be transmitted, but it could be vibrated, and it was effective no matter how far away it was. Anyway, I haven't made any breakthroughs yet. Let's go to the ancient stone star zone first. Li Fuchen stood up and rushed towards the spatial tunnel that led to the ancient stone star region. Ancient stone star zone, Time Sand City. Only Sword Master is left. In the Night Demon Tavern, the members of the Night Demon Squad rushed over one by one. Ancient Stone City only opens once every 10,000 years. If we miss this chance, we'll have to wait another 10,000 years. I hope I'll have a great harvest this time. Last time, I only earned 50,000 Supreme Grade Spirit Stones. 50,000 Supreme Grade Spirit Stones is already not bad. 10,000 years ago, those unlucky Sacred Lords all died in Ancient Stone City and turned into ghosts. The members discussed among themselves. Half a day later, Li Fuchen arrived at the Night Devil Tavern. Sword Master, you're here. Sword Master, this is a great opportunity. No matter where, strength was extremely important. Ever since Li Fuchen revealed a portion of his strength, he was already one of the important members of the Night Devil team. Oh, what great opportunity! Li Fuchen was curious. For the members of the Night Demon Squad to say that it was a great fortuitous encounter, it must be quite attractive. Sword Master, have you heard of Ancient Stone City? Gu Lisha smiled. Ancient Stone City? I've never heard of it. Maybe I'm too ignorant. He didn't spend much time in Time Sand City, so he didn't know much about some of the more secretive information. The ancient stone star field didn't have a Time Sand City in the past. The Time Sand City was a Cosmos City that was built later. Before the Time Sand City, there was a Cosmos City called Ancient Stone City. However, for some unknown reason, the Ancient Stone Star Field and Ancient Stone City were abandoned. The strangest thing is that there is an invisible and terrifying power surrounding Ancient Stone City. Once an outsider dies in Ancient Stone City, they will be turned into ghosts by the power of Ancient Stone City and attack all outsiders. Stone City opens once every 10,000 years and Ancient City is Saint. Saint Lord Emperor Saint. Saint, Ancient City. Li Fuchen nodded. The Ancient Stone City was indeed a great fated opportunity. As for turning into a specter after death, he didn't mind it. After all, any dangerous place would have its own dangers. If there wasn't any danger, there wouldn't be any fated opportunities. From everyone's mouths, Li Fuchen found out that the Ancient Stone City had two fated encounters. One came from the Ancient Stone City itself, and the other came from the spectral soul. These specters were once saints from the outside world. Even though they had turned into specters, they still carried a shocking amount of wealth with them. As long as one could kill these specters, they would be able to obtain their wealth. There was still some time before Ancient Stone City opened, so everyone was preparing. There were obviously several times more Sacred Lords on the streets than before. Look, it's Sacred Lord Demon Heart, ranked 20th on the Sacred Lord list. There's also the 14th ranked 1000-star Saber Master. The Sacred Lords of the Sacred Lord ranking, who were rarely seen in the past, appeared one after another. This caused the originally calm Time Sand City to boil over. There were many Sacred Lords in Time Sand City, but there were only 100 Sacred Lords on the Sacred Lord list. Normally, it was considered lucky to see one or two of them. Now, one could casually see several Sacred Lords on the Sacred Lord list on the street. One could imagine how many Sacred Lords had been attracted by the opening of Ancient Stone City. In a 9-story restaurant, Li Fuchen, the Stone Axe Saint, and the Deep Enlightenment Saint were seated by the window. When Ancient Stone City opens, most of the Sacred Lord list's Sacred Lords will return. I reckon that the future days won't be peaceful. Deep Enlightenment Saint sighed. The Stone Axe Saint nodded. The Ancient Stone City is too attractive. Furthermore, it only opens once every 10,000 years. Everyone cherishes this opportunity. The trio drank and chatted while admiring the scenery of the streets outside the window. All of a sudden, Deep Enlightenment Saint's eyes narrowed. Li Fuchen and the Stone Axe Saint followed his gaze and looked over. On the streets, there was a middle-aged man who was wearing gray clothes and had a flawless chi presence. It is the 9 Revolution Island Lord, who is ranked 5th on the Sacred Lord list. The Stone Axe Saint recognized the middle-aged man. Ranked 5th, huh? Li Fuchen's eyes revealed a radiant light. Sacred Lords that were ranked top 10 on the Sacred Lord list were all extremely terrifying Sacred Lord. However, it was basically impossible to see any of them during normal times. This was also why the Blood Imprint team dared to be so arrogant. After all, the Blood Imprint team's captain, the Blood Shadow Devil Lord, was ranked 9th on the Sacred Lord list and was considered invincible below the Heaven Monarch realm. But it was different now. The Sacred Lord list's Sacred Lords that were ranked above him had also returned. If the Blood Imprint team was still as arrogant as before, they would probably suffer a huge loss. Withdrawing his gaze, Deep Enlightenment Saint said, "The 9 Revolution Island Lord might not be a human, but he created a cultivation technique called the 9 Revolution Mystic Technique. This mystic technique can allow the entire body, Saint's spirit, and even the spirit's soul to be indestructible and flawless. There were once over a dozen peak stage Sacred Lords who worked together to kill the 9 Revolution Island Lord, but they couldn't even break his skin. Instead, a few of them were killed by the 9 Revolution Island Lord." The Stone Axe Saint nodded. The 9 Revolution Island Lord is terrifying because he doesn't have any weaknesses. Therefore, even those who are much stronger than him might not be able to deal with the 9 Revolution Island Lord, let alone those who are weaker than him. This cultivation technique is rather incredible. Li Fuchen could see with a single glance that the 9 Revolution Island Lord's chi presence was like a rock and didn't have any fluctuations. This meant that the 9 Revolution Island Lord's strength was unshakable. It was truly difficult to defeat such a person, even if one was much stronger than the opponent. For the next few days, the Sacred Lord list's Sacred Lords would frequently appear on the street. The one with the highest rank wasn't the 9 Revolution Island Lord, it was the Scarlet Spirit Lord who was ranked 2nd. The Scarlet Spirit Lord was the Spirit Light race's Spirit Lord. As he didn't have a physical body, he was even more terrifying than the 9 Revolution Island Lord. It was said that the Scarlet Spirit Lord had even fought with a Heaven Monarch before. He might have suffered a crushing defeat, but at least he survived. Let's depart. Chapter 906. Ancient Stone City wasn't too far from Time Sand City. Normally, it was hidden in the depths of space-time and would only appear once every 10,000 years. In the distance, a slightly damaged ancient city filled with the mottled traces of time appeared before everyone's eyes. Other than the marks of time, the crowd also saw terror, gloom, and deathly stillness in the city. It was as if this wasn't a city, but a hell. I wonder what happened in the ancient era. Gulisha sighed on the ship. Sacred Lord Night Devil said, "There's a rumor that the entire ancient stone star field was cursed. After countless years, the power of the curse started to dissipate, giving the Time Sand Heavenly Monarch the chance to build Time Sand City in the ancient stone star field." Curse the entire star field? Everyone was shocked. Although cursing a city in the universe was an exaggeration, it was at least possible. However, cursing a star field was no longer an exaggeration. It was bizarre. In the eyes of the crowd, even a demigod was far from being able to do it. Could it be a legendary god? Ancient Stone City was still a bit illusory. everyone was waiting. As time passed, more and more sacred lords gathered at the four gates of ancient stone city. Although those below the sacred lord realm had a 90% chance of dying in ancient stone city, there were too many sacred lords that weren't afraid of death. After all, everyone went from weak to strong through life and death. If they were afraid of death, they wouldn't be able to become a sacred lord. Of course, those saint monarchs that didn't come weren't afraid of death. Perhaps they felt that it wasn't worth the risk to enter ancient stone city. Perhaps they were waiting for the next opening of ancient stone city. Perhaps they felt that they were too weak and entering ancient stone city was suicide. At the eastern gate, the Nine-Turn Island Lord stood with his hands behind his back. Next to him was the Thousand-Star Blade Lord. Nine-Turn Island Lord, it's been 10,000 years. Your aura seems even more unshakable, the Thousand-Star Blade Lord said. The Nine-Turn Island Lord smiled. Your blade energy is even sharper. Maybe it can break through my defense. Nine-Turn Island Lord thinks too highly of me. But after we come out of ancient stone city, we must spar, the Thousand-Star Blade Lord said. Sure. The Nine-Turn Island Lord nodded. There were at least 10,000 sacred lords at the eastern gate. They looked at the Nine-Turn Island Lord and the Thousand-Star Blade Lord with envy. When one's strength reached the level of the Nine-Revolution Island Lord and the Thousand-Star Saber Lord, one could basically go anywhere in the world. They weren't afraid of the dangers and insisted on exploring ancient stone city. Wasn't it because they wanted to be like the Nine-Revolution Island Lord and the Thousand-Star Saber Lord, to be respected by others and laugh proudly among the stars? Wah! Suddenly, a blue halo appeared in front of the Nine-Revolution Island Lord and the Thousand-Star Saber Lord. In addition to the blue halo, a layer of scarlet halo appeared, followed by a purple halo, gray halo, black halo, and yellow halo. Layers of light overlapped and finally formed a dazzling halo. Pop! Inside the halo, the void suddenly split open, and a tall and majestic figure walked out. God Lord Multicolor. The expressions of the Nine-Revolution Island Lord and the Thousand-Star Saber Lord changed. The multicolor Divine Master was a Divine Master of the Shin Clan. At the same time, he was also the #1 existence on the Time Sand City Divine Master list. His strength was still a mystery to this day. He only knew that none of the Divine Masters who challenged him could withstand a single move from him. Some people guessed that the multicolor Divine Master's strength was no weaker than an ordinary Heaven Lord's. Nine-Revolution Island Lord, Thousand-Star Saber Lord, I trust you have been well since we last met. The halo exploded, and the majestic figure turned around. It was a handsome youth with light blue skin and a scar of light between his eyebrows. His voice wasn't loud, but the moment he appeared, everything within 10,000 miles fell deathly silent. No one dared to breathe too loudly for fear of attracting his attention. This wasn't the pressure of fame, but the suffocating pressure of strength and the bloodline of his race. It wasn't without reason that the Shun clan was called the Shun clan. The Shun clan bloodline was known as the #1 bloodline in the universe, and it had an intense suppression on those without the Shun clan bloodline. Those who were slightly weaker wouldn't even have the will to fight against the Shun clan bloodline. In fact, even if the other party wanted to kill them, they wouldn't dare to resist. God Lord Multicolor, I didn't think that you would come as well. The Thousand-Star Saber Lord felt his heart race. He had already reached a state where he wouldn't move even if the sky collapsed. In comparison, the Nine-Revolution Island Lord was in a much better state. He wasn't affected as much. His Nine-Revolution mystic technique was indestructible and his bloodline had already transformed into the Nine-Revolution mystic technique bloodline. He could easily withstand the suppression from the Shun clan bloodline. I have never entered this ancient stone city before. It is only right for me to take a look. Just as the multicolor Divine Master finished her statement, clang. The ancient stone city turned from illusory to real. There was a faint sound of a giant object crashing into the ground. Immediately after, the 4 city gates opened and people could see the scene inside from the outside. The city gates are open, let's enter. The city gates of the ancient stone city were massive, and the saints rushed in like a swarm of locusts. Come, let's enter too. At the west gate, the ancient sailboat carried Li Fuchen and the others into the ancient stone city. Once they entered the ancient stone city, Li Fuchen felt as though he had entered another world. There was an invisible and obscure evil intent lingering in the world, making one's spirit very uncomfortable. It is indeed a little strange. Li Fuchen frowned. Over 10,000 saints entered the ancient stone city through the west gate and vanished without a trace in a short moment. Creak, creak, creak. There was a sinister and horrifying laughter. At the corner of the street, pitch-black specters rushed over and started to tear at the outside of the ancient sailboat. Li Fuchen could see that these specters weren't weak, and the weakest was a mid-level saint. It meant to say that any saint below the mid-level would definitely perish if they encountered these specters. They wouldn't even be able to deal with a single specter. Extinguish. The weakest member of the Night Devil team was a peak-level saint. One of them, the Grey Stone Saint, waved his hand and burst out with chi force. The specters surrounding the ancient sailboat were all blasted apart. There were a few of the specters that were obviously high-level saints. After their bodies were blasted apart, they actually wanted to reform. In your dreams. The Grey Stone Saint executed a fist strike, and those specters that were reforming continued to explode. Swish. After the specters exploded, their spatial rings floated in the air and were sucked into the Grey Stone Saint's spatial ring. They are all so poor. They only have a few dozen peak-grade spirit stones. The Grey Stone Saint had a look of disdain when he opened the spatial ring. Not every one of these specters had a spatial ring. Only a small portion of them had a spatial ring, and the spatial ring with the most wealth was only worth a few dozen peak-grade spirit stones. Many a little makes a mickle. Let's take it slowly. No one really cared. Chapter 907. The deeper they went into the ancient stone city, the more spirits there were and the stronger they were. In the sky above a slightly bigger street, outside the ancient sailboat, the spirits were like a tide as they rushed over in waves. Among the specters here, only a few were middle-stage saints. Most of them were high-stage saints or even peak-stage saints. When dealing with mid-level spirits, everyone would be able to eliminate them in a single attack. But when dealing with high-level spirits, they would have to use their full strength. When dealing with peak-level spirits, even a peak-level Sacred Lord would need at least 10 attacks to eliminate them. Boom, boom, boom. With the ancient sailboat, everyone didn't encounter any danger for now. At most, they would have to expend some energy. But the other saints that entered weren't as comfortable. Li Fuchen saw with his own eyes that a few of the saints had died in the hands of the specters. When the ancient stone city opened again, these saints that died would probably become new specters to attack the outsiders. After about a month, the ancient sailboat arrived at a long river. After keeping the ancient sailboat, the Night Devil Sacred Lord said, "The ancient stone city is separated into 3 regions. The outer city, inner city, and the city lord residence. Right now, we are at the border of the inner city and outer city. The inner city has a flight ban, therefore we can only walk. In fact, a regular universe city would also have a flight ban in the outer city. But the outer city array of the ancient stone city had already been corroded. Only the inner city array was still functional. There was a bridge over the river. After crossing the bridge, everyone arrived at the inner city. Once they entered the inner city, everyone felt a massive pressure. Fighting here was probably 100 times harder than fighting in the outer city. It was at least 10,000 times harder than fighting outside the ancient stone city. Different from everyone else, spirits could fly in both the outer city and the inner city. Furthermore, they were extremely fast. As soon as the group entered the inner city, they were attacked by a group of spirits. The weakest spirit in the inner city is a high-level saint. It is getting harder to deal with. Vivian frowned. She joined the Night Devil team in the recent 10,000 years, therefore, she had never entered the ancient stone city. As long as it isn't a Sacred Lord class spirit, we can deal with it easily. I am afraid that a large group of Sacred Lord class spirits will appear. The Stone Axe Sacred Lord was rather worried. He would need to attack a peak-level spirit over a dozen times. He wouldn't be able to kill a Sacred Lord class spirit in a one-on-one fight. Just as Sacred Lord Stone Axe finished speaking, another group of specters attacked. There was a Sacred Lord soul in this group of souls. I'm here to test his strength. There were strong and weak Holy Lord level ghosts. The weak ones were difficult to kill and their attack power wasn't too high. As for the strong ones, not only did their attack power surpass theirs, but they were also nearly unkillable. Sacred Lord Greystone punched out towards the Sacred Lord rank specter. Boom! An explosion of energy sent the Sacred Lord level ghost flying. On the other hand, Sacred Lord Greystone only staggered slightly. It's a high-level Holy Lord. Li Fuchen was able to determine the strength of this Sacred Lord class spectral soul. Sacred Lord Greystone, let me help you. 7 people from the Night Demon squad charged out and joined Holy Lord Greystone to deal with the Holy Lord rank specter. 3 of them were peak Holy Lords, and the others dealt with the higher and peak specters. A Sacred Lord level soul is indeed hard to kill. Li Fuchen was killing the attacking spirits while observing the battle between Sacred Lord Greystone and the others. That Holy Lord level ghost was clearly being suppressed, but it was completely fine. Its aura was just a little bit weaker. After all the other spirits were killed, Gu Lissa said, everyone attacked together. A Sacred Lord rank specter was extremely hard to kill. If they didn't attack together, it would be a waste of time. Bang 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 bang. Under the attacks of the entire Night Demon squad, the Sacred Lord rank specter's chi presence was rapidly weakening and its body was gradually turning illusory. It is truly hard to kill. Li Fuchen felt that he couldn't endure the attacks from so many peak Holy Lords. Bang! Finally, the Sacred Lord rank specter's body exploded and a spatial ring floated up. Gu Lissa made a suction force and the spatial ring flew over. She opened it up and smiled. This Sacred Lord rank specter is truly wealthy. The wealth inside is at least 30,000 peak-grade spirit stones. As of now, the total wealth that the Night Demon squad obtained was only around 80,000 peak-grade spirit stones. It was already considered good for the mid-tier and high-tier spirits to have a few dozen peak-grade spirit stones. The peak-grade spirits would at most have a few hundred or 1,000. Most importantly, not every spirit would carry a spatial ring. In normal situations, only 1 out of 3 or 4 spirits would carry a spatial ring. Therefore, after over a month, the group had only obtained around 50,000 peak-grade spirit stones. It was only 20,000 more than a Sacred Lord rank specter. Of course, the further they went, the faster they would obtain wealth. After all, the spirits were getting stronger. When the Night Demon squad was exploring the ancient stone city, the Bloodstained squad was also exploring the city. As compared to the Night Demon squad, the Bloodstained squad was much faster and had already ventured deep into the inner city. Kill! Kill! The Bloodstained squad was going crazy. In their eyes, these spirits were all wealth. Killing one was a profit. Unknowingly, the Bloodstained squad arrived outside a large manor. This manor is so big. There must be a shocking amount of wealth inside. A member of the Bloodstained squad licked his lips. Normally, only a Sacred Lord could live in such a large manor in the inner city. The wealth of a Sacred Lord's nest was unimaginable. In addition, there were 2 fortunes in Ancient Stone City. One was spirits and the other was Ancient Stone City itself. Inside this huge manor, there might be a ghost flower. One had to know that a ghost flower was worth more than 500,000 peak-grade spirit stones. The specter flower was something unique to Ancient Stone City. It usually grew in relatively large buildings, and its effect was very special. As long as you merged a strand of spiritual strength into it, even if you died in the future, the specter flower would be able to gather your scattered soul in the cosmos and form a soul body. At that time, if someone helped you, it would be possible for your soul to possess another body and live a second life. In Time Sand City, the price of the ghost flower was extremely high. 500,000 peak-grade spirit stones was just the starting price. If it was auctioned, it might even be sold for 1,000,000 peak-grade spirit stones. Boom. Within the manor, the members of the blood-stained squad spat out blood and flew back. The strength of the sacred Lord-level spirits in this manor was even stronger than the Blood Shadow demonic lord. Furthermore, these sacred Lord-level spirits were almost unkillable, so their attacks were completely ineffective. Several days later, the Night Demon Squad also arrived outside a large manor. Everyone must be careful after entering. The sacred Lord-level spirits in this manor are extremely strong and almost unkillable. If we want to kill them, we will need to use all our strength, Sacred Lord Night Demon said slowly with a solemn expression. Gulisha continued to say, however, this kind of manor usually has the most rewards. If we can find a ghost flower, we will have earned a lot. It was very hard for a group made up of peak sacred lords like them to meet any danger in ancient Stone City. In comparison, entering a large manor was extremely dangerous. There was a high chance that they would die inside. Let's go. Let's go in. The Vice Captain Tai Lu stepped into the manor first. Chapter 908. The manor was huge and was just like a small city. Along the way, the Night Devil team only encountered a few scattered specters. Soon enough, the group arrived at the core area of the manor, inside a large garden. In the large garden, there was a black figure with his back facing them. In front of the black figure, there was a flower that was emitting black radiance that was rooted in the void. This black flower had 9 layers of petals and each layer was rotating at different speeds. The first layer was rotating to the left, the second layer was rotating to the right, and the third layer was rotating to the left. If one took a closer look, they would notice that each petal of the black flower had extremely complicated purple patterns. The patterns might look normal at first glance, but after a long time, it felt as though the spirit soul was going to be sucked away. Nether Cell Flower. One of the Night Devil team members couldn't help but say. During the previous few openings of the ancient Stone City, the Night Devil team didn't see the Nether Cell Flower. They didn't expect to see it this time. Die! The black figure turned around and pounced at the Night Devil team like a lump of dense fog. In an instant, the figures were sent flying while vomiting blood. This Sacred Lord-class specter's strength was obviously superior to the Night Devil Sacred Leader. No one was able to resist it. Such powerful strength. Li Fuchen was also sent flying. He guessed that the specter wasn't this powerful when he was alive. After transforming into a specter, his strength had increased drastically. Clang! The joined heaven sword was unsheathed and Li Fuchen engaged in a battle with the specter. Is that a supreme weapon? This was the first time the Night Devil team saw Li Fuchen using the joined heaven sword, and they were all shocked. Even heaven monarchs didn't have a supreme weapon. It wasn't exaggerating to say that any supreme weapon was worth at least 10 million peak-grade spirit stones. PFFF. With the joined heaven sword, Li Fuchen slashed open the specter's body in a single slash. He might not be able to kill the specter in a single slash, but it was several times better than before. Eternal Night Freeze. Seeing that Li Fuchen could resist the specter, the Night Devil Sacred Leader quickly used his kill move to freeze the specter. Bang 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 bang. As time elapsed, under the continuous attacks, the specter's chi presence finally showed signs of weakening. Of course, it was mainly because Li Fuchen could resist the specter. If Li Fuchen couldn't resist the specter, everyone would have to exhaust the specter. It was impossible to suppress the specter. After a day, Spectral Soul's aura had decreased by 10%. After 3 days, Spectral Soul's aura had decreased by 50%. 5 days later, Spectral Soul's aura had fallen by 99%. Everyone put in more effort. We're almost there. Gulisha was very excited. After dealing with the specter, they would be able to collect the specter flower. A single specter flower was enough to add tens of thousands of top-grade spirit stones to each of their possessions. Apart from that, the wealth that Spectral Soul was carrying should also be quite considerable. In another large manner, the Bloodstained Squad was also fighting against Spectre. The difference was that after more than a week, everyone in the Bloodstained Squad was injured, and some of them were even severely injured. In contrast, Spectre's aura had only weakened slightly. Without a supreme weapon, they would need at least a month to kill Spectral Soul. Damn it, how can he be so strong? Blood Shadow Demon Lord's expression was ugly. If not for the ghost flower in the manor, he would have ordered everyone to retreat long ago. Those who are heavily injured, go treat your wounds first. Blood Shadow Demon Lord turned into countless blood shadows and entangled Spectre. Among everyone, he was the only one who had the ability to entangle Spectral Soul. The others who were adept at support would be inferior to him even if they worked together. In response, the severely injured members of the Bloodstained Squad quickly skimmed to a corner and sat down cross-legged. They each took out a red gem to recuperate. The Gem of Life was worth at least 50,000 top-grade spirit stones. No matter how severe the injuries were, as long as the soul wasn't dispersed, it would be able to recover quickly. Extinguish. The Joint Heaven sword burst out with an absolute sword light. Li Fuchen's sword had completely shattered Spectral Soul's illusory body, and it was unable to gather again. I will go collect the ghost flower. Once Spectral Soul died, the ghost flower stopped spinning. Gulisha flew over and started to collect the ghost flower. I wonder how much wealth is inside this spatial ring. Li Fuchen waved his hand and a spatial ring landed on his hand. When he opened it up, his eyes lit up. Incredible, there are so many top-grade spirit stones. Li Fuchen didn't know how many top-grade spirit stones were inside the spatial ring, but there were already 150,000 top-grade spirit stones. Night Demon Sacred Lord, take a look and see how much is it worth. Li Fuchen handed the spatial ring to the Night Demon Sacred Lord. The Night Demon Sacred Lord received the spatial ring and couldn't help laughing. This trip to the ancient stone city is truly lucky. The wealth inside this spatial ring is worth around 300,000 top-grade spirit stones. Haha, we are rich. I reckon that everyone will earn at least 100,000 top-grade spirit stones after this trip. The Grey Stone Sacred Lord laughed heartily. I think it will be at least 150,000 top-grade spirit stones. The rest of the members laughed too. The amount of wealth determined the strength of a Sacred Lord. After all, after reaching the Sacred Lord level, it would take too long to increase one's strength through cultivation. It would easily take tens of thousands of years or hundreds of thousands of years. But it was different with sufficient wealth. If a Pinnacle Sacred Lord had a high-grade Extreme Dao defensive cardinal artifact, their survivability would be increased by a few times. If they had a top-grade Extreme Dao defensive cardinal artifact, their survivability would be increased by several times. Of course, the value of a top-grade Extreme Dao cardinal artifact was too high. A high-grade Extreme Dao cardinal artifact would be worth a few 100,000 top-grade spirit stones. A top-grade Extreme Dao cardinal artifact would be worth at least 1,000,000 top-grade spirit stones. It wasn't something that regular Sacred Lords could afford. Every member of the Night Demon team had a wealth of at least 1,000,000 top-grade spirit stones. But spending a few 100,000 top-grade spirit stones to purchase a high-grade Extreme Dao defensive cardinal artifact was still rather painful. But if they earned more top-grade spirit stones, it wouldn't be as painful. Back then, the Iron Cloud Sacred Lord was able to obtain a high-grade Extreme Dao cardinal artifact, the Flame Essence Wheel, after going through hardships in a dangerous place. As for Li Fuchen, apart from the joint heaven sword, the heaven demon horn, the sapling that was suspected to be the tree of life, and the desolate earth crystal, he didn't have a lot of wealth. He was only slightly richer than regular sacred lords and was far inferior to the night demon team. This trip to the ancient stone city was definitely a chance for him to increase his wealth. A short moment later, Gu Lisha collected the spectral flower. At this moment, the night demon sacred lord said, "It is all thanks to the sword owner that we are able to obtain the spectral flower and defeat the sacred lord class spectral soul. I hope that everyone can swear not to leak the information that the sword owner possesses a supreme weapon." The night demon sacred lord is right. Everyone must not leak the information that the sword owner possesses a supreme weapon. I will swear first. The Stone Axe Sacred Lord and the Deep Cave Sacred Lord were the first and second to swear. Seeing the situation, the rest of the people also swore. A supreme weapon was too easy to make people covet it. Even heaven monarchs might make a move to snatch it. Turning around, the Night Demon Sacred Lord said to Li Fuchen, "Sword owner doesn't have to worry. If anyone leaks the information about the supreme weapon, they won't just suffer the backlash from the oath. I, the Night Demon Sacred Lord, will also be the first to pursue and kill that person." Li Fuchen smiled and said, "I believe everyone." In fact, since he dared to take out the joint heaven sword, he was already prepared to expose himself. Chapter 909. The inner city was extremely huge, and there were many intersecting streets. It was 10,000 times more complicated than the finest spider web. The spiritual awareness could only cover a very small area in the inner city. Only Li Fuchen's spirit soul power could cover a very far distance. Under Li Fuchen's lead, the group arrived at the second large manor. Another large manor. Everyone didn't know that Li Fuchen was leading the way and were extremely happy. "Night Devil Sacred Lord, this manor belongs to me." Right at this moment, a 9-man team appeared in everyone's vision. Devil Heart Sacred Lord? The Night Devil Sacred Lord had a dark expression. Devil Heart Sacred Lord was ranked 20th on the Time Sand City Sacred Lord rankings. Similar to the Lord of Pale from the Blood Imprint team, Devil Heart was also adept at spirit soul attacks, but he was several times stronger than the Lord of Pale. Apart from that, Devil Heart was also adept at illusion arts, spiritual awareness attacks, and soul Dao method. It could be said that Devil Heart was much more dangerous than the Blood Shadow Demon Lord in a certain degree. Those who were slightly weaker wouldn't even know how they died when facing Devil Heart. Devil Heart Sacred Lord, others might be afraid of your Devil Heart team, but my Night Devil team isn't. Gu Lisha spoke forcefully. In the Time Sand City, generally formidable peak stage Sacred Lords would form teams. After all, only with a team would they be able to explore more places. It was impossible to travel far with just an individual. It was obvious that the Devil Heart Sacred Lord's Devil Heart team was formed temporarily, therefore, there were only 9 members. "Since you don't want to retreat, then don't blame me. Kill." While Devil Heart was speaking, a terrifying illusion art wave enveloped the Night Devil team. Not good. The Night Devil Sacred Lord's expression changed. He didn't expect for Devil Heart to attack so suddenly. After being enveloped by Devil Heart's illusion art, less than 10 people would be able to stay conscious. The rest would definitely fall into an illusion. During a battle, even a single moment of falling into an illusion would be fatal. However, what made Sacred Lord Night Demon even more desperate was that after Sacred Lord Demon Heart released an illusion, he also released a spiritual sense attack. This spiritual sense attack spread out in the shape of a fan and covered everyone in the Night Demon group. PFFF. The Night Devil team had 12 members vomit blood and were dispirited. These 12 had all fallen into an illusion, so they were unprepared for Sacred Lord Demon Heart's spiritual sense attack. Their sacred spirits were injured. This wasn't the end. Sacred Lord Demonic Heart's eyes released a black light after using the illusion and spiritual sense attack, and a terrifying mental wave swept over. Puff puff, right now, 3 more individuals vomited blood. Only Li Fuchen, the Night Devil Sacred Lord, Tai Lu, and Gu Lisha were unscathed. Soul-sucking art. Sacred Lord Devil Heart let out a sinister smile and a pitch-black shadow appeared behind him. It opened its mouth and inhaled at Li Fuchen and the others. Sacred Lord Night Demon and company felt as if their souls were about to be sucked out, and their bodies stiffened. At this moment, apart from Sacred Lord Demon Heart, the other 8 members of the Demon Heart Squad had already charged over. Good move, Soul Chain. Li Fuchen was full of praises. This Sacred Lord Demon Heart specialized in illusion attacks, mental attacks, spiritual sense attacks, and soul attack. Meeting such a terrifying Sacred Lord would be a nightmare for most Sacred Lord. Unfortunately, the other party ran into him. 8 purplish-red soul chain were shot out and buried into the glabella of the 8 Demon Heart Squad members. Immediately after, the 8 of them stopped and had expressions of struggle. What? Soul Dao secret technique. Sacred Lord Demon Heart was shocked. Soul Dao inheritances were extremely rare in the universe. He was only able to obtain a Soul Dao inheritance due to a fated encounter. But without any soul spirit talent, even if he obtained the Soul Dao inheritance, he wouldn't be able to cultivate to a high level. But from the current situation, Li Fuchen's Soul Dao level wasn't inferior to him. Otherwise, Li Fuchen wouldn't be able to control 8 of his members at once. Good chance. Sacred Lord Night Devil was the Time Sand City's Sacred Lord rankings Sacred Lord. He was the first to break free from Sacred Lord Demon Heart's soul-sucking art and blasted a move at Sacred Lord Demon Heart. Sacred Lord Demon Heart didn't seem to have a physical body and was like an illusion. He vanished, and when he reappeared, he was already extremely far away. Retreat. Sacred Lord Demon Heart took a deep look at Li Fuchen. He might have executed illusion technique attack, spiritual awareness attack, spirit force attack, and soul spirit attack consecutively, and it looked very easy. But in fact, it was extremely taxing to execute 4 different attacks within a short period of time. Therefore, when he saw that Li Fuchen's Soul Dao technique wasn't inferior to his, he didn't hesitate to choose to retreat. Swish. The members of the Devil Heart team were all peak-level Sacred Lords after all. Li Fuchen's soul spirit chains could only control them for a single breath. After a single breath, all of them broke free from the soul spirit chains. Of course, this was mainly because Li Fuchen's Soul Dao level was too low. His soul spirit chains had such power mainly because of his soul spirit essence and not his Soul Dao level. If Li Fuchen could obtain an incredible Soul Dao inheritance, let alone the members of the Devil Heart team, even Sacred Lord Demon Heart would be crushed. Such a terrifying Sacred Lord Demon Heart. It is fortunate that the Sword Master is here. Seeing the Devil Heart team leaving, the members of the Night Devil team had lingering fear. To be honest, they would rather face the top 10 Sacred Lords on the Sacred Lord rankings than the 20th ranked Sacred Lord Demon Heart. In a chaotic battle, the Sacred Lord Demon Heart was too terrifying and was definitely a nightmare for everyone. That person is indeed terrifying, but I believe he won't come again. Others might be afraid of the Sacred Lord Demon Heart, but Li Fuchen wasn't afraid at all. Li Fuchen rather admired the Sacred Lord Demon Heart. The Sacred Lord Demon Heart wasn't a human, but his 4 attack methods were all very incredible. Li Fuchen had a plan in his heart. If there was an opportunity, he would definitely obtain a Soul Dao inheritance to cultivate. Apart from his soul spirit, his spirit force and spiritual awareness were also very outstanding. They should be at the Heaven Monarch level, but they weren't at a level that surpassed everyone. Only his soul spirit was something that he believed no one could compare with. Not even Heaven Monarchs or demigods could compare with him. If he didn't utilize this advantage, it would be a waste of resources. After entering the manor, everyone didn't see the ghost flower. Everyone was a little disappointed by this, but after thinking about it, it was normal. Not every manor would have the ghost flower, otherwise the ghost flower would be too cheap. After spending 1 week to eliminate the Sacred Lord class spectre in the manor, the Night Devil team obtained the spectre's spatial ring. The wealth inside was around 250,000 peak-grade spirit stones, and it made the members of the Night Devil team excited again. 3 manors, 4 manors. Under Li Fuchen's lead, the Night Devil team discovered manor after manor. Each manor would give the Night Devil team an income of at least 200,000 peak-grade spirit stones. Generally speaking, the Sacred Lord class specters would definitely carry the spatial ring and didn't have to worry about working for nothing. Chapter 9-10. Haha, Night Devil Sacred Lord, hurry up and retreat. Do you want to fight with me and the 9 Revolution Island Lord? The inner city might be huge, but the chances of encountering each other weren't low. Outside a large manor, the 1,000-star Saber Master looked at the Night Devil team with a smile that didn't look like a smile. Beside him was the unfathomable 9 Revolution Island Lord. Sword Master. The Night Devil Sacred Lord couldn't make a decision and subconsciously looked at Li Fuchen. With the supreme artifact sword, Li Fuchen's strength was definitely the strongest among them. Let's retreat. Li Fuchen wasn't confident he could defeat the 9 Revolution Island Lord, let alone the 1,000-star Saber Master. Most importantly, there wasn't a need to fight to the death with the 1,000-star Saber Master and the 9 Revolution Island Lord for a manor without the spectral flower. The Night Devil Sacred Lord nodded. He wasn't willing to fight to the death with the 1,000-star Saber Master and the 9 Revolution Island Lord either. If the two of them worked together, they would be several times more dangerous than the Devil Heart team. After forcing the Night Devil team to retreat, the 9 Revolution Island Lord and the 1,000-star Saber Master entered the manor. Boom boom boom. Inside the manor, the 9 Revolution Island Lord and the Spectral Soul were in an intense battle. The 1,000-star Saber Master constantly released saber lights to slash at the Spectral Soul. The duo might be outnumbered, but their efficiency was higher than the Blood Shadow team. After all, the Blood Shadow Demon Lord was only barely able to stall the Spectral Soul. Furthermore, the others were worried that they might attack the Blood Shadow Demon Lord. Unlike the 9 Revolution Island Lord who was fighting the Spectral Soul head-on, the 1,000-star Saber Master's saber lights would occasionally land on the 9 Revolution Island Lord's body, but the 9 Revolution Island Lord didn't mind at all. In less than half a month, the 9 Revolution Island Lord and the 1,000-star Saber Master killed the Spectral Soul and obtained its spatial ring. According to the agreement, the 9 Revolution Island Lord would take 60% and the 1,000-star Saber Master would take 40%. Awesome, truly awesome. Night Devil Sacred Lord, what is our total harvest in Ancient Stone City? In less than half a month, the 9 Revolution Island Lord and the 1,000-star Saber Master conquered 1 manor, while the Night Devil team conquered 2 manors. This included the time spent on the journey. Inside a manor that had just experienced a huge battle, the Heavenbreak Sacred Lord, who was covered in hair and had 4 arms, asked. The Devil Sacred Lord smiled. We have conquered a total of 11 manors and the wealth is over 4 million peak-grade spirit stones. More than 4 million. That's more than the previous year. This is all thanks to Sword Master. In the past, the spirits in the manor weren't as strong as they are now, but we still needed a month or 2 to deal with them. Now we can deal with them in a week or so. According to the distribution ratio we agreed on earlier, I can get more than 100,000. I can get more than 200,000. The members of the Night Demon Squad were overjoyed. Before entering the Ancient Stone City, they had already determined the distribution ratio. But as Li Fuchen's contribution was too great, they had to rearrange the distribution ratio. The distribution ratio was that each of the 7 Pinnacle Sacred Lords would get 1 portion. Among the remaining 12 Pinnacle Sacred Lords, 6 of them would get 2 portions each. And Dove, the Stone Axe Sacred Lord, Gu Lisha, and Tai Lu would get 3 portions each. The Night Demon Sacred Lord would get 4 portions, while Li Fuchen would get 5 portions. In total, there were 40 of them. 4 million peak-grade spirit stones were divided evenly into 40 portions. Each portion would be 100,000, 2 portions would be 200,000, and 5 portions would be 500,000. In fact, in terms of contribution ratio, Li Fuchen would definitely get more than 5 portions. But Li Fuchen had just joined the Night Demon Squad for a short period of time. Secondly, the other members of the Night Demon Squad had put in hard work even if they didn't make any contributions. It was impossible for Li Fuchen to obtain so much wealth by himself. If he took too much at once, some of them might feel uncomfortable. As time passed, there might be conflicts. In the blink of the eye, half a year had passed. The Night Demon Squad's luck was pretty good. In the 5th month, they finally found the 2nd ghost flower. In the 8th month, they found the 3rd ghost flower. Just 3 ghost flowers were already worth at least 3 to 4 million peak-grade spirit stones. It was considered a huge harvest. Unknowingly, everyone had arrived at the deepest part of the inner city. In fact, Li Fuchen used his spirit soul power to sense the existence of the City Lord residence. But the City Lord residence was filled with horrific danger. Li Fuchen's intuition told him that he must not enter the City Lord residence, otherwise it would be fatal. Apart from the City Lord residence, there were several places in the inner city that had horrific danger. Li Fuchen led the Night Demon Squad and tried to stay away from those places. It is the 9 Revolution Island Lord, 1000-star Saber Owner, and the others. When passing by a city garden, the Night Demon Squad saw the 9 Revolution Island Lord and the 1000-star Saber Owner. They also saw the Devil Heart Squad and a few other exploration squads. Look, that looks like the ghost tree. The 6 Eyes Demon Lord pointed at the center of the city garden and said with a trembling voice. In response, everyone scanned the center of the city garden with their spiritual awareness. There was a black tree that was emitting black radiance. This black tree was similar to the ghost flower and was rooted in the void. The surface of the tree had purple patterns, and on one of the branches, there was a fruit with the same purple patterns hanging there. It was flickering with black radiance. The spectre tree was 100 times more precious than the spectre flower. It would bear the spectre fruit. If the spectre flower could be said to be able to gather the remnant souls drifting in the universe, then the spectre fruit could not only gather the remnant souls drifting in the universe, but it could also make the soul stronger and more perfect. The value of a nether soul fruit was almost equivalent to 10 nether flowers. In an auction, it could easily be sold for tens of millions of supreme-grade spirit stones. Even a heaven monarch would desire a nether soul fruit. It was a pity that heaven monarchs weren't able to enter the ancient stone city. In the universe, there were plenty of ruins that rejected heaven monarch. As for how to differentiate heaven monarchs, it was actually very simple. 99% of the heavenly lords had comprehended supreme martial arts or reached the supreme bloodline level. Such heaven monarchs had supreme chi presences and had already reached another realm. As compared to saint lords, they were worlds apart. There might be a type of heaven monarch who didn't comprehend a supreme martial art and merely pushed their cultivation technique to the extreme state. But such heaven monarchs were rare. Furthermore, such heaven monarchs usually had special physiques that were very compatible with their cultivation technique. It isn't easy to obtain the ghost fruit. Li Fuchen had a grave expression. In the vicinity of the ghost tree, Li Fuchen saw a figure. It was an extremely terrifying figure, and even from a distance, Li Fuchen could feel a trace of pressure. If Li Fuchen didn't guess wrongly, this figure should be the number 1 Saint Lord of the Time Sand City, Multicolor Divine Lord. The Multicolor Divine Lord was the divine race's Saint Lord, and his strength was unfathomable. It was said that his strength could even contest with a weaker heaven monarch. The 9 Revolution Island Lord and the others are about to make a move. Let's watch from the sidelines first. Gulisha said. A single ghost fruit was enough to make any Saint Lord go crazy. After all, this was over 10 million peak-grade spirit stones. With 10 million peak-grade spirit stones, one could purchase a few peak-grade Extreme Dao Cardinal artifacts, a set of peak-grade Extreme Dao armor, and a peak-grade Extreme Dao weapon. Apart from supreme-grade artifacts, 10 million peak-grade spirit stones could be used for many things. It could allow any Saint Lord's strength to increase by several times. This was still secondary. A single ghost fruit could also allow one to obtain a favor from a heaven monarch. According to what everyone knew, there was a heaven monarch in the Time Sand City that was seeking to purchase the ghost fruit. If they obtained the ghost fruit and sold it to this heaven monarch, the heaven monarch would definitely remember this favor. A favor from a heaven monarch wasn't a joke. There were plenty of wealthy peak-grade Saint Lords who didn't value peak-grade spirit stones. They valued the favor from a heaven monarch. If possible, they would rather give the ghost fruit to a heaven monarch. Of course, a heaven monarch wasn't a person that would take advantage of others. 10 million peak-grade spirit stones was nothing to a heaven monarch. Boom. Chapter 9:11. God Lord Multicolor is so strong. Everyone knew that the multicolor Divine Master was very strong. Otherwise, she wouldn't have been ranked first on the Sacred Lord list. However, it was still very shocking to see her with their own eyes. God Lord Multicolor was like a god in the city garden. His body glowed with multicolored light, and with a casual thrust of his palm, several peak Sacred Lords were sent flying. Even the 1,000-star Saber Master and Sacred Lord Demon Heart couldn't withstand a single palm from God Lord Multicolor. The only one who could withstand a single palm was the 9-Turn Island Lord. The 9 Revolutions Island Lord was like a reef amidst the raging waves. No matter how big the waves were, he would not fall. However, it was extremely difficult to advance. Of course, although Master Multicolor was extremely powerful, he could not defeat dozens of peak Sacred Lords in a short amount of time. Every time he sent a few peak Sacred Lords flying, the next batch of peak Sacred Lords would immediately take their place. Furthermore, Sacred Lord Demon Heart was still disrupting him, so he had no choice but to divert a portion of his attention to deal with Sacred Lord Demon Heart's various illusory attacks. God Lord Multicolor is much stronger than the Manor Ghost. Li Fuchen was evaluating the Multicolor Divine Lord's strength. This battle lasted for a day and a night without ending. A day and a night passed, but there was no change in Multicolor God Master's aura. On the other hand, apart from 9 Revolution Island Master and a few peak Divine Lords, most of the others' auras had weakened significantly. From the beginning to the end, the Night Demon Squad did not join in. It wasn't that he was afraid of God Lord Multicolor, but it wasn't worth it. There were too many people fighting for the ghost fruit. Once they joined in, it was inevitable that there would be casualties. This was inconsistent with the purpose of the Night Demon Squad. After leaving this land of dispute, the Night Demon team continued to explore the inner city of Ancient Stone City. Before he knew it, it was already the 12th month, which was also the last month. The harvest has already exceeded 10 million top-grade spirit stones. Sacred Lord Night Demon was very excited when he said this. Even if it was only 10 million top-grade spirit stones, he would still be able to obtain 1 million top-grade spirit stones. That was 1 million top-grade spirit stones, which was equivalent to several tenths of his entire wealth. Normally, it would be difficult to earn so many top-grade spirit stones in tens of thousands of years. He decided that after he left this time, he would immediately buy the quasi-supreme weapon that he had been longing for a long time. The so-called quasi-supreme weapon was actually a supreme weapon that had been refined into a useless one. Even though it had been destroyed, its power was still extremely great. It was not something that a top-grade super first-rate extreme path weapon could compare to. More or less, it contained the indestructible power of some supreme weapons. This is all thanks to Sword Master. Without him, our income this time would have been reduced by at least 70%. Sword Master, after we get out, I'll treat you to a good drink. Larka, a peak sacred lord of the Wolfman race, grinned. "Of course we'll treat the Sword Master to a drink. I think that we all owe the Sword Master a favor," Sacred Lord Deep Nether spoke. He said this because he was of the same race as Li Fuchen and had to say some good things about Li Fuchen. Secondly, he wanted to establish a deeper relationship with Li Fuchen. At the Holy Lord level, establishing relationships was more important than anything else. Having a sacred master as a friend would undoubtedly make his life much better in the countless years that had passed. Right. We all owe the Sword Master a favor." Hearing this, everyone nodded. Sometimes, owing someone a favor was the first step to establishing a friendly relationship. If this step was grasped well, there would be no problems in the future. Whether it is a favor or not, we can talk about it in the future. Let's deal with the current problem first. Li Fuchen looked at the distant street corner and spoke loudly. "You have been following us for a few months. It is time for you to show yourself." A few months ago, Li Fuchen had already sensed that someone was following them. Such incredible spiritual awareness. "He is able to detect me from so far away." A black bat flew over at a low altitude. Pata. When it flew to the center of the street, the bat landed and turned into a youth with blood-red eyes. "Bloodthirsty Sacred Lord." Gulisha immediately recognized the youth with blood-red eyes. Bloodthirsty Sacred Lord was ranked 4th on the Sacred Lord rankings in Time Sand City. His combat strength was heaven-defying, and he had once fought with the 2nd-ranked Scarlet Spirit Lord. He might not be a match, but he was only slightly injured and was still living a carefree life. "Bloodthirsty Sacred Lord, why are you following us?" Sacred Lord Night Devil asked coldly. Bloodthirsty Sacred Lord laughed and said, "Nothing much. I am just a little short on money recently. Hand over 5 million peak-grade spirit stones and I will leave immediately." If he could avoid a fight, he naturally wouldn't want to fight. But the precondition was that the other party had to agree to his conditions. 5 million peak-grade spirit stones, why don't you just rob someone? Sacred Lord Heaven Break, who always had a fiery temper, yelled out with anger. "If you don't agree, then I will rob you. Also, you better be prepared to die." Bloodthirsty Sacred Lord licked his lip. "Just bring it on. Cut the crap." Iron Flow's body was emitting an indestructible metallic luster. "Since that is the case, don't blame me." Bloodthirsty Sacred Lord's figure suddenly turned illusory. "Be careful." Sacred Lord Night Devil executed Eternal Night Freeze and blasted at the side of the void. It was a pity that it was only an illusory figure of Bloodthirsty Sacred Lord that was frozen. Bloodthirsty Sacred Lord's speed was too fast and extremely ghostly. Just as Bloodthirsty Sacred Lord was about to approach, one of the 7 pinnacle Sacred Lords of the Night Devil team, Sacred Lord Feather Spirit, appeared with a sword mark and blocked in front of Bloodthirsty Sacred Lord. Bloodthirsty Sacred Lord exclaimed softly. His speed was so fast that someone was actually able to capture his movement trajectory. Crack! Claw marks spread out and Bloodthirsty Sacred Lord used a single claw to break the sword mark before continuing to attack Sacred Lord Feather Spirit. The Night Devil team had too many members, and he had to start killing the weakest. Get lost! Li Fuchen's figure appeared and blasted at Bloodthirsty Sacred Lord with Sect Origin Sword. When facing the Sect Origin Sword, Bloodthirsty Sacred Lord felt that he couldn't break it and could only use his claw art to clash with brute force. Cling cling clang clang, sparks burst out and Li Fuchen was sent flying. Bloodthirsty Sacred Lord had also revealed himself. No wonder he is ranked 4th on the Sacred Lord rankings. Li Fuchen didn't use the Joint Heaven Sword as he didn't think it was necessary for now. Coil of Death. With Li Fuchen blocking the Bloodthirsty Sacred Lord's attack, the rest of the group had also reacted. Uncle An and Vivian held hands and countless thorny vines wrapped around the Bloodthirsty Sacred Lord. Tai Lu and Raka used their tough defenses and rushed over from the left and right. They wanted to have close combat with the Bloodthirsty Sacred Lord. The dark dove turned into mist and attacked the bloodthirsty sacred lord from all directions. Gulisha's body flew out with a large number of bandages and wrapped around the bloodthirsty sacred lord. Creak, 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 bloodthirsty sacred lord's figure exploded and emitted black smoke. After taking a closer look, it wasn't black smoke, it was obviously countless flying bats that were hard to see with the naked eye. Galaxy cleave. Stone axe sacred lord cleaved at the black smoke. But the black smoke was extremely intelligent and automatically split apart, causing the axe to miss. In the distance, the black smoke gathered and bloodthirsty sacred lord's figure appeared. No wonder you are fearless. It turns out that you have an incredible swordsman. Bloodthirsty sacred lord sized up Li Fuchen seriously. To be honest, he didn't put the Night Devil team in his eyes in the past. After all, he was ranked 4th on the Sacred Lord rankings, while the Night Devil Sacred Lord was ranked 17th. Their strength was one level apart. If he was willing, he could slowly kill the weaker members of the Night Devil team before killing the Night Devil Sacred Lord. Chapter 9:12. Buzz Buzz Buzz. The members of the Night Devil team all activated their top-grade Extreme Dao defensive cardinal artifact. Energy shields lit up one after another. The Bloodlust Sacred Lord was too powerful. Without any defensive cardinal artifacts and just relying on his armor, he would be severely injured easily. A P-class Sacred Lord might even be killed in a single move. With defensive cardinal artifacts, no matter how powerful the Bloodlust Sacred Lord's attack power was, it would still be greatly weakened. Of course, not everyone in the Night Devil team had a top-grade Extreme Dao defensive cardinal artifact. After all, a top-grade Extreme Dao defensive cardinal artifact was worth a few 100,000 peak-grade spirit stones. Everyone might have at least 1,000,000 peak-grade spirit stones, but wealth was wealth and peak-grade spirit stones were peak-grade spirit stones. They couldn't possibly sell all their artifacts for peak-grade spirit stones, right? After adjusting the formation, those without top-grade Extreme Dao defensive cardinal artifacts were protected inside. Tortoise Shell Array Rise. One of the 7 P-class Sacred Lords, the Tortoise Shell Sacred Lord, took out a Tortoise Shell Array board. He tossed it into the sky and a transparent tortoise shell array enveloped everyone. No wonder he is the Array Dao Sacred Lord. This should be a top-grade Extreme Dao array board that he refined himself. Li Fuchen's eyes lit up. He already knew that the Tortoise Shell Sacred Lord was an Array Dao Sacred Lord and could set up top-grade Extreme Dao arrays, which were also Sacred Lord class arrays. When he returned, Li Fuchen was planning to invite the Tortoise Shell Sacred Lord with a huge sum of money to help him set up a few Sacred Lord class arrays. The Bloodlust Sacred Lord's expression didn't change until the Tortoise Shell Sacred Lord activated the Tortoise Shell Array Board. Array boards were much harder to deal with than Cardinal Artifact. If a Cardinal Artifact could block 10 attacks, an Array board would be able to block at least 100 attacks. Of course, the price of an Array board was also several times higher than a Cardinal Artifact. A top-grade Extreme Dao Array board would cost at least 1,000,000 peak-grade Spirit Stones. Only the Tortoise Shell Sacred Lord could refine it, otherwise, he wouldn't be able to afford it. Bloodlust Sacred Lord, if you want to fight, my Night Devil team will fight with you to the end. The Night Devil Sacred Lord took out a talisman and said sternly. The Night Demon team wasn't ordinary at all. Although the 7 Peak Sacred Lords seemed weak, they all had their own unique techniques. For example, Sacred Lord Turtle Armor was an Array Sacred Lord, and he could sometimes be more useful than anyone else. Sacred Lord Deep Enlightenment walked the Tao of space and couldn't be underestimated either. Being a Sacred Lord of the Stone race, Sacred Lord Greystone didn't have any weak points on his body. If they wanted to kill him, they would have to exhaust him to death. Sacred Lord Feather Spirit was a Sacred Lord of the Feather race, and his speed would reach a shocking level when he spread his wings. Previously, the Bloodthirsty Saint Lord's sudden attack and the fact that the Bloodthirsty Saint Lord's speed was already heaven-defying, therefore, the bloodthirsty Saint Lord wasn't able to react in time. Otherwise, he would have already dodged and wouldn't need Li Fuchen's rescue. All in all, those who were weak in the Night Demon team had strong methods, and those who didn't have many methods were strong. If Sacred Lord Bloodthirst thought that he could easily take down the Night Demon team, then he was gravely mistaken. The bloodthirsty Saint Lord didn't bother about the Night Demon Sacred Lord. He looked at Li Fuchen and said, "After receiving my claw attack, you aren't injured at all. You are indeed formidable." His claw attack might be rushed, and he only used a portion of his strength, but it wasn't something a regular peak-level Sacred Lord could block. Even the Night Demon Sacred Lord would be slightly injured if he dared to block it. At their level, injuries would only consume some vitality. But if they weren't injured, then their vitality wouldn't be consumed, they would at most consume some strength. Bloodthirsty Saint Lord, you better stop. With me around, you won't be able to gain any advantage. The bloodthirsty Saint Lord was very powerful, and Li Fuchen believed that even if he used the Joint Heaven Sword, he would only be able to fight evenly with the bloodthirsty Saint Lord. But he wasn't alone now, therefore. He didn't even need to use the Joint Heaven Sword and was confident he could stop the bloodthirsty Saint Lord. If the bloodthirsty Saint Lord wanted to sneak attack others, he would have to ask Li Fuchen first. "Kiki, I really want to kill you." The bloodthirsty Saint Lord revealed a smile, but this smile looked rather terrifying in the eyes of the Night Demon team. "Bloodthirsty Saint Lord, I already said that without me, you won't be able to take down the Night Demon team." As a universe city, the ancient stone city was surrounded by plenty of stars. One of the stars was extremely massive, and it was a blazing star. Right now, the blazing star had already moved to the west and half of its body was blocked by a tower. All of a sudden, the sky fell into darkness and a shadow appeared at the top of the tower. As the shadow appeared, a thunderous voice echoed. Everyone squinted their eyes and scanned with their spiritual awareness. "Thunderstorm Saint Lord." Finally, everyone saw the appearance of the shadow. This was a Saint Lord that was extremely similar to the Heaven Break Saint Lord. His entire body was covered in hair, but as compared to the Heaven Break Saint Lord, this Saint Lord's chi presence was like a primal chaos thunderstorm that was surging and earth-shattering. Thunderstorm Saint Lord ranked 6th on the Saint Lord rankings. Bang! Thunderstorm Saint Lord leaped and appeared near the bloodthirsty Saint Lord. Radiance shone down from the top of the tower again. "Sacred Lord Thunderstorm, I didn't think that you would arrive so quickly." Sacred Lord Bloodthirsty Saint Lord wasn't the only one that had their eyes on the Night Demon team. Sacred Lord Thunderstorm had wanted to take action, but Sacred Lord Bloodthirsty Saint Lord stopped him. Sacred Lord Bloodthirsty Saint Lord was responsible for following them. Since Sacred Lord Thunderstorm's concealment techniques weren't very good, he stayed far away and only arrived after receiving Sacred Lord Bloodthirsty Saint Lord's message. "I was nearby, so of course I came quickly. Let's do it. Stop wasting time." Holy Lord Lei Bao said decisively. "It's Sacred Lord Thunderstorm." Sacred Lord Heaven Break Saint Lord was dazed. Sacred Lord Thunderstorm came from the Thunder Perception race just like him. Their race had the Tao of Lightning bloodline and loved to fight. He could only be considered a slightly strong Sacred Lord in the Thunder Perception race, but Sacred Lord Thunderstorm was definitely one of the top Sacred Lords in the Thunder Perception race. With his bloodline's development, he was probably not far away from the Heavenly Lord realm. "Sacred Lord Thunderstorm, we're from the same race. Can you give me some face and not attack the Night Demon team?" Sacred Lord Sky Break spoke. Hearing that, Sacred Lord Thunderstorm's hairy face looked at Sacred Lord Sky Break and said in disdain, "Is your face worth anything? Seeing that you're from the Thunder Perception race, I can promise not to kill you, but the condition is that you leave the Night Demon team and join us." "That's impossible." Sacred Lord Sky Break shook his head. When he joined the Night Demon team, he swore that he would never betray the Night Demon team. Then die. A large hammer appeared in Sacred Lord Thunderstorm's hand. Crack! Limitless lightning appeared out of nowhere as Sacred Lord Thunderstorm leapt into the air and smashed down with his hammer. Crack! Crackle! Sacred Lord Turtleshell's turtle shell array was very wide, so Sacred Lord Thunderstorm's attack collided with the turtle shell array first. Countless explosions sounded, and the turtle shell array instantly became much dimmer. It would probably be extinguished after a few more hits. What a strong attack! Sacred Lord Turtleshell was stunned. Chapter 9:13. Eternal Night Freeze. Sacred Lord Night Demon had a ball of fire in his heart. No matter what, he was still in existence, ranked 17th on the Time Sand City's Sacred Lord list, yet all of them treated him as a pushover. Could it be that he, Sacred Lord Night Demon, was so weak? Sacred Lord Night Demon was enraged as he froze Sacred Lord Lei Bao with one move, splitting the Milky Way. The Stone Axe Sacred Lord's kill move attack was only inferior to Li Fuchen and the Night Devil Sacred Lord in the Night Devil team. Before the Thunderstorm Sacred Lord appeared, the Stone Axe Sacred Lord was already accumulating power to execute his kill move. A dazzling axe light flashed by as Holy Lord Stone Axe sent Holy Lord Lei Bao flying. At the same time, Gu Lisha's yellow awl also landed on Lei Bao Holy Lord. When he was sent flying, Lei Bao Holy Lord had already broken free from his frozen state. With a swing of his hammer, he destroyed dozens of incoming attacks. As for Li Fuchen, he didn't attack the Thunderstorm Sacred Lord because he was already fighting with the Bloodthirsty Sacred Lord. Sacred Lord Bloodthirst's speed was just too fast. Apart from him and Sacred Lord Night Demon, no one would be able to last one round with Sacred Lord Bloodthirst. You can't stop me. The Bloodthirsty Saint Lord's body exploded and a boundless black smoke enveloped Li Fuchen. Within the black smoke, there would be sharp claws that would swing out from time to time. Gotcha! No matter how fast Li Fuchen's reaction was, he wouldn't be able to block all the attacks from the Bloodthirsty Saint Lord. This claw tore apart Li Fuchen's flesh, but that was all. This body is so strong. Sacred Lord Bloodlust was in disbelief. Impressive. Li Fuchen didn't mind. His star immortal body was extremely strong. Sacred Lords could only lightly injure him at most. It was impossible for them to severely injure him. Boundless Sword Sea. Seizing the opportunity, Li Fuchen used the Sword Sea Horizon to envelop the Bloodlust Sacred Lord. Voila! Unfortunately, Sacred Lord Bloodlust's hands ripped apart the Sword Sea Horizon. Let's see how you resist this time. The Bloodthirsty Saint Lord's hands were dyed blood red as he clawed at Li Fuchen again. This claw was the Bloodthirsty Claw, and it contained the law of Bloodthirsty. As long as it came into contact with any living being, it would madly absorb their life force, unless they weren't a living being. The Bloodthirsty Saint Lord felt as though he was grabbing a lump of steel, and there was a horrific resistance that was obstructing him. His bloodthirsty law wasn't able to make contact with Li Fuchen's chi blood. Scram! Sword light flashed, and sword marks appeared around Sacred Lord Bloodlust's body. Pu. Sacred Lord Bloodlust was injured, and there were many sword marks on his body. It was mainly because Li Fuchen's sword speed was too fast, so fast that the Bloodthirsty Saint Lord couldn't dodge in time. Secondly, Holy Lord Bloodthirst's defense wasn't as strong as Nine-Turn Island Lord and Holy Lord Lei Bao. It could only be considered slightly stronger. Realm of Eternal Night. The world suddenly turned dark. The strange thing was that Li Fuchen could see the Bloodlust Sacred Lord with his naked eyes. Li Fuchen understood that this was the Night Devil Sacred Lord's world of eternal night. The world of eternal night was extremely powerful. It looked like a barrier, but it was no different from a real world. Anyone who was trapped in the world of eternal night would lose their ability to investigate, and they would also be suppressed by the world of eternal night. Unless Sacred Lord Night Demon gave you a wisp of the world of eternal night's power, you wouldn't be suppressed by the world of eternal night. PFFF, 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 PFFF. This was a rare opportunity. Li Fuchen activated the Heaven Dao Divine Movement sword and left countless sword marks on the Bloodlust Sacred Lord's body. Finally, the Bloodlust Sacred Lord had no choice but to take out a peak-grade, first-rate, Extreme Dao Defensive Cardinal Artifact. In fact, even if the Bloodlust Sacred Lord didn't take out the Cardinal Artifact, Li Fuchen wouldn't be able to do anything to him. At most, the Bloodlust Sacred Lord would lose a trace of vitality. But the Bloodlust Sacred Lord couldn't tolerate anyone injuring him. At this moment, he was a little envious of the others who could wear armor. If he was wearing the peak-grade, first-rate, Extreme Dao armor, no matter how powerful Li Fuchen's attack was, it would only transmit some impact force and wouldn't be able to injure him. Of course, it wasn't that he couldn't wear the armor, but after wearing the armor, he wouldn't be able to execute many abilities. For example, turning his body into countless tiny bats was one of his abilities. Once he wore the armor, he couldn't possibly turn the armor into tiny bats too, right? He couldn't do it yet. Night Devil Sacred Lord, do you think you are the only one with a barrier field? The Bloodlust Sacred Lord rushed into the sky and extended a pair of giant bat wings. This pair of bat wings was so huge that it could be described as covering the sky and the earth. World of Darkness. Endless darkness was emitted from the Bloodlust Sacred Lord's body and clashed with the world of eternal night. They were fighting for the control of this world. As a Blood Race's Sacred Lord, the Bloodlust Sacred Lord wasn't just proficient in the Bloodlust Dao, he was also proficient in the Darkness Dao. His ability to turn into a bat was a technique of the Darkness Dao. It is the same as Wang Heilung's Darkness Divine ability. Li Fuchen squinted his eyes. Back at the Seven Color Continents South Forest Martial Institution, Li Fuchen had fought with Wang Heilung. Wang Heilung had the Darkness Bone Frame and could execute the Darkness Bone Frame Divine ability, Darkness Sky Canopy. Of course, Wang Heilung's Darkness Sky Canopy was millions of times weaker than the Bloodlust Sacred Lord's World of Darkness. The latter's World of Darkness already had the World Source, while the former was just a field created by the power of darkness. When the two barrier fields clashed, everyone felt that time and space were distorting and so were their senses. Let alone clashing, they couldn't even see anyone. Such a powerful barrier. The Night Devil Sacred Lord's expression changed. His world of eternal night contained the Shadow Dao and had never lost for tens of thousands of years. But this time, he wasn't confident enough. Night Devil Sacred Lord, you and I aren't on the same level. Hurry up and admit defeat. The Bloodlust Sacred Lord's bat wings flapped violently and the horrific power of darkness spread out in waves. Crackle! The void appeared with black cracks. Finally, the Night Devil Sacred Lord's world of eternal night shattered. As compared to the Bloodlust Sacred Lord, he was still inferior, be it in terms of strength or barrier. As the world of eternal night shattered, the power of the world of darkness enveloped the entire place. Everyone in the Night Devil team became blind and couldn't see or sense anything. Even their strength had been greatly suppressed. Creak, creak. Creak, creak, creak. Apart from that, there were plenty of terrifying noises that echoed from the endless darkness. It was rumored that the Bloodlust Sacred Lord's world of darkness had already given birth to darkness creatures. These darkness creatures were endless, and as long as the world of darkness could be maintained, the darkness creatures would never be eliminated. Bang, 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 bang. There was an intense crashing sound as the Tortoise Sacred Lord said anxiously, "Something is crashing into my tortoise shell array. Damn it." The Night Devil Sacred Lord had an unpleasant expression. He had suffered a miserable defeat this time. If he could resist the Bloodlust Sacred Lord's world of darkness, the Night Devil team wouldn't be in such a dangerous situation. Taking a deep breath, the Night Devil Sacred Lord executed the world of eternal night again. This time, the world of eternal night only covered the Night Devil team. Boom, boom. Countless thunderbolts were crashing into the world of eternal night. There were also some horrific creatures attacking the world of eternal night. It was obvious that the thunderstorm sacred lord and the darkness creatures were attacking. As time elapsed, the night devil sacred lord's expression was getting paler. Night devil sacred lord, surrender! You are not a match for me. The bloodlust sacred lord's voice was everywhere. Originally, even without the thunderstorm sacred lord's help, he was confident that he could rely on the world of darkness to slowly grind the night devil team to death. However, the efficiency would be much lower. It seems like I still have to expose the joint heaven sword. Li Fuchen let out a sigh. His spirit's soul power could ignore the world of darkness, and his spiritual awareness could clearly sense the situation in the outside world. After all, his spiritual awareness was at the heaven monarch realm. But sensing was just sensing. The world of darkness was truly suppressing him. If he didn't use the joint heaven sword, his strength would be suppressed to the level of a regular peak-level sacred lord and wouldn't be of any use. Chapter 9:14. Clang. The joint heaven sword was unsheathed and Li Fuchen slashed at the thunderstorm sacred lord. Such powerful sword chi. The thunderstorm sacred lord raised his brows and smashed his hammer at the sword chi. Rumble. A horrific chi wave burst out and sent the thunderstorm sacred lord flying. He who was known for his tyrannical attacks couldn't help but be shocked. This was the first time he was sent flying in a frontal battle. Supreme weapon. Immediately after, the thunderstorm sacred lord thought of something and panted heavily. The hammer in his hand was a peak-grade extreme Dao weapon and not a regular extreme Dao weapon. To be able to send him flying under the suppression of the dark world, apart from a supreme weapon, he couldn't think of any other possibility. There is actually a supreme weapon. The bloodthirst sacred lord's breathing had also become hurried. He had already forgotten why Li Fuchen was able to detect the thunderstorm sacred lord's presence in the dark world. The bloodthirst sacred lord's mind was only filled with supreme weapons. A single supreme weapon was worth more than 10 million peak-grade spirit stones. No one knew how much it was exactly because supreme weapons would normally only appear in Heaven Monarch class auctions. If there were many competitors, it was normal for it to reach 20 or 30 million peak-grade spirit stones. After all, any Heaven Monarch would have an extremely robust wealth. The bloodthirst sacred lord might be ranked 4th on the sacred lord rankings, but his wealth didn't reach 10 million peak-grade spirit stones. Therefore, the more he earned, the more he used. I have to obtain it. The bloodthirst sacred lord's eyes flashed with a terrifying radiance. Boom, 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 Li Fuchen could sense countless dark creatures surging over from all directions and crashing at the surface of the eternal night world. Sword Sea Horizon. Li Fuchen broke free from the eternal night world and arrived above the eternal night world before brandishing his sword. Swish. The terrifying silver sea of swords expanded, killing the dark creatures one by one. He didn't believe that the bloodthirst sacred lord could maintain the dark world forever. Li Fuchen was certain that killing these dark creatures would exhaust the dark world's power. A portion of the dark world's power came from heaven and earth, while another portion came from the bloodthirst sacred lord. The silver sword sea was like a real ocean. The dark creatures were like clay oxen entering the ocean and were all devoured by the silver sword sea. Towards the end, the dark creatures, which were said to be endless, gradually became scarce. Such an incredible supreme weapon. Sacred Lord Bloodlust had a solemn expression. Originally, even if the dark creatures were killed and turned into dark energy, they could still return to the origin of the dark world. Because of this, the dark creatures in the dark world were said to be endless. But Li Fuchen's joint heaven sword was too terrifying. When the dark creatures were killed by the joint heaven sword, even if they were dispersed into darkness power, they would still be mixed with the sword chi. It was impossible to return to the world of darkness directly, and the sword chi had to be expelled. But expelling the sword chi would also consume energy. Destructive thunderstorm. countless black thunderbolts intertwined and blasted at Li Fuchen. If it wasn't Holy Lord Lei Bao, who else could it be? Good timing. 10,000 swords returned to one. Transforming 10,000 swords into a single sword, Li Fuchen struck. Crackle! Countless lightning bolts were annihilated in front of the terrifying sword light. Damn it! Sacred Lord Lei Bao roared in anger as his body suddenly expanded. As it expanded, 2 arms grew out from each side of his body, and a head grew out from each side of his head. 3 heads, 6 arms. One of the strongest innate abilities of the Thunder Sense race. Sacred Lord Heavenbreak was obviously inferior in this aspect, and could only produce 2 heads and 4 arms. Die! Sacred Lord Lei Bao had 6 arms and each arm was wielding a large hammer. He was like a thunderstorm as he charged at Li Fuchen. Cling, 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 there was a violent burst of sparks. Others could only release one attack in a split second. Those that were proficient in dual weapons could only release 2 attacks. But Sacred Lord Lei Bao was able to release 6 attacks. Furthermore, all 6 attacks were at the optimal route and angle. It wasn't a simple random bombardment. It is 3 heads, 6 arms. In the world of eternal night, Sacred Lord Heavenbreak held his breath. Their Thunder Sense race's 3 heads, 6 arms wasn't a simple 3 heads, 6 arms ability. Once the 3 heads, 6 arms ability was executed, the Spirit Soul Awareness would split into 3 and each Spirit Soul Awareness would control 2 arms. Furthermore, the Spirit Soul Awareness was originally a single entity, therefore, the 3 Spirit Soul Awareness had perfect coordination and there wouldn't be any flaws. In other words, Li Fuchen wasn't fighting with one Sacred Lord Lei Bao, but 3 Sacred Lords. But these 3 Sacred Lords had already fused together. Such an incredible ability! Li Fuchen was barely able to resist. Having many arms and having 3 heads and 6 arms were 2 entirely different things. Some races that had many arms, like some demonic beast race Sacred Lords, had many arms. But their usage of the arms wasn't perfect. It could only be said that they relied on numbers and were very crude. Take Li Fuchen for example. He could use the sword energy to form countless arms. But to him, it wouldn't increase his combat strength, and would only make him look intimidating. But the Thunder Sense race's 3 heads, 6 arms was different. They could perfectly control the 6 arms to instantly increase their combat strength. Bang! Bang bang! Li Fuchen's combat strength was comparable with the Sacred Lord Lei Bao. Once the Sacred Lord Lei Bao's combat strength increased, Li Fuchen couldn't resist anymore. His body suffered a few hammer strikes and he couldn't help but vomit a large mouthful of blood. Die! The Sacred Lord Lei Bao didn't spare Li Fuchen after gaining the upper hand. He kept on smashing at Li Fuchen. He swore to smash Li Fuchen into a pile of blood. Don't be complacent too early. There was a flash of sword light as Li Fuchen slashed open the Sacred Lord Lei Bao's body. How is this possible? The Sacred Lord Lei Bao looked down at the bone-deep sword wound and had a gloomy expression. He was already suppressing Li Fuchen. How was it possible for Li Fuchen to find an opening? Apart from that, within a short period of time, he had already smashed Li Fuchen's body a few dozen times. But Li Fuchen's chi presence didn't weaken at all. His broken bones and torn flesh had also instantly recovered. He is actually able to sense everything in my world of darkness and isn't affected at all. After seeing everything, the Sacred Lord Lei Bao found it unbelievable. The world of darkness isolated all scouting. Be it vision or spiritual awareness, they were all useless in the world of darkness, unless the Sacred Lord Lei Bao bestowed a trace of world of darkness power. Could his spiritual awareness have already reached the Heaven Monarch realm? The Sacred Lord Lei Bao couldn't think of any other possibilities. I can only do that. After taking a deep breath, the Sacred Lord Lei Bao started to extract the world of darkness source power. Again. The Sacred Lord Lei Bao didn't believe it and continued to fight with Li Fuchen. This time, Li Fuchen only took a dozen strikes to leave a deep sword wound on the Sacred Lord Lei Bao's body. Impossible! The Sacred Lord Lei Bao roared. If this carried on, he would definitely be at a disadvantage. Li Fuchen was wielding a supreme weapon, and not a regular weapon. No matter how high his defense was, he wouldn't be able to withstand it. He didn't understand how Li Fuchen was able to attack him. Dark World Claw. Right at this moment, the world of darkness suddenly shattered. Immediately after, a sharp claw that carried endless darkness clawed at Li Fuchen. The Sacred Lord Lei Bao had two absolute arts, the bloodthirsty claw and the claw of darkness. In fact, apart from these two absolute arts, he also had a kill move, the Dark World Claw. However, the Dark World Claw required the World of Darkness source power and it was extremely taxing. During normal times, the Sacred Lord Lei Bao wouldn't use it easily. Such an incredible claw! When facing this claw, Li Fuchen felt as though he was facing an entire world. Open! Li Fuchen wielded the Joint Heaven sword with both hands and cleaved at the Dark World Claw. Swish! The Dark World Claw was cleaved apart, but it was split into two halves and still slashed at Li Fuchen's body. The source should have been injured. The Sacred Lord Lei Bao was very confident in this claw. He once used this claw to instantly kill a peak-level Sacred Lord. In his opinion, it was impossible to kill Li Fuchen, but it was easy to injure Li Fuchen's source. It is rather painful. As the world of darkness shattered, the world regained its clarity. In front of the world of eternal night, Li Fuchen lowered his head and took a glance at his body. On his left shoulder and right chest, there were a total of 5 black cracks. The surging power of darkness was constantly bursting out from the 5 black cracks and was trying to corrode Li Fuchen's body. It was a pity that the power of darkness might seem powerful, but in terms of quality, it was inferior to the undying willpower. In just a short moment, the power of darkness was suppressed by the undying willpower. Scatter! Li Fuchen waved his hand and the boundless power of darkness turned into a dragon of darkness that rushed into the void. After letting out a breath, Li Fuchen decided that he must obtain a high-grade or peak-grade extreme Dao armor after this trip. If Li Fuchen was wearing the armor earlier, the Sacred Lord Lei Bao's claw wouldn't have such lethal power. His source wasn't injured? The Sacred Lord Lei Bao's eyes contracted. His claw had consumed a large amount of his power, but was only able to injure Li Fuchen lightly. It made him feel very helpless. Even if the two of you attack together, you won't be able to do anything to me, Li Fuchen said slowly. Hearing the statement, the ferocious Sacred Lord Thunderstorm's eyes flickered with ominous light, but he didn't refute. He knew clearly about the Sacred Lord Lei Bao's Dark World Claw. Apart from the number 1 Sacred Lord Multicolor Divine Lord and the number 5-9 Revolution Island Lord, no one would dare to receive the attack with their body. Not even the Sacred Lord Thunderstorm would dare to do so. But Li Fuchen received the claw attack and was only slightly injured. It wasn't even considered a severe injury. Without a doubt, Li Fuchen was the same as the 9 Revolution Island Lord. They were both Sacred Lords that had no flaws. When facing such Sacred Lords, one would either have to use absolute strength to kill them or spend a large amount of time to slowly grind them to death. Chapter 9:15. Most importantly, Li Fuchen had a supreme weapon. In the face of a supreme weapon, even the 9 Revolution Island Lord would be injured. Therefore, if they were to fight to the death, he and the bloodthirsty Sacred Lord would definitely be defeated. Thunderstorm Sacred Lord, do you have any other kill moves? The bloodthirsty Sacred Lord transmitted a message to the Thunderstorm Sacred Lord. At their level, unless it was a life and death situation, no one would know what their final trump card was. The Dark World Claw earlier wasn't considered the bloodthirsty Sacred Lord's strongest attack. If he executed the Dark World and the Dark World, he might be able to severely injure Li Fuchen. I still have a forbidden move. But I have a premonition that even if I execute it, it will be hard to severely injure him. The thunderstorm sacred lord looked rough, but was actually very meticulous. He wasn't as simple as he looked. Of course, a simple-minded person wouldn't be able to cultivate to such strength. I understand now. The bloodthirsty sacred lord was helpless. He didn't have any confidence either, therefore, he asked the thunderstorm sacred lord. Ultimately, the bloodthirsty sacred lord and the thunderstorm sacred lord retreated. They had already treated Li Fuchen as an existence on the same level as them. Li Fuchen wasn't someone they could kill as they wished. It would probably take 3 to 5 experts of the same level to have a chance to kill Li Fuchen. They are finally gone. The world of eternal night crumbled and the night demon sacred lord and the others walked out. I didn't expect the bloodthirsty sacred lord to be so powerful. His world of eternal night even produced dark creatures. The night demon sacred lord lamented. His world of eternal night was still far from producing dark creatures. This was also the reason why he wasn't a match for the bloodthirsty sacred lord. Tai Lu said, "The thunderstorm sacred lord isn't bad either. Once he executes his 3 heads and 6 arms innate ability, I will be hammered to death in 100 moves." Tai Lu was the metal spirit race's sacred lord and had an extremely tough body. In normal situations, even if someone was 10 times or dozens of times stronger than him, they would only be able to slowly grind him to death. But there was a limit to the body's toughness, and the thunderstorm sacred lord's attack had definitely surpassed this limit. It is fortunate that the 2 of them were scared away by the sword master. Gulisha rejoiced. She already couldn't help but use her secret technique. But she knew that even if she used it, it would only be a few moves against the bloodthirsty sacred lord, and it wouldn't be enough. They weren't scared away. They just didn't want to waste time. To be honest, if Li Fuchen were to fight to the death, even if he could win, it would be a Pyrrhic victory. The year was about to end, and everyone was rushing out of Ancient Stone City. The Ancient Stone City would not take the initiative to send them out. Once the 1 year was up, the Ancient Stone City would hide in the depths of time and space. At that time, even heavenly monarchs would find it difficult to come out. With 1 week left before the 1-year deadline, the Night Demon Squad flew out from the West City Gate. Time Sand City, Night Devil Tavern. Everyone began to carefully count their gains. It's worth more than 12 million peak-grade spirit stones in total. How about we split the rest after we sell them all? Sacred Lord Night Demon suggested. Alright, then let's start with 12 million points. Everyone agreed. Sword Master, we will be staying in the Time Sand City for a long period of time, and we aren't in a hurry to split it. You are probably going to leave the Time Sand City soon. These 5 million peak-grade spirit stones shall be yours first. The Night Devil Sacred Master handed Li Fuchen a spatial ring. Alright. Li Fuchen nodded and didn't check. After dividing the spoils, everyone began to drink. The Night Demon Tavern was the lair of the Night Demon Squad. There was a large amount of good wine inside, and the most expensive wine was worth thousands of top-grade spirit stones. Normally, no one was willing to drink it, but this time, the harvest was huge, and they couldn't help but open a few bottles. Li Fuchen and the tortoise-armored saint were seated by the window of the Night Devil Tavern. Tortoise Shell Saint Lord, I wish to invite you to help me set up a few Saint Lord class arrays. Li Fuchen went straight to the point. Hearing that, Sacred Lord Turtleshell agreed without even thinking. It is my honor to accept Sword Master's invitation. It was indeed an honor to be invited by Li Fuchen to set up the array. In the tortoise-armored Saint Lord's opinion, Li Fuchen was destined to become a heaven monarch. Helping Li Fuchen to set up the array was the same as making Li Fuchen owe the tortoise-armored Saint Lord a favor. A favor from a future heaven monarch was priceless. On the same day, Li Fuchen and the tortoise-armored saint returned to the Deep Blue Plain. Deep Blue Plain, in the skies above the East Unicorn continent. The tortoise-armored Holy Lord said, "Indeed, coming to another plane will cause one to be suppressed by the power of the plane. How much did he suppress? Li Fuchen was curious. Apart from not allowing heaven monarchs from other planes to enter, the plane would also suppress lifeforms from other planes. Not much, just 10%. But this 10% isn't just 10% of strength. Even the speed of thought, recovery, and perception are all suppressed by 10%. The tortoise-armored Saint Lord laughed. I see. Li Fuchen nodded. There wasn't a lot of suppression on strength, but in the long run, there would still be a huge impact. If one didn't want to be suppressed by another plane, the only way was to conquer this plane and transform it. In this aspect, the demon race was the most experienced. In the universe, the demon race was the race that conquered the most planes. Sword Master is planning to set up an array on this continent? The tortoise-armored Saint Lord could feel that this continent might be small, but the heaven and earth chi was very concentrated. Li Fuchen shook his head. Not here. Follow me. The East Unicorn continent was great, but it was too small and wasn't suitable for a sex development. While Li Fuchen and the tortoise-armored Saint Lord were setting up the array, in the Glimmer City of the Prism Star region, Werewolf Li Fuchen finally waited for Jis and Soret to leave the city. The lifespan of sacred lords was too long. If there was nothing, it was normal for them to go into seclusion for a few years. Jis and Soret went into seclusion as soon as they returned. They only came out when Wolf Lord Drizzt issued a new mission. After a few years, the duo had almost neglected Werewolf Li Fuchen. During these few years, Werewolf Li Fuchen didn't make any movements. In Jis and Soret's opinion, Werewolf Li Fuchen should have given up on revenge. After all, without strength, how was he going to take revenge? After exiting the city, the duo headed straight for the teleportation star. I already said that he wouldn't dare to chase after us. Jis sneered. It seems like I am overthinking. Soret nodded. Buzz. A radiance rushed into the sky and the duo vanished without a trace. On a distant teleportation star, the duo appeared on the teleportation platform. Next, there weren't any teleportation stars for teleportation, hence, the duo had to travel slowly. After flying for a short distance, a figure suddenly appeared in front of the duo. Gu Lai! Jis roared. He didn't expect Werewolf Li Fuchen to really chase after them. Gu Lai, what do you want? Soret didn't know why, but he had a bad premonition. What do you think I want? Turning around, Werewolf Li Fuchen had a calm expression. Gu Lai, I don't know if you are really stupid or pretending to be stupid. Do you think you can take revenge by yourself? Jis burst out with murderous aura. This time, he had to kill Li Fuchen. He didn't feel comfortable leaving a scourge alive. Whether I can take revenge or not, you will know after you try. Werewolf Li Fuchen's expression was as calm as usual. This calmness made Jis and Soret feel very oppressed. Especially Soret. He felt that the current Werewolf Li Fuchen was like a devil wearing a wolf's skin. Kill! The first to make a move wasn't Jis, it was Soret. Soret might be overcautious and lacking in courage, but once he knew that there was no way out, he was more decisive than anyone else. Soret was very fast and instantly reached dozens of times the speed of light. One had to know that instantaneous acceleration and long-distance flight were not the same. Long-distance flight speed would get faster and faster. As long as there was enough energy, it could be increased to the limit. Instantaneous movement speed relied on burst power. The distance between the duo wasn't far, and at dozens of times the speed of light, it was almost negligible. There was a flash of light and Soret arrived behind Li Fuchen. Impossible! After Soret said this sentence, his body was torn into dozens of pieces. If he was torn into dozens of pieces by other races, Soret naturally wouldn't die. But it was different when he was torn into dozens of pieces by the werewolf race. The werewolf's attack contained the laceration law. Anything that was torn would be hard to recover or even impossible to recover. Soret, who was torn into dozens of pieces, could clearly feel the frenzied loss of vitality. His true spirit wanted to escape, but he realized in despair that his true spirit had also been torn apart. Finally, Soret's eyes extinguished. "You killed Soret?" Jis pointed at werewolf Li Fuchen and was in disbelief. He, Soret, and Gu Lai were all mid-class sacred lords. Soret was the weakest, Gu Lai was slightly stronger, while Jis was the strongest. But it was certain that the three of them were on the same level. Jis never thought that Gu Lai would be able to kill Soret in a single move. In his opinion, even if Gu Lai was a high-class sacred lord, it was impossible to kill Soret in a single move. Could he be a peak-class sacred lord? Jis' heart had a trace of fear. "Flee!" Turning around, Jis flew at the fastest speed in his life. "Do you think you can escape?" There was a blur and werewolf Li Fuchen appeared in front of Jis again. "Gu Lai, you killed Soret and have committed a capital offense. Once Lord Wolf finds out, he will not spare you." Jis was stern inside. "Murderers will be killed. Go to hell and tell Lord Wolf." Werewolf Li Fuchen walked towards Jis step by step. Jis was retreating while the fear in his heart was getting more intense. He didn't wish to die. He was still young and had a lot of life that he had yet to experience. Jis' voice trembled as he said, "Gu Lai, spare me. Back then, it wasn't my or Soret's idea to kill you, it was Lord Wolf's idea. He was afraid of your bloodline and was afraid that you would surpass him one day. Therefore, he gave us great benefits and wanted us to kill you in secret." "I know." Werewolf Li Fuchen didn't look surprised. Swish. Werewolf Li Fuchen arrived behind Jis. Bang. An energy shield burst out from Jis' body. This was a mid-grade, top-class, extreme Dao defensive cardinal artifact, and it was bestowed to him by Lord Wolf Drizzt. It was a pity that a mid-grade, top-class, extreme Dao defensive cardinal artifact could only block attacks from high-class sacred lord. Such a defensive cardinal artifact wouldn't be able to block attacks from high-class sacred lord. Splash! There wasn't any blood spurting out as Jis and Soret were torn into dozens of pieces. "Gu Lai, you will die a horrible death. Lord Wolf will not spare you. No matter how strong you are not a match for Lord Wolf." Jis roared in a frenzy before his voice abruptly stopped. "Lord Wolf, how have you been?" Werewolf Li Fuchen didn't bother about Jis and turned to look into the distance. The void tore open and Lord Wolf Drizzt walked out. Chapter 9:16. Wolf Lord Drizzt, the strongest werewolf in Glimmering City. It was impossible to estimate how strong it was. After all, there were strong and weak peak sacred lords. Walking towards the werewolf Li Fuchen step by step, the wolf sovereign said slowly, "Actually, you didn't have to return." "Why?" If the werewolf Li Fuchen didn't return, he wouldn't know that he wasn't dead. As for taking revenge on him, Lord Wolf felt that it was impossible. In the past, this person had only been a middle holy lord and he was a peak holy lord. Moreover, even amongst peak holy lords, he was an outstanding individual. Thus, even if this person was given 100,000 years, he still wouldn't be able to take revenge. Wolfman Li Fuchen didn't reply but asked, "Just because my bloodline potential is high, you want to kill me?" Lord Wolf grinned. "That's only one of the main reasons. The other reason is that I hate you." He truly liked Fei Li, but Fei Li used to be a couple with him. Every time he thought of this, he felt uncomfortable. He knew that only by killing the other party could he feel at ease. After all, there was no need to bicker with a dead person. "I see." Wolfman Li Fuchen nodded. "Now that you're about to die, do you have any last words?" Lord Wolf asked. In his eyes, the werewolf Li Fuchen was undoubtedly a dead man. So what if the other party could kill Solet and Jis in seconds? Solet and Jis were just his two dogs that could be discarded at any time. The reason why he sent Solet and Gyth out on this mission was to test the other party. It would be fine if the other party didn't chase after him, but if he did, he would be able to settle this once and for all. "I feel that it would be better for you to leave behind your last word. I believe that Fei Li still does not know that you have come out." You're still so stubborn even when you're about to die. Lord Wolf's figure flashed, and the entire world was filled with his silhouettes. Die. Countless claw shadows grabbed at Li Fuchen. It was like a violent storm. Crackle. The void was torn beyond recognition. The werewolf race's laceration rule had appeared to destroy all living things. In the hands of Lord Wolf, the tearing rules were even more terrifying. Anyone who was scratched by his claws would probably be torn into pieces and would never be able to recover. Good timing. With Li Fuchen as the center, a dense claw shadow extended out and clashed with the wolf chief's claw shadow. This time, the void was even more damaged than before. He's reached the level of a peak sacred lord? It would have been better if they hadn't exchanged blows, but once they did, Lord Wolf was immediately stunned. He thought that this person was only a peak holy lord. Who would have thought that after narrowly escaping death, Lin Ming would suddenly break through 3 levels, going from a middle holy lord to a peak holy lord. Today you must die. Lord Wolf bellowed. He had killed the other because he was worried that the potential of the other's bloodline would one day erupt and become an existence that surpassed him. He hadn't expected that the potential of the other's bloodline had indeed erupted, but it had been forced by him. At the juncture of life and death, it was very easy for people to stimulate their own potential. It was obvious that the other party had exploded at the moment of life and death, and it was very powerful as well. He instantly became a peak sacred lord. But the more it was like this, the more he wanted to kill him. If he didn't kill the other party, he wouldn't be able to rest easy in the future. Puff! A claw mark appeared on Li Fuchen's body and fresh blood splattered. Lord Wolf Drizzt had been famous for a long time. Be it speed or strength, they were all slightly superior to Li Fuchen. Gulai, so what if you are a peak sacred lord? In my eyes, you are just a fool that I have toyed with. Do you know that your wife, your child, they were all killed by me? Your good brother, Margaret, was also killed by me. I originally didn't want to kill him, but who asked him to know my secret? Haha, no surprise, no surprise. If you have a conscience, then go to hell to accompany them. Lord Wolf laughed heartily and spoke with a malicious and mocking tone. Lord Wolf, you are the one who should go to hell. I will let you go and apologize. PFFF. Li Fuchen had also left a claw mark on Lord Wolf's body. But this claw mark was a little shallow and only scratched a layer of skin. You are rather calm. Lord Wolf was rather surprised. He originally wanted to agitate Li Fuchen and make him agitated so that he would reveal a flaw. But so what? You still have to die. Blood Moon Claw. A blood moon appeared behind Lord Wolf. Immediately after, a blood-colored claw mark flew at Li Fuchen. Crash! Li Fuchen's body was left with 5 bloody marks. If his body wasn't tough enough, this claw would have torn his body into pieces. Let's see how long you can last. Blood Moon Consecutive Claw. Lord Wolf's body spun while countless blood-colored claw marks flew at Li Fuchen. Howl! There was a horrific wolf howl as Li Fuchen transformed into a gold werewolf. There was a horrific gold chi wave that burst out while his chi presence was increasing drastically. Only you can transform? Lord Wolf transformed as well. He was also a gold werewolf and was taller and stalwart than Li Fuchen. After transforming into gold werewolves, the duo's strength and speed had increased by 1 level. The ripping law was also more condensed and terrifying. If the duo's body wasn't tough enough, they would have been torn into pieces. Gulai, you don't have any chance. Lord Wolf was completely suppressing Li Fuchen. Even though they were both gold werewolves, there was still a difference. There were more claw marks on Li Fuchen's body. With a bang, Li Fuchen's massive body was sent flying by a single kick from Lord Wolf. He tumbled a few dozen times in the air. No wonder you are Lord Wolf. Li Fuchen stood up while his eyes were calm. Gulai, don't pretend to be calm. I won't give you any chance. It was unknown why, but when Lord Wolf saw Li Fuchen's calm eyes, he felt rather irritated. Lord Wolf, Aren't you apprehensive of my bloodline potential? Today, I shall let you witness the true bloodline of a werewolf. Pouring power into the depths of his bloodline, Li Fuchen started to activate the trace of dark werewolf bloodline. Boom! The void trembled like a raging ocean. Even Lord Wolf found it hard to keep his footing. Bang! In Lord Wolf's vision, Li Fuchen's body was several times bigger. The golden chi wave was expanding like the ocean. No, it was simply like the starry sky. It was vast and majestic. Within the golden chi wave there was black lightning that was dancing. The black lightning gave Lord Wolf an extremely horrifying feeling. He suspected that if he made contact with the black lightning, he would immediately be turned into ashes. Dark werewolf bloodline? Lord Wolf's lips were bleeding as he had bitten it. Impossible, this definitely isn't the dark werewolf bloodline. No matter how high your bloodline potential is, it is impossible to activate the dark werewolf bloodline in such a short period of time. Lord Wolf took a step back and had a deranged expression. The dark werewolf bloodline was the Wolfman race's supreme bloodline. Once it was completely activated, one would become a Wolfman Heaven Monarch. Even if it was just a trace of the dark werewolf bloodline, the strength would reach an extremely horrifying level. After all, a trace and a full activation had the same power. The only difference was the duration of the battle. Li Fuchen's bloodline contained the dark werewolf bloodline, and Lord Wolf knew about it. Because Li Fuchen's ancestor had once produced Wolfman Heaven Monarchs, and there was more than one of them. Therefore, it was precisely because of this that Lord Wolf had to kill Li Fuchen. Everything is fake. Go to hell. Lord Wolf roared in a frenzy as he charged at Li Fuchen. It is over. Li Fuchen's eyes were calm as he thrust his finger forward. PFFF. Lord Wolf's glabella was instantly pierced. Immediately after, his entire body turned into a black substance and dissipated. There was a huge difference between activating the dark werewolf bloodline and not activating it. Before activating it, Li Fuchen was much weaker than Lord Wolf. But after activating it, Lord Wolf couldn't even block a single finger from Li Fuchen. The current Li Fuchen's strength had increased by at least 100 times. Even if a Heaven Monarch was here, Li Fuchen was confident he could contest a few moves. Of course, it was just a few moves. The black runes in his bloodline that represented the dark werewolf bloodline might have been split into more than 10 billion runes, but as compared to the entire bloodline, it was just a trace. This trace of dark werewolf bloodline wouldn't allow him to fight for a long period of time. Once the dark werewolf's power was exhausted, he would return to his original form. Let me see his wealth first. After returning to his human form, Li Fuchen waved his hand and the spatial rings of Lord Wolf and the others landed in his hand. He first opened Solot's spatial ring. Solot didn't have a lot of wealth, and it was only around 100,000 peak-grade spirit stones. Next was Geese. As compared to Solot, Geese was definitely very wealthy. His wealth had reached 300,000 peak-grade spirit stones, and it was the same wealth of regular high-class sacred lords. Lastly, it was Lord Wolf Drizzt's spatial ring. Incredible! This time, I can split the black runes into more than 100 billion. Lord Wolf's wealth was a total of 2 million peak-grade spirit stones. Be it Solot or Geese, they were just a fraction of Lord Wolf's wealth. After keeping the spatial ring, Li Fuchen flew towards the teleportation star. Deep blue plain, Saint Spirit continent. Li Fuchen's mouth revealed a trace of a smile. Is the trouble resolved? I didn't think that you would actually reach the Heaven Monarch realm earlier than me. Li Fuchen could automatically receive everything that the werewolf Li Fuchen experienced. On the contrary, Li Fuchen wouldn't know everything that Li Fuchen experienced, unless Li Fuchen sent feedback. Interesting. Li Fuchen lamented at the wonders of fate. He was able to find a dark werewolf's descendant so easily. If Gu Lai's bloodline didn't have a trace of the dark werewolf's bloodline, Li Fuchen wouldn't be able to increase his strength so quickly. But in order to transform the bloodline into the dark werewolf's bloodline, I will need at least 10 million peak-grade spirit stones. It might even reach a few dozen million peak-grade spirit stones. The dark werewolf's bloodline was a supreme bloodline, and to completely activate a supreme bloodline, it would require a lot of energy. Of course, everything was worth it. Chapter 9:17. Setting up a sacred masterclass array wasn't something that could be done overnight. Li Fuchen wasn't in a hurry, and apart from observing how the tortoise-armored Saint Lord was setting up the array, he spent most of his time comprehending the cultivation technique. Cultivation techniques were extremely important to the human race, even more so than martial arts. Once their martial arts reached a supreme level, the human race would be able to use it to become a Lord of Heaven. At the same time, when one's cultivation technique reached a supreme level, the human race could use it to become immortal and live as long as the heavens. A human heaven monarch that had reached the supreme level in martial art and cultivation technique was extremely terrifying. Li Fuchen guessed that the Hengi primogenitor of the Hengi star region was probably a heaven monarch of this level, even though the Hengi primogenitor wasn't a human. Of course, Li Fuchen's primary extreme sword technique was still far from reaching the supreme rank. Right now, his thoughts were to push the primary extreme sword technique to the first-rate extremity. Food had to be eaten bite by bite, and the road had to be walked step by step. It was useless to bite off more than one could chew. As time elapsed, Li Fuchen's comprehension of the primary extreme sword technique was increasing. When the primary extreme sword art was at the third-rate supreme realm, it covered the mysteries of 21 human bodies. When I was in the second-rate supreme realm, it covered the mysteries of 42 human bodies. At the level of a first-rate supreme class, it needs to cover at least 60 mysteries of the human body. If it covers too little, it means that it is not perfect. In fact, if Li Fuchen didn't care about the mysteries of the human body, his primary extreme sword technique would have already reached first-rate extremity. However, he had a premonition that once he did this, it would be extremely difficult for his primary extreme sword technique to reach the unmatched level in the future, to the extent where it might even be impossible. He had to reconstruct the technique. It was just like how a house could only be built high if the foundation was solid. I have already discovered 73 mysteries of the human body. However, not all of them can be fused into the 10th level of the primary extreme sword technique. Forcefully fusing them will only cause the primary extreme sword technique to go astray. I have to choose the most suitable fusion. Li Fuchen's primary extreme sword technique currently only had 9 rank. The 8th rank corresponded to the third-rate extremity, the 9th rank corresponded to the second-rate extremity, and the 10th rank corresponded to the first-rate extremity. 58, 59, 60. Li Fuchen connected the mysteries of the human body and fused them into his sword art. 61, 62. The connection continued. As Li Fuchen connected more and more mysteries of the human body, he could vaguely sense the boundless sword Tao source in the void. 66, 67, 68. Finally, when the connection reached 68 mysteries, Li Fuchen's sword art stopped circulating. It's almost time. Li Fuchen took a deep breath and poured boundless sword energy into the mysteries of the 68 human bodies. Gradually, a brand new sword diagram was formed. This sword diagram was many times more complicated than the one on the 9th level. At the same time, it was many times more profound and sharp. Just a glance at it would cause one's soul to ache and make one dizzy. The 10th level of the primary extreme sword art completed. With a yell from Li Fuchen, a sword chi pillar burst into the sky. This beam of sword chi was incomparably sharp. It instantly pierced through the wind layer and the lightning layer, arriving at the heat layer. Finally, even the heat layer was pierced through and it arrived at the vast starry sky. If someone was watching from outside the deep blue plane, they would be able to see a pillar of light rushing out from the deep blue plane. It rushed out for hundreds of billions of miles in the starry sky before dispersing. The magnificence had an indescribable sharp, killing intent. I finally reached the 10th level. Li Fuchen revealed a smile. At this moment, he felt that he was even more closely integrated with the Sword Tao law in heaven and earth. He could vaguely connect with a trace of the Sword Tao source. He reckoned that once his primary extreme sword art reached the supreme level, it would be able to completely connect with the Sword Tao source. By then, when he fought with the enemy, it would be the same as the Sword Tao source fighting with the enemy. Congratulations to the sword owner for reaching the completion stage of the divine technique. The tortoise-armored Saint Lord, who was the closest to Li Fuchen, was extremely astonished. Li Fuchen's strength was already formidable, and with a supreme weapon, he was considered to be nearly invincible among the saints. Now that his cultivation technique had a breakthrough, he reckoned that he would be able to contest with the multicolor Divine Lord. It is just a small breakthrough. How is the array? Li Fuchen asked. The tortoise-armored Saint Lord said, if it is a mid-grade Saint Lord array, I will only need 1 year to complete it. A high-grade Saint Lord array will take at least 8 to 10 years to complete. Arrays were different from array discs. Array discs pursued convenience and portability. It might be very difficult to refine and was several times more difficult than arrays, but their functions were rather weak. As for arrays, they pursued functionality. If a high-grade Saint Lord array disc could withstand countless attacks from a pinnacle Saint Lord and multiple attacks from a peak-level Saint Lord, then a high-grade Saint Lord array disc must be even stronger and would need to withstand countless attacks from a peak-level Saint Lord. The more advanced an array disc was, the more it was like a world. It was easier said than done to break into a world. As for a peak-grade Saint Lord array disc, the tortoise-armored Saint Lord wasn't able to set it up. After all, a peak-grade Saint Lord array disc could withstand multiple attacks from a regular Heaven Monarch. No one below the Heaven Monarch realm would be able to break it. Alright, there is no hurry. Just tell me if you lack anything. Li Fuchen nodded. He also knew that setting up an array disc was very complicated and couldn't be rushed. Glimmer City. After selling everything that could be sold, the werewolf Li Fuchen had an additional 2 million peak-grade spirit stones. There were still some items that the werewolf Li Fuchen felt weren't worth it to sell, hence, he kept them. I wonder how many black runes can I split into this time? After taking a deep breath, Li Fuchen started to pour power into the black runes. Because some of these black magical symbols were already full of power, and some weren't. After the first division, the 10 billion black magical symbols split into 16 billion, not 20 billion. The second time, it split into 25 billion, the third time, it split into 35 billion 2 months later. Not bad, it actually split into 500 billion. The werewolf Li Fuchen's eyes flashed with black light. Previously, he had activated a trace of the dark werewolf's bloodline, but now, he had activated a trace of the dark werewolf's bloodline. The combat time might not be 50 times longer than before, but it was around 40 times longer. It seems like the werewolf race's Heaven Monarchs are much stronger than regular Heaven Monarchs. Li Fuchen could feel that his combat strength had gotten stronger again. However, he didn't fight with the Heaven Monarchs of the various races, therefore, he didn't know what his current strength level was. I have to go out and explore. If he continued to stay in the Glimmer City, it was too difficult to earn peak-grade spirit stones. Only by venturing into various dangerous places and ruins would he be able to earn a large amount of peak-grade spirit stones. Let's head to the ancient Stone Star region. After finding the spatial tunnel that led to the Deep Blue Plain, the werewolf Li Fuchen arrived at the Deep Blue Plain. Originally, even if the werewolf Li Fuchen didn't completely activate the dark werewolf's bloodline, it was impossible for him to enter the Deep Blue Plain. But as the werewolf Li Fuchen's spirit soul originated from Li Fuchen, he didn't receive any rejection from the Deep Blue Plain. East Unicorn Continent, in front of the spatial tunnel that led to the ancient Stone Star region, the werewolf Li Fuchen stepped inside. It isn't bad to have a Heaven Monarch class clone. Chapter 9:18. Finally recovered. On Jade Star Mountain, Jade Star's Sacred Lord opened her eyes. It was very difficult to recover from an injury to one's origin, not to mention that he had been injured by a supreme weapon, the Fire God's axe. It was even harder to recover. Fortunately, he had retreated quickly and the injury to his origin was not too serious. That was why he was able to recover in just a few years. Holy Lord Skyfire, I won't hold it against you for now. A sharp glint flashed in the Jade Star Holy Lord's eyes. Initially, he had wanted to have a good talk with the Demon Clan. It was best not to start a war unless it was absolutely necessary. However, he had changed his mind now. If the Demon Clan was not completely destroyed, they would only be a burden. The next time the Demon Clan invaded, the Human Clan would be in even more trouble. As soon as the Jade Star Holy Lord came out of seclusion, she immediately called for a meeting. This was a secret meeting and there were only 5 participants. They were the Jade Star Sacred Lord, Jade Flower Sacred Lord, Iron Cloud Sacred Lord, Deep Blue Sword Master, and Li Fuchen. As for the other Divine Lords, the Jade Star Divine Lord did not trust them for fear that the news would leak out. During the meeting, Sacred Lord Jade Flower said, "Most of the Beast Lords and Peak Beast Saints are gathered on the Sky Patrolling Lord's Immortal Island. As far as I know, a Sacred Lord level alarm array has been set up on the Immortal Island, and its detection range is 1 billion miles, or even more. The range of 1 billion kilometers was too big. Even if one traveled at the speed of light, it would still take a quarter of an hour. If one tore through space, it would also take a little while. In such a long time, the Demon Lords would have long escaped." Iron Cloud Holy Master said, "I have a secret treasure on me that can isolate me from detection. However, I don't know if it can block the detection of a Holy Lord level alarm array formation. This secret treasure was found together with the Flame Wheel of Essence in a dangerous place. With these 2 secret treasures, Sacred Lord Iron Cloud's life was pretty good when he was out adventuring." Hearing this, the Sword Master of Deep Blue said, "You can't put your hopes on the secret treasure. This time, either you don't attack or you attack and cripple the monster race." Sacred Lord Jade Flower nodded. "The alert array formation is a problem. Maybe we can secretly set up a large array formation to cover the alert array formation." "Sword Master, didn't you invite an array Sacred Lord back?" Sacred Lord Jade Flower looked at Li Fuchen. Li Fuchen said, "Actually, there isn't a need to go through so much trouble. I will head to Immortal Island first and attract their attention. The 2 of you will rely on the Iron Cloud Sacred Master's Isolation Cardinal Artifact to follow me." "But this is too dangerous for you," Sacred Lord Iron Cloud said. "Don't worry. Since I dare to go alone, I have at least a 90% chance of success. To be honest, if these demonic beasts didn't escape, Li Fuchen would be able to deal with all the demonic beast lords and overlords by himself. The Sky Patrol Demon Lord was the only one that was a little difficult to deal with. After all, he was a member of the Undead Legion and was extremely hard to kill." "Sword Master, are you sure?" The Jade Star Sacred Lord knew that Li Fuchen was very powerful, but on the Immortal Island, there were over a dozen demonic beast lords. Li Fuchen said, "During this period of time, my cultivation technique has just broken through to first-rate extremity. I am confident that there won't be any problem." "First-rate Supreme Class?" The 4 of them were astonished. Before breaking through, Li Fuchen already had the strength of a peak-level Sacred Lord. After breaking through, regular peak-level Sacred Lords wouldn't be able to withstand a few moves from Li Fuchen. "In that case, I'll have to trouble you, Sword Master." The Jade Star Sacred Lord nodded. On the boundless ocean, the 5 streaks of light stop. Another one. 5 billion kilometers and we will reach Immortal Island. Sacred Lord Jade Flower said. Wait for my news. Li Fuchen drew with his right hand and created a large opening in the void. Whoosh! Li Fuchen scuttled in. A few 100 million miles ahead, the void split open and Li Fuchen skimmed out. Without any hesitation, he drew with his right hand again. Someone is invading. On the Immortal Island there were palaces. Once Li Fuchen entered the range of the alarm array, the demonic beast lords on the island immediately sensed it. Swish! The sky patrolling demonic lord waved his hand and formed a screen with invisible array power. The screen showed the scene of Li Fuchen tearing open the spatial zone. It's the Sword Master! The sky patrolling demonic lord's face turned dark. Just him alone? There were more and more demonic beast lords in the sky patrolling demonic lord's palace. It should be just him alone. The sky patrolling demonic lord activated the array and sensed carefully but didn't notice anyone. If he is alone, let's attack together and kill him. Some of the demonic beast lord's eyes flashed with ferocious light. That's right, I don't care what schemes he has. If we attack together, who can we not deal with? Most of the demonic beast lords nodded. They had over a dozen demonic beast lords and plenty of peak-level overlords here. If they were to be frightened by a human sacred lord and flee miserably, they would look down on themselves. Then let's kill him. The other demonic beast lords weren't afraid, let alone the sky patrolling demonic lord. Furthermore, he was a member of the Undying Legion and his body contained the undying power. It wouldn't be that easy to kill him. Swish, 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 the demonic beast lords flew out of the palaces and arrived above the Immortal Island while waiting quietly for Li Fuchen. Very good, none of you left. The void split open and Li Fuchen arrived at the border of the Immortal Island. Kill! The Immortal Island was only a few 100,000 miles in size, and this range was already within the attack range of the demonic beast lord. With the sky patrolling demonic lord as the leader, over a dozen demonic beast lords and plenty of peak-level overlords had activated their innate abilities and blasted at Li Fuchen. Break! When the Heaven Dao Divine Movement sword was executed, countless sword scars were emitted in the void. Bang boom! The attacks from the demonic beast lords and peak-level overlords were all dispersed. Even the arrays on the Immortal Island were broken. After all, apart from the alarm array, the rest of the arrays on the Immortal Island were just ordinary extreme Dao arrays. How could they block Li Fuchen's sword? What? So powerful? The demonic beast lords were shocked and felt that something wasn't right. Sword See Horizon. After executing the sword, Li Fuchen soared into the sky and overlapped with the great sun. In the next moment, a boundless silver sword sea swept down and devoured the entire Immortal Island. If one looked down from a high altitude, it would look like a silver sea. No! Li Fuchen's current strength was too powerful. Apart from the sky patrolling demonic lord, the rest of the demonic beast lords and peak-level overlords weren't able to resist and had all died miserably. Stop! The sky patrolling demonic lord was enraged. A horrific giant wolf emerged from the ground and struggled in the sword sea. It was a pity that the current Li Fuchen was no longer the Li Fuchen from the great desolate world. Back then, when Li Fuchen executed the Sword See Horizon, the sky patrolling demonic lord was still able to contest with it. It was already good enough that he could resist for a while. PFFF. The giant wolf was destroyed and the sky patrolling demonic lord let out a groan. Damn it, why is his strength increasing so quickly? The sky patrolling demonic lord was going crazy. When he first met Li Fuchen, he was still able to crush Li Fuchen. The second time he met Li Fuchen in the great desolate world, Li Fuchen was already able to contest with him and was even able to suppress him. The third time they met, the sky patrolling demonic lord couldn't even withstand a single move from Li Fuchen. Undying Divine Fist. The horrific fist pierced through the sword sea and the miserable sky patrolling demonic lord emerged from the sword sea. No wonder he is a member of the Undying Legion. Li Fuchen didn't think that he could kill the Sky Patrolling Demonic Lord in a single sword. In terms of strength, the Sky Patrolling Demonic Lord might only be a slightly stronger peak-level Sacred Lord, but in terms of difficulty to kill, the Sky Patrolling Demonic Lord was definitely at the top. This was also the reason why he needed the cooperation from the Jade Star Sacred Lord and the others. Otherwise, he could just kill alone and wouldn't need the help of others. Flee! After piercing through the sword sea, the Sky Patrolling Demonic Lord suppressed his shock and anger as he fled frantically. Where do you think you are escaping to? Sect Origin Sword. In the void, the sword shadows turned into a single sword shadow and penetrated the Sky Patrolling Demonic Lord's body. The Sky Patrolling Demonic Lord's body turned sluggish and was instantly caught up by Li Fuchen. Sword Master, don't go overboard. If you dare to kill me today, the Undying Legion will destroy the entire deep blue plane in the future. The Sky Patrolling Demonic Lord was afraid. He might be a member of the Undying Legion, but it didn't mean that he was undying and indestructible. He was just a little harder to kill. If Li Fuchen had helpers, the Sky Patrolling Demonic Lord would definitely die today. The Undying Legion has plenty of members. If every member dies, the Undying Legion will go to war. If that's the case, the Undying Legion shouldn't be doing anything and start a war every day. Li Fuchen didn't believe that the Undying Legion would destroy a plane just for a regular member. If the Undying Legion dared to be so arrogant, they would have already incurred the displeasure of the other super factions. Of course, this was based on the fact that the Sky Patrolling Demonic Lord was a regular member. If the Sky Patrolling Demonic Lord was an important member of the Undying Legion, then the Undying Legion might really send a large number of Sacred Lords to destroy the deep blue plane. Set. The Sky Patrolling Demonic Lord naturally knew that the Undying Legion wouldn't take revenge for him. He just wanted to distract Li Fuchen and executed the Undying Seal while the Sky Patrolling Demonic Lord continued to flee. The Sky Patrolling Demonic Lord's original body was a high-tier sacred beast. The Sky Patrolling Demonic Lord's speed was extremely fast. The spatial zone in front of him was constantly twisting and folding. The Undying Legion's ultimate skill is truly incredible. Li Fuchen was already on guard against the Sky Patrolling Demonic Lord's Undying Seal. But the Undying Seal didn't just have a huge sealing range, it also had a powerful effect that disregarded all laws. It forcefully sealed Li Fuchen for an instant. To a Sacred Lord, an instant was considered a long time, and it was enough for him to escape far away. Return. Just as the Sky Patrolling Demonic Lord thought he was safe, the void in front of him suddenly split open and the Jade Star Sacred Lord appeared. The Jade Star Sacred Lord raised her hand and a massive chi force that was like a starry sky bubble froze the Sky Patrolling Demonic Lord. Flower blooming, flower withering. Chapter 9:19. The Sky Patrolling Fiend Lord's body was visibly withering. The flower in Sacred Lord Jade Flower's hand seemed ordinary, but it actually contained the power of the 100-Flower Matron. The 100-Flower Matron's strongest power was the power of withering. It could instantly revive a dying life form, but it could also cause a living life form to wither. Undying power, activate. The Sky Patrolling Demon Lord roared. His body erupted with an oddly powerful life force, contending against Matron Centuria's power of withering. After all, the power of withering glory didn't have its roots, and the flower in Sacred Lord Jade Flower's hand only contained a wisp of the power of withering glory. After a breath, the power of withering glory disappeared, and the Sky Scanning Monster Lord's body returned to normal. Haha, so what if it's the 100 Flowers Empress? The Undying King is the strongest existence. The Sky Patrolling Monster Lord laughed heartily. In the past, he had been afraid of Sacred Lord Jade Flower's flower because he didn't know how much of Mistress 100 Flowers' power it contained. If it contained too much power, even his immortal force might not be able to resist it. From the looks of it now, there was nothing to worry about. Crack! It was unknown when Li Fuchen arrived behind the Sky Patrol Demon Lord and slashed down. Puff! Blood splattered as the Sky Inspecting Fiend Lord's body was nearly split in half. Terrifying sword chi bore into his origin energy. Damn it! The Sky Patrolling Fiend Lord was unable to stop the sword chi with his own strength. All he could do was use his undying power to stop it. After consuming a portion of the undying force, the sword chi collapsed. You forced me to do this, undying demon body. As he flew backwards, the Sky Patrolling Demon Lord's body suddenly exploded before instantly reforming into a black shadow. It was impossible to see the details of this black shadow because it was completely blurry, as if it was the manifestation of the undying power. However, the Sky Patrolling Demon Lord's aura was much stronger than before. It was at least 10 times stronger. Using the power of immortality to stimulate the body's potential. No, it's overdrafting the body's potential. Li Fuchen's pupils shrank. The battle before their eyes had turned into a battle of unparalleled strength. Sacred Lord Jade Flower possessed the power of Goddess 100 Flowers. The Sky Patrolling Demon Lord possessed the undying power of an undying monarch. Li Fuchen Joint Heaven's sword also had the undying sword power. As for the Jade Star Sacred Lords, they were the weakest link. Jade Lords had ventured in the universe for many years, and might have some powerful means. Far away on Immortal Island, Sacred Leader Iron Cloud and Deep Blue Sword Master were searching for some fish that had escaped their net. The two of them were relatively weak, so they would not be of much help if they participated in the siege against the Sky Patrolling Demon Lord. They're really amazing. Not a single fish escaped the net. Demon Lord's Lord Saint Dragon was Dragon and Dragon King Fiend. Over a dozen demonic beast lords and numerous P-class overlords were killed by Li Fuchen just like that. They couldn't imagine how powerful Li Fuchen was. Immortal God Fist. The Sky Patrolling Demon Lord, who had activated his undying demon body, punched out. The terrifying black fist corroded the void, and its momentum was terrifying. You think I'm a pushover? The Jade Star Sacred Lord was enraged. The Sky Inspecting Demon Lord's first target was him. It was obvious that the Sky Inspecting Demon Lord thought that he was the weakest and wanted to eliminate him first. Jade Star Skynet. Jade Star Sacred Lord roared as he channeled his Jade Star cultivation technique to its limit. Faintly, the power of the great path of the universe appeared and a visible illusory star appeared in front of Jade Star Sacred Lord. The stars revolved and revealed the aura of an indestructible Grand Tao. Rumble! The black fist bombarded the illusory star, and an earth-shattering sound immediately erupted. This Jade Star cultivation method is really mysterious. Li Fuchen could see that the Jade Star Saint Lord's Jade Star cultivation technique wasn't a regular first-rate extreme state cultivation technique. It was rather closely integrated with the universe law and to a certain degree, it could borrow the universe's great Tao power. This was tantamount to making one's Zhen Qi more powerful. In this way, the power of one's martial arts would naturally be greater. Unfortunately, it was still a little difficult for him to contend against the Sky Patrolling Demon Lord, who had used two of the Undead Army's ultimate techniques. A wisp of blood leaked from the corner of his mouth as the Jade Star Sacred Lord flew back dozens of miles. Withering Finger! On the other side, Sacred Lord Jade Flower plucked 2 flower petals and gathered 2 times the power of withering between her fingers. She then pointed at the Sky Patrolling Devil Lord. Block for me. The Sky Patrolling Devil Lord had just executed a fist and didn't have time to counterattack. He had no choice but to take out a shield. Clang! The shield shook violently and rusted at a shocking speed. PFFF, in the next moment there was a large hole in the center of the shield. The withering finger had pierced through the Sky Patrolling Devil Lord. In the face of the unparalleled power of withering, a super first-rate extreme Tao cardinal artifact wouldn't be of much use, unless the shield's grade was peak grade super first-rate extreme Dao. It was a pity that this was only a mid-grade super first-rate extreme Dao cardinal artifact. The sky-patrolling Devil Lord believed that his defense wasn't weak, and with the power of Undying, he wasn't willing to spend a few 100,000 peak-grade spirit stones to purchase a high-grade super first-rate extreme Dao defensive cardinal artifact. This shield wasn't bought by him, it was a spoil of war that he obtained after killing a sacred lord. After being pierced by the withering finger, the sky-patrolling Devil Lord's body dimmed significantly. Heaven Dao Divine Movement Sword. Li Fuchen appeared and vanished like a ghost and appeared behind the sky-patrolling Devil Lord again. He brandished his sword and countless sword scars covered the sky-patrolling Devil Lord's body. TSS TSS TSS. Sword lights burst out from the sky-patrolling Devil Lord's body, and the sky-patrolling Devil Lord's chi presence started to decline. Undying God Fist die. The sky-patrolling Devil Lord hated Li Fuchen the most. He was determined that even if he had to die, he would drag Li Fuchen down with him. The sky-patrolling Devil Lord turned around and executed a fist at Li Fuchen. Seal! Li Fuchen blocked with his sword, and was sent flying by the black fist. I know that your defense is extremely tough, therefore, I will not give you any chance. After activating the Undying Demon Body, the sky-patrolling Devil Lord's speed was much faster than before. He easily caught up to Li Fuchen and executed fist after fist. The Undying Demon Body was the first of the Undying Legion's 3 signature skills. Once it was executed, it would be irreversible and the user would have to exhaust all of his energy. Unless it was a life-and-death situation, the sky-patrolling Devil Lord wouldn't even think of using it. But once he executed it, it meant that he had made up his mind and it was either his enemy or his enemy. The sword light turned into a sphere and Li Fuchen's defense was watertight. It was a pity that in the face of the sky-patrolling Devil Lord's Undying God Fist, the sphere of sword light crumbled easily and the black fist shadows blasted on his body. However, the sky-patrolling Devil Lord's body had also burst out with sword wounds. The duo was exchanging injuries, and it was a competition to see who couldn't withstand the attacks first. During this period of time, the Jade Star Sacred Lord and the Jade Flower Sacred Lord were constantly attacking the sky-patrolling Devil Lord. The Undying Willpower is about to collapse. Li Fuchen's Star Immortal Body was still inferior to the sky-patrolling Devil Lord's Undying Demon Body. Primary Extreme Sword Body. After a long yell, Li Fuchen circulated the primary extreme sword technique to the extremity. Unknowingly, an extremely horrific sword Dao power was fused into Li Fuchen's body. The Jade Star Saint Lord's Jade Star Cultivation Technique was able to obtain the support of the universe Great Dao power. Li Fuchen's primary extreme sword technique was naturally able to obtain the support of the universe Sword Dao power too. A regular first-rate extremity cultivation technique would only involve the mysteries of 60 human bodies. Li Fuchen's primary extreme sword technique would involve the mysteries of 68 human bodies. After being enhanced by the Sword Dao power, Li Fuchen's sword art's lethality had a sudden increase. He had slashed open wounds on the sky-patrolling Devil Lord's body. Incredible! The Jade Star Sacred Lord was astonished. Previously, he thought that Li Fuchen's first-rate extremity cultivation technique would be weaker than his. Right now, it wasn't just weaker, it was obviously stronger than his Jade Star cultivation technique and was more compatible with the universe's Great Dao. With the trio's collaboration, the sky-patrolling Devil Lord's Undying Demon Body was ultimately unable to withstand the attacks. Bang! Half of the sky-patrolling Devil Lord's body had exploded. Immediately after, the rest of his body had also exploded. This wasn't caused by the trio's attacks, it was caused by the Undying Demon Body's own collapse. Of course, this was also indirectly related to the trio's attack. After all, if it wasn't for the trio's frenzied attacks, the Undying Demon Body wouldn't have collapsed so early. Haha, Don't even think about killing me. The undying demon body had completely exploded and a small radiance suddenly rushed out. Li Fuchen's eyes were sharp and could instantly see that the small radiance was an emblem. The emblem had a horrific figure carved on it. Undying emblem. Li Fuchen immediately guessed that this emblem was the undying emblem. It was rumored that anyone who obtained the undying emblem would be able to become a member of the Undying Legion if they could activate the undying power within the undying emblem. Break. Li Fuchen executed the Heaven Dao Divine Movement sword and wanted to strike down the undying emblem. But the undying emblem was extremely slippery. Before Li Fuchen's sword chi could make contact, it had already slid to the side and couldn't even touch it. In the blink of the eye, the undying emblem vanished without a trace. After keeping the half-balled fresh flower, the Jade Flower Sacred Lord said, "It doesn't matter. He is only left with his true spirit. I don't think he can do anything." This mission was already considered a complete success if the Sky Patrol Beast Lord was only left with his true spirit. After all, even if the Sky Patrol Beast Lord succeeded in the possession, his strength would definitely not be as good as before. He would need an extremely long time to recover his peak strength. Of course, it was highly possible that the Sky Patrol Beast Lord wouldn't be able to recover his peak strength in this lifetime. It wasn't easy to find a body that was extremely compatible with one's true spirit. The Sky Patrol Beast Lord is dead? The Iron Cloud Sacred Lord and the Deep Blue Sword Master rushed over. Only his true spirit escaped. Li Fuchen said, "A mere true spirit isn't worth mentioning. Since the demonic beast matter is settled, I will be leaving the Deep Blue Plane in a few days." The Iron Cloud Sacred Lord felt as though he was relieved of a huge burden. The Deep Blue Plane was too small for him. No Sacred Lord would be willing to stay in the Deep Blue Plane for a long period of time, especially after seeing the outside world. "I am going to report to the 100 Flowers City too." The Jade Flower Sacred Lord nodded. Chapter 920. Once the demonic beasts were crippled, the situation in the Deep Blue Plane had completely stabilized. For the next few days, there would be peak-class saints or sacred lords that would leave the Deep Blue Plane. Some of them would return to their original places. Some would use the spatial channel in the East Unicorn continent to venture into other star regions. During this period of time, the Deep Blue Sword Master invited Li Fuchen to the Divine Leaf City as there was a higher-class swordsman guild there. However, Li Fuchen rejected. He would definitely go to the Star Region Swordsman Guild, but not now. Time flew by and in the blink of an eye, 5 years had passed. To regular martial artists, 5 years was definitely a long time. After all, their lifespan was only 100 to 200 years. To a sage, 5 years was just the time to take a nap. 7th level of Unity Realm now. With sufficient peak-grade spirit stones, all sorts of top-notch cultivation resources, and with the breakthrough of the primary extreme sword technique to first-rate extremity, Li Fuchen's cultivation speed couldn't be described as 1,000 miles in a day, it was more like 10,000 miles in a day. According to the Stone Axe Saint Lord, humans are only qualified to comprehend supreme martial arts when their cultivation reaches the 9th level of Unity Realm. I wonder if it is true. When Li Fuchen was having a casual conversation with the Stone Axe Saint Lord, he learned of this rumor. The origin of this rumor was discovered by the Stone Axe Saint Lord when he was reading an ancient book. The ancient book recorded that there were 98 human heaven monarchs, and every heaven monarch only became a heaven monarch after reaching the 9th level of Unity Realm. I reckon it is probably fake. Li Fuchen laughed. Which human heaven monarch didn't spend at least 100,000 years to become a heaven monarch? If they couldn't reach the 9th level of Unity Realm in 100,000 years, it could only mean that their innate talents were too poor. But how could a person with poor innate talents become a heaven monarch? This was simply a paradox. Of course, nothing was absolute and it might really be the case. If Li Fuchen wanted to verify it, He would have to comprehend a supreme sword art before he reached the 9th level of Unity Realm. Buzz. There was an intense array wave that came from a nearby place. It is almost set up. Li Fuchen flashed and appeared beside the tortoise Saint Lord. Sacred Lord Turtleshell wiped the sweat off his forehead and said excitedly, "Sword Master, I didn't disappoint you. The array will be completed in 3 days at most." Sacred Lord Turtleshell was indeed surprised that he was able to finish so quickly. He had a feeling that his array Dao had improved by leaps and bounds, and he wasn't far away from being able to set up a peak-tier Sacred Lord array. The array was set up 3 days later. Sacred Lord Turtleshell then helped set up some support and alarm arrays. In total, there were around 6 layers of arrays. Sword Master, test out the defensive power of the array. Sacred Lord Turtleshell suggested. All right. Li Fuchen drew a first-rate extreme Dao sword and slashed at the array. Hua! It was like a sword slashing into water. As the depth increased, the resistance increased rapidly. In the end, the sword chi could only advance 30% of its depth before its strength was exhausted. What powerful defense! As expected of a high-rank Holy Lord level array formation. Li Fuchen nodded in admiration. Sword Master, why don't you try using your supreme sword? Sacred Lord Turtleshell said. Don't worry. Li Fuchen smiled and drew the Joint Heaven sword. Sect Origin Swords. When Li Fuchen slashed, the sword shadows turned into one sword shadow and pierced into the array. 10% depth, 20% depth, 30% depth. The sword shadow advanced at an extremely fast speed, causing the Sacred Lord Turtleshell's scalp to turn numb. Ultimately, the sword shadow stopped at around 85% depth. What is the name of this array? Li Fuchen was very satisfied. Even though he knew that a high-rank Holy Lord level array should be able to resist his full-powered sword, he was still very surprised to see it personally. Sacred Lord Turtleshell came back to his senses and said, "This array is called the Great Unity Mystic Water Array. It is best at defense and also has offensive effect. It can produce the Great Unity Mystic Water Divine Thunder to blast at the enemy." Sacred Lord Turtleshell waved his hand and countless thunderballs flew out from the array. Boom, boom, boom. The thunderballs exploded in the air, and the power was equivalent to a full-powered attack from a P-class saint. Not bad, not bad. Li Fuchen was even more satisfied. With the Great Unity Mystic Water Array, it meant that P-class saints were nothing. No matter how many P-class saints there were, they would be blasted into ashes by the Great Unity Mystic Water Divine Thunder. Regular Sacred Lords wouldn't be able to handle the countless divine thunders. Only P-class saints would probably be able to escape unscathed. The Great Unity Mystic Water Array has 2 cores. One is the energy pool and the other is the Great Unity Mystic Water Totem Pillar. In normal situations, if the energy pool doesn't have any energy and relies on absorbing heaven and earth energy to sustain the array, it will only last for 1 day if it suffers an intense attack. Once the energy pool is filled with energy, it will be able to last for 1 year if it suffers an intense attack. Why don't you create a few more energy pools? Li Fuchen asked. Sacred Lord Turtleshell said, 1 energy pool is enough. It is very troublesome to set up 2 energy pools, and it will take a lot of time. I am unable to set up multiple energy pools for now. Furthermore, the Great Unity Mystic Water Array can absorb heaven and earth energy and also absorb a martial artist's chi. The Great Unity Mystic Water Totem Pillar is used to absorb the martial artist's chi. Therefore, as long as there are enough saints, the array's duration might not be inferior to the energy pools. I see. Li Fuchen nodded. Immediately after, Sacred Lord Turtleshell explained all the details of the Great Unity Mystic Water Array to Li Fuchen. Sword Master, if there is nothing else, I shall return to Time Sand City first. After explaining everything, Sacred Lord Turtleshell was planning to leave. Sacred Lords like them, who stayed in the outside world for a long period of time, would rarely come to a certain plane, After all, the suppression in a different plane was too unbearable for them. "All right, I shall send you off." Li Fuchen expressed his understanding. A short moment later, the duo arrived at the East Unicorn continent. After passing through the spatial tunnel, the duo arrived at the ancient Stone Star region. "Sacred Lord Turtleshell, please don't expose this spatial tunnel," Li Fuchen said sincerely. Sacred Lord Turtleshell nodded solemnly. "Sword Master doesn't have to worry. Even if I die, I will not expose it." He knew how important a spatial tunnel that led to the right plane was. If anyone knew about it, it would cause a disaster. "Many thanks then." Li Fuchen wasn't afraid that the Sacred Lord Turtleshell would expose the spatial tunnel. Firstly, these spatial tunnels were constantly changing locations. Unless one was a heavenly monarch, otherwise, it would be very hard to determine the location. Secondly, when the spatial tunnel wasn't in use, it would be extremely tiny. If one didn't observe carefully, it would be impossible to notice. With the two factors combined, apart from heavenly monarchs, no one would be able to find it. The reason why Li Fuchen requested the Sacred Lord Turtleshell not to expose it was mainly to prevent any accidents. Chapter 921. Now that the array was set up, it was time to set up the sect. Rise. In a mountain range on the Saint Soul continent, Li Fuchen waved his hand and a mystical mountain rose from the ground. "Let's go." Li Fuchen carried the mystical mountain and rushed towards the Saint Spirit continent. Along the way, many people saw this scene, but no one dared to obstruct him. In the deep blue plain, Li Fuchen was no longer like the sun in the sky. It was more appropriate to describe him as covering the sky with one hand. As long as Li Fuchen was willing, apart from the Zhu clan and a few factions with deep foundations, he could easily eradicate any other faction. Saint Spirit Continent, Soaring Beauty Mountains. This mountain range was only a regular large-scale mountain range on the Saint Spirit Continent. It was big enough, but there weren't many mystical mountains. Li Fuchen didn't wish to invade other factions' mountain ranges, therefore, he searched for mystical mountains. 108 mystical mountains are all here. Tai mystic water, combine. The mystical mountains in different regions had different chi field. If they were forcefully placed together, it would make the martial artist feel uneasy when cultivating. In normal situations, it would take a long time for the chaotic chi fields to gradually unify. It was fortunate that the higher the grade of the array, the better the effect of unifying the chi fields. The Tai Mystic Water Array was an extremely high-grade array among the high-grade Saint Lord arrays. As Li Fuchen circulated the array, the 108 mystical mountains started to form a connection. The chi fields had also gradually calmed down from the initial chaos. Sword Owner. Sword Owner, is this the location of the sect? Such an incredible array wave. After Li Fuchen gathered the saints, they arrived at the Soaring Beauty Mountains. These saints had been following Li Fuchen for a long time. Of course, there were also some who only followed Li Fuchen recently. Li Fuchen said, "Among you, those that are adept with the Water Dao Law, open up some lakes and rivers in the Soaring Beauty Mountains. Also, create some waterfalls and scenery. Those that are adept with the Earth Dao Law and Metal Dao Law, help build some sect buildings. Those that are adept with the Wood Dao Law, modify the environment." Everyone had their own specialties. Li Fuchen was actually able to do all these, but it was hard for him to do it to perfection. "Sword Owner doesn't have to worry, just leave it to us." Everyone was very excited and were rubbing their palms. A few months later, the Soaring Grace mountain range seemed to have been reborn, and it glowed with a shocking scene. When looked at from afar, the Soaring Elegance mountain range that had 108 extraordinary mountains and countless ordinary mountains was lofty, magnificent, and dangerous. If one were to look carefully, one would notice that the Soaring Elegance mountain range that seemed to be grand and magnificent revealed an indescribably exquisite and delicate aura in its details, and it was like a pretty daughter of a humble family that possessed a restrained bearing. There were many buildings on the mountain peak. These buildings were of different colors depending on the mountain peak. Some were gold, some were silver, some were black, some were white. Some of the buildings were extremely huge and spectacular. Other than that, most of the mountain peaks had waterfalls that cascaded down. Some of these waterfalls were graceful, some wild, and some boundless. There were almost no duplicates. Taking a closer look, the buildings on the mountain peak, such as the roads between the buildings, the squares, and the drill grounds, were all paved with neat and tidy pure jade stones. On both sides of the roads, there were 2 stone lighthouses at regular intervals. Between the stone lighthouses, all kinds of spiritual trees and herbs were planted. There were also some mountain peaks that did not have any buildings. There were only a few pavilions surrounded by clouds and mist, giving off a free and unfettered feeling. The remodeling is almost done. The rest of the remodeling will have to be done slowly in the future. It was best to make changes that were suitable for oneself. The soaring elegance mountain range was only roughly remodeling now. There were some more detailed remodeling that could be done in the future. Gather energy. In the sky above the soaring elegance mountain range, Li Fuchen waved his hand. Boundless heaven and earth energy within a radius of 10 million miles surged towards the soaring elegance mountain range. Swish, 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 as the sound of the tsunami echoed, the soaring elegance mountain range's mountains were visibly heavier and more precipitous. The water was even clearer and the trees and flowers were even more luxuriant. Among the 6 layers of arrays, one of them was a low-grade Holy Lord class array, the Great Unity Gathering Array. This array could gather heaven and earth energy within a radius of 10 million miles, causing the concentration of heaven and earth energy within the Great Unity Gathering Array to be a few times or even 10 times denser than the outside world. With the Great Unity Gathering Array, it didn't just allow the people in the soaring elegance mountain range to cultivate at a faster speed, it could also allow the energy pool to be filled with energy faster. Splash, splash. Due to the extreme concentration of heaven and earth energy, the soaring elegance mountain range even had an energy rain. The energy rain continued to fall and the astounding energy had seeped into the depths of the ground and the mountains along with the rain. 1 week later, the soaring elegance mountain range had plenty of small lakes, rivers, streams, and waterfalls. This place shall be the sect's treasure vault in the future. On a steep and mystical mountain, Li Fuchen took out a massive amount of treasures from his spatial ring and placed them into different pagodas. These pagodas were all 9 floors. The higher the floor, the higher the value of the treasures. According to the types of treasures, Li Fuchen named these pagodas as weapon pagodas, secret treasure pagodas, resource pagodas, martial study pagodas, cultivation technique pagodas. Of course, it was impossible to fill up all the pagodas. Li Fuchen didn't have any low-end treasures with him, he only had high-end treasures. After placing the treasures, Li Fuchen carved sword pattern restrictions on each of the pagodas. Once the sword pattern restrictions were activated, even saints would perish. It is time to bring them over. After everything was in place, Li Fuchen flashed and rushed towards the Emperor Sky continent. The Emperor Sky continent was only a mid-class continent and was incomparable to high-class continents, even if there was a massive supply of resources. This is where we are going to live from now on? In the soaring elegance mountain range, the Li clansmen were looking around and were extremely excited. They were already very shocked after arriving at a high-class continent. After arriving at the soaring elegance mountain range, they were so shocked that they couldn't speak and felt as though they were living in a dream. "Big brother, that mountain peak is so beautiful. Our family shall live on that mountain peak." The younger sister, Li Fuxiang, pointed at a magnificent and mystical mountain and said with delight, "Fuxiang, stop messing around. Don't you think it is too wasteful for the few of us to live on a mountain peak?" Li Tianhan and Shen Yuyan were standing side by side while Li Tianhan said with a stern expression. Li Fuchen let out a faint smile. "Father, the soaring elegance mountain range has plenty of mountain peaks. It is nothing to occupy a mystical mountain. Let's live on this mountain peak. Shao Dai, you shall live too. Li Fuchen's family had already treated Li Xiaodai as a part of the family, and Li Fuchen had also treated Li Xiaodai as his younger sister. Apart from the Li clan, there were also the Azure Water Sect, Floating Sky Mountain, and even some people from the Emperor Sky Continent that had connections with Li Fuchen, like the Safflower Empress and her group of people. Apart from the Emperor Sky Continent and the Seven Color Continent that had connections with Li Fuchen, as long as they were willing to come, Li Fuchen would bring them over, like the Red Rainbow Sect or the South Forest Martial Institution. In short, for the establishment of the sect, Li Fuchen had brought everyone that he knew and was willing to come over. In any case, the Soaring Elegance mountain range's territory was enough to accommodate billions of people, and there wasn't a need to worry about the quality of life. On the 1st of January, the Sword Sect was established, and Li Fuchen was the Sword Sect Patriarch. Under him were the Sect Protector, Inner Sect Elders, Outer Sect Elders, Inner Sect Deacons, Outer Sect Deacons, Direct Disciples, Inner Sect Disciples, Outer Sect Disciples, and Miscellaneous Disciples. Among them, the Sect Protector must have the strength of a saint, therefore, there wasn't a single one. The Inner Sect Elders and Outer Sect Elders must be saints, and there were currently 23 of them. Inner Sect Deacons, Outer Sect Deacons, and Direct Disciples corresponded to Law Phase Realm Emperors. Inner Sect Disciples corresponded to Primary Sea Realm Monarch. Outer Sect Disciples corresponded to Battle Spirit Realm Masters. The Odd Job Disciples corresponded to martial artists below the Battle Spirit Realm. Of course, there was an age restriction, and those that were too old were unable to become disciples of the Sword Sect. The establishment of the Sword faction had shaken the entire Deep Blue Plain. All the major factions had sent saints over to congratulate. On the way to congratulate, some of the sage monarchs met each other and started chatting. From now on, the number one power in the Deep Blue Plain will be the Sword Sect. Exactly. It can only be said that the Sword Master is too powerful. He is invincible below the Lord of Heaven. Before the Sword Sect, no other faction dared to proclaim themselves as the number one faction in the Deep Blue Plain. The Zhu clan couldn't do it, and neither could some of the sects left behind by the Heaven Monarch. After all, if one wanted to be known as the number one power, one had to be strong enough. Relying on one's foundation was useless. The atmosphere in the Zhu family was stifling. Ancestor, the Sword Sect is extremely powerful now. Our Zhu clan's days are probably not going to be easy. In the Zhu clan's main hall, all the ancestors were gathered together. The number one ancestor, the Heaven Fire Sacred Lord, Zhu Sanqiu, was seated on the host seat. Zhu Sanqiu had a gloomy expression as he grunted, "My Zhu clan has existed for millions of years. During these millions of years, how many sects have turned into ashes and vanished in the river of history? I believe that the Sword Sect will also decline completely in the near future. In addition, after a period of time, I will leave the Deep Blue Plain and head to a distant star region to search for the Zhu clan." Zhu clan. All the ancestors were shocked. In the Zhu clan, only they knew that the Deep Blue Plain's Zhu clan wasn't a main clan and was just a branch of the Zhu clan. When the demigod ancestor was still around, the two clans still had some contact. After the demigod ancestor went missing, the Zhu clan and the Deep Blue Plains Zhu clan hadn't contacted each other for countless years. The true Zhu clan had plenty of saints and even plenty of Heaven Monarch. That was where most of the wealth of the demigod ancestor was hidden. If they could find the Zhu clan, a Sword Sect wouldn't be enough. The Zhu clan's ancient records stated that the Zhu clan is in another star region. It is too dangerous to travel across star regions. An ancestor of the Zhu clan was worried. Between the star areas was a completely dark space without any light. No one knew what kind of dangers were lurking there. If there was a teleportation formation, one could directly teleport there. However, Even if there was a teleportation formation, it was in the hands of some powerful heavenly monarch. Therefore, the sacred lord had to travel through the endless darkness to cross the star areas. Chapter 9:22. After the sword sect was established, it started to recruit disciples. It might be called the sword sect, but the sword sect didn't only recruit swordsmen. Be it swordsmen or other types of martial artists, the sword sect recruited them all. Of course, the prerequisite was that the innate perception must be high. For this, Li Fuchen constructed a sword pagoda and a martial tower. Passing the first floor of the sword pagoda or martial tower would allow one to become an outer sect disciple. Passing the second floor of the sword pagoda or martial tower would allow one to become an inner sect disciple. After 1 year, the sword sect was gradually on the right track. There were 200,000 outer sect disciples and 30,000 inner sect disciples. As for direct disciples, they weren't recruited directly, therefore, there were only Wu Zhuo and Wu Shi. There were more odd job disciples, and there were more than 1 million of them. Only a minority of these odd job disciples would become official disciples in the future. Most of them would become staff members of the odd job hall when they reached the age and cultivation level, managing a large number of odd job disciples. Seeing that the sect was on the right track, Li Fuchen left the deep blue plain and headed for the Divine Leaf City. The Divine Leaf City was the most peculiar universe city in the horizontal river star region. This universe city was constructed on a piece of leaf. It was said that this leaf was the leaf of the world tree. This leaf had drifted for countless years, and the Divine Leaf City Lord used this leaf to construct the Divine Leaf City. Back then, there was a Heaven Monarch War because of the World Tree's leaf. Ultimately, the Divine Leaf City Lord had the geographical advantage and was powerful enough to force the Divine Leaf City Lord to retreat. On the teleportation star, Li Fuchen saw the Divine Leaf City. The universe is huge and there are truly all sorts of wonders. Li Fuchen was truly astonished. In his vision, there was an unimaginably massive green leaf floating in the universe. On the leaf, there was a universe city. If the leaf is so big, wouldn't the world tree be bigger than a plane? After calming down, Li Fuchen flew towards the Divine Leaf City. The Divine Leaf City's Swordsman Guild was very imposing and grand. The main door was a building that looked like a giant sword. On both sides, there were 2 sword Dao Saints guarding the door. A short moment later, the deep blue Sword Master walked out. "Sword Master, over here." The deep blue Sword Master smiled. Li Fuchen walked over and asked, "How do I join the Divine Leaf City's Swordsman Guild?" Regardless of whether it was the Deep Blue Plains Swordsman Guild or the Divine Leaf City's Swordsman Guild, the nature was the same. There wasn't a strict superior-subordinate relationship. Everyone was gathered together with the primitive spirit of helping each other. To join the God Leaf City's Swordsman Guild, there are 3 prerequisites. Firstly, you must be a Sword Dao Saint. Secondly, you must make an oath. Thirdly, every 10,000 years you must complete a guild mission. It could be said that joining the Swordsman Guild was not difficult at all. However, after joining, one would be subject to some restrictions. For example, under the circumstances where one was not being harmed, one could not betray the guild. One could only help the guild if it was within one's capabilities. When the guild encountered a strong enemy, one had to work together to fight against the enemy. One could not retreat. In short, if one violated any of these rules, not only would one suffer a backlash from the oath, but one would also be expelled from the guild. In serious cases, one would have to face the guild's judgment. As for the benefits of joining a guild, there were naturally plenty of them. Otherwise, most of the Sword Dao Saints wouldn't be attracted to join. After entering the Swordsman Guild, Li Fuchen realized that the 2 Sword Dao Saints guarding the entrance weren't humans. The Deep Blue Sword Master explained, "Cultivating martial arts and cultivation techniques isn't the privilege of the human race. There are plenty of races that can cultivate martial arts and cultivation technique. Of course, the human race is the best among them." After making the oath inside the Swordsman Guild, Li Fuchen officially became a member of the guild. The guild might not have a strict hierarchy, but there was a difference in grades. The higher the grade, the higher the authority. According to strength and contribution, there were a total of 7 grades. They were low class, mid class, high class, peak class, morning star, radiant moon, and glorious Sunday. At the same time, each grade was further divided into 3 ranks, making a total of 21 ranks. Generally speaking, the Morning Star rank corresponded to the Sword Dao Saint Lord. The Deep Blue Sword Master was currently a first-level Morning Star rank member. The Radiant Moon and Glorious Sun ranks corresponded to Heaven Monarch. However, the Godleaf City's Swordsman Guild didn't have any Glorious Sun rank members. Even the guild leader was only a third-level Radiant Moon. Of course, strength alone wasn't enough. Contribution was also required. Li Fuchen didn't have any contribution at all, therefore, he wasn't even a low-class member and was only a reserve member. If a preparatory member wanted to become a junior member, they needed to earn 1,000 contribution points, an intermediate member 10,000, a high-grade member 100,000, a peak member 1 million, a Morning Star 10 million, and a Radiant Moon 100 million. According to the Deep Blue Sword Master, the contribution points required to promote wasn't a lot. The crucial point was whether one had the strength to promote. If one didn't have the strength, even if they earned 100 million contribution points, they wouldn't be able to promote. It seems like I have to earn 1,000 contribution points first. Reserve members didn't have any authority in the Swordsman Guild and were only considered members of the guild. The Deep Blue Sword Master said, "In the Godleaf City, the best way for reserve members to earn contribution points is to collect the Divine Leaf Dew." "What is the Divine Leaf Dew?" Li Fuchen asked. The Deep Blue Sword Master laughed and said, "The Divine Leaf Dew is the dew on the leaves of the World Tree below the Godleaf City. This dew gathers the essence of the universe and is also mixed with a trace of the World Tree's power. It is extremely beneficial for saints' cultivation. At the same time, it can be used to nurture all sorts of rare herbs and spirit trees. If you can collect a bottle of Divine Leaf Dew, you can obtain 100 contribution points." Why would the Godleaf City Lord allow everyone to collect the Divine Leaf Dew? Li Fuchen was rather curious. The leaves of the World Tree, which were also known as the Divine Leaves, were massive and the dew on them was definitely endless. However, there were plenty of life forms living in the Godleaf City. If they continued to collect, the amount of Divine Leaf Dew would definitely be astonishing. The Deep Blue Sword Master explained, "The Divine Leaf Dew can be regenerated. No matter how much is collected, it will still be condensed when the time is up. It is just like the leaves of nature. In the morning, they will condense dew. After collecting the dew, it won't affect the leaves and there will be more on the next day. Even if you don't collect it, as time passes, it will gradually evaporate and it will be a waste." Of course, the Godleaf City Lord wouldn't possibly open up all the regions for you to collect dew. Right now, there are only a total of 100 regions that can be collected, and they are all at the corners of the Divine Leaf. The dew at the main and secondary veins of the Divine Leaves have all been channeled to the Godleaf City Lord residence by the Godleaf City Lord with an array. In addition, only saints can stand on the Divine Leaves. Those below saints won't be able to withstand the prowess of the Divine Leaves and will be instantly annihilated. "I see." Li Fuchen nodded. The Divine Leaves were too massive, and even the Godleaf City Lord wouldn't be able to collect all the dew. Therefore, it was better to open it up and attract everyone to reside in the Godleaf City. One had to use the teleportation array to head to the collection point. Each teleportation cost 10 peak-grade spirit stones. It might not seem like a lot, but there were plenty of saints in the Godleaf City. Furthermore, many of the saints would have to collect dew multiple times a year. As such, the number of peak-grade spirit stones that the Godleaf City Lord would be extremely shocking. "Sword Master, I will not be going." At a collection point near the teleportation array, the deep blue sword master said. Alright, I will go alone. Li Fuchen handed over 10 peak-grade spirit stones and stepped onto the teleportation array. Right now, there were already 98 saints from various races standing on the teleportation array. It would only be teleported when there were 100 of them. In just a short moment, 2 more foreign race saints arrived. Buzz! A radiance rushed into the sky and shot out of the God Leaf City. This is the Divine Leaf? When the radiance descended, Li Fuchen and the other 100 saints appeared. This was a man-made plaza, and there were plenty of saints seated cross-legged in the plaza. Looking into the distance, there was a vast expanse of green outside the plaza. Li Fuchen could vaguely see a layer of barrier that was emitting a faint light at the end. Walking out of the plaza, Li Fuchen arrived at the surface of the Divine Leaf. Originally, Li Fuchen thought that the surface of the Divine Leaf would be very rough, after all, it was so huge. But after arriving, he realized that the surface of the Divine Leaf was extremely smooth and there weren't any cracks or holes. Such powerful pressure. Once Li Fuchen landed on the surface of the Divine Leaf, he felt his body sinking. A boundless pressure was emitted from the surface of the Divine Leaf. Just as the deep blue sword master said, if anyone below the saint level dared to come to the surface of the Divine Leaf, they would be instantly annihilated. Li Fuchen could see that a few of the weaker foreign race saints had strenuous expressions. It was as though they were carrying a mountain. There wasn't any communication. After arriving at the collection point, everyone immediately split up and searched for the Divine Leaf Dew. In just a short moment, Li Fuchen collected the first Divine Leaf Dew. The Divine Leaf Dew looked like a type of dew that was glowing with colorful radiance. It contained astounding vitality and extremely pure power. There is one here and one there. The Divine Leaf's prowess was extremely powerful and Saint's spiritual awareness couldn't be released too far. If it was too far, it would be torn apart. But Li Fuchen was different. Li Fuchen's spiritual awareness was at the Heaven Monarch level, and it could be released to a relatively far distance. Therefore, in just half a day, Li Fuchen had collected a few hundred bottles of Divine Leaf Dew. If others knew about this, they would probably be flabbergasted. In normal situations, a saint would be extremely lucky to collect 1 bottle of Divine Leaf Dew in a week. After all, on the Divine Leaf, the speed was extremely slow and the spiritual awareness couldn't be released too far. It wasn't as useful as using one's eyes. 1 day later, Li Fuchen had collected over 1,000 bottles of Divine Leaf Dew. 1 week later, Li Fuchen had collected 10,000 bottles of Divine Leaf Dew. 10,000 bottles of Divine Leaf Dew was equivalent to 1 square of Divine Leaf Dew. If converted to contribution points, it would be equivalent to 1 million contribution points. It was enough for Li Fuchen to become an elite member. It was a pity that the Swordsman Guild had a rule that the Divine Leaf Dew could only be exchanged for 100,000 contribution points. The excess could only be sold to the Swordsman Guild and couldn't be converted into contribution points. It is about time to go back and rest. After staying on the surface of the Divine Leaf for an entire week, Li Fuchen felt that it was strenuous. Regular saints would only be able to stay on the surface of the Divine Leaf for around 2 hours. Those that were more formidable would be able to stay for a few hours. If they felt that they couldn't endure it, they would immediately return to the man-made plaza to meditate. There were plenty of times when collecting 1 bottle of Divine Leaf Dew in a week was already extremely lucky. Some of the weaker and unlucky saints might not even be able to collect 1 bottle of Divine Leaf Dew in a month. Therefore, in order to earn back the 10 peak-grade spirit stones for the teleportation fee, some of the saints would stay here for a few years or even a few dozen years. In the outside world, 10 bottles of Divine Leaf Dew were equivalent to 1 peak-grade spirit stone. This brother, can you sell me some Divine Leaf Dew? After arriving at the man-made plaza, a Sword Dao saint came over. Are you from the Swordsman Guild? Li Fuchen asked. That's right, I am here to earn contribution points. If I didn't come, I wouldn't know. It is simply too difficult to collect divine leaf dew. After 3 months, I have only collected 7 bottles. I still need 3 more bottles to complete the mission. I will give these 3 bottles to you. Li Fuchen tossed over 3 bottles of divine leaf dew. It wasn't necessary to collect the divine leaf dew personally to earn contribution points. 3 bottles of divine leaf dew weren't considered much for Li Fuchen, and it didn't matter if he gave it to the saint. Many thanks then. Chapter 9:23. 20,000 bottles, 50,000 bottles, 100,000 bottles. Li Fuchen had tried the divine leaf dew, and it was indeed helpful for cultivation. Even if Li Fuchen didn't use it, he could leave it for the sword sect. Therefore, he planned to spend more time to collect more divine leaf dew. The Divine Leaf City Lord residence had a giant lake, and in the center of the lake was a lone island. In a pavilion on the lone island, 2 figures that were emitting supreme chi presences were drinking tea and chatting. If there was a saint here, they would be shocked to find out that this giant lake was actually formed by the divine leaf dew. The 2 figures that were drinking tea and chatting were actually the Divine Leaf City Lord and 100 Flower Empress. Divine Leaf City Lord, 700 peak grade spirit stones per cubic meter will do. 100 Flower Empress, divine leaf dew is worth 1,000 peak grade spirit stones per cubic meter in the outside world. 700 is too little. Previously, when we transacted, it was 780. You should know that in the outside world, you have accumulated a large amount of God leaf dew over the years. Now that all of this God leaf dew has appeared on the streets of God Leaf City, a cubic meter of God leaf dew would be worth 600 to 700 top-grade spirit stones. 100 Flower Empress must be joking. The Divine Leaf Dew isn't just popular in the Divine Leaf City, it is one of the most important resources in the entire Horizontal River Star region or even the entire universe. I am only friends with 100 Flower Empress. If it is any other heaven monarch, it will be at least 900 peak-grade spirit stones per cubic meter. Alright, 750 it is then. 100 Flower Empress let out a sigh. She needed too much, otherwise she wouldn't bargain as it would be too embarrassing. 100 Flower Empress, is it still 10 million cubes this time? The Divine Leaf City Lord asked. 100 million cubes. 100 Flower Empress replied. 100 million cubes? No wonder. The Divine Leaf City Lord smiled bitterly. 100 million cubes was equivalent to 75 billion peak-grade spirit stones. No wonder the 100 Flower Empress would bargain so ruthlessly. How about this? I will give you 730 per cubic meter. The Divine Leaf City Lord took the initiative to bargain. You should know how difficult it is to construct a city on the leaves of the World Tree. 90% of the peak-grade spirit stones that I earned were used to maintain the array and prevent it from collapsing. The might contained within the World Tree's leaf was too strong. The God Leaf City's array was constantly being attacked. One had to know that as long as the formation was not under attack, it would be able to maintain itself by absorbing the world's origin chi. Once it suffered an intense attack, even if the essence chi pool was filled with essence chi, it would not last for long. Therefore, the God Leaf City Lord had to invest a huge amount of spirit stones into the essence chi pool every year. In addition, in order to prevent powerful lords of heaven from touching the leaves of the World Tree, he also set up several supreme tactical arrays on the surface of the leaves of the World Tree. Each supreme tactical array ate a lot of top-grade spirit stones. Most importantly, he had to eat them. If not for these reasons, the God Leaf City Lord would have given 100 Flowers Empress 100 million cubic meters of God Leaf Dew for free. Don't cry about being poor. Everyone in the entire Hengi Star region knows that you are the wealthiest. Even the Hengi primogenitor cannot compare to you, said Matron Centauria with a smile. Although they were both lords of heaven, there was a huge difference in wealth. The wealth gap between ordinary heaven lords was normal. However, the moment one became the city leader of a universe city, their wealth would increase exponentially. It was not an exaggeration to say that the wealth of any city leader of a universe city was at least 100 or even 1,000 times that of an ordinary heaven lord. However, the wealth of the God Leaf City Lord was 10 or 100 times that of other universe city leaders. Matron Centaurea controlled the power of withering glory and could cultivate a large number of precious herbs. However, her wealth was far less than that of the God Leaf City Lord. An innocent man gets into trouble because of his wealth. All these years, I have been living very carefully. Sometimes I envy you guys. There are not so many people eyeing you. The God Leaf City Lord sighed. As far as he knew, there were not many leaves of the World Tree in the entire universe. Those who had obtained the leaves of the World Tree were all at the same level as the Hengi primogenitor. Some of them were even demigod. Only he was much weaker. If it was not for the geographical advantage and the top-grade secret treasure, the leaves of the World Tree and the God Leaf City would have changed owners long ago. He would have been killed long ago. Hearing this, Matron Centaurea was silent. Many years ago, she witnessed the war of heavenly lords because of the leaves of the World Tree. That war was so tragic that several heavenly lords died. If there were no accidents in the near future, there would be another war of heavenly lords because of the leaves of the World Tree. After all, the leaves of the World Tree were one of the most elite treasures in the universe. At a harvesting location, the amount of divine leaf dew that could be produced within a certain period of time was limited. After harvesting 200,000 bottles of divine leaf dew, Lifuchen obviously felt that the efficiency had decreased by more than half. It seems like I have to change a harvesting location. After teleporting out, Lifuchen headed to the next harvesting location. Just like that, a year had passed and Lifuchen had harvested 500,000 bottles, which was equivalent to 50 cubic meters of divine leaf dew. Lifuchen didn't continue harvesting. To be honest, it wasn't worth it to spend all his time on harvesting divine leaf dew. 50 cubic meters of divine leaf dew was only worth 50,000 peak-grade spirit stones. With his strength, even if he didn't harvest divine leaf dew, he would still be able to earn that many peak-grade spirit stones. Most importantly, at his level, he had to know that strength was everything. With strength, wealth would come rolling in. Without strength, it would be hard to earn wealth. It could be said that wealth was an embodiment of strength. If one pursued wealth over strength, it would definitely be neglecting the essentials. If it wasn't for the divine leaf dew's prowess that was beneficial to his cultivation, he wouldn't have spent a year harvesting divine leaf dew. 50 cubic meters of divine leaf dew will be enough for the sword sect for a long time. The divine leaf dew was normally used by saints. If it was used by those below saints, a single drop would have incredible effect. 50 cubes would naturally be able to use it for a very long period of time. Apart from the people closest to Lifuchen, if anyone else wanted to obtain the divine leaf dew, they would need a massive amount of contribution points. Lifuchen wouldn't allow them to obtain it for free. Swordsman Guild. After exchanging 1,000 bottles of divine leaf dew for 100,000 contribution points, Lifuchen officially became a beginner member. Next, he would have to pass the mid-class and high-class tests before he could continue to advance. Inside the testing hall, bang! Lifuchen casually brandished his sword and sent a mid-class saint puppet flying. A moment later, Lifuchen sent another high-class saint puppet flying. Congratulations, you are officially a high-class member of the Swordsman Guild. As the examiner, the deep blue sword master handed Lifuchen a guild emblem. Thank you. Lifuchen received the guild emblem. Next, if you want to continue earning contribution points, you will have to complete guild missions. I know. Lifuchen nodded. In the Swordsman Guild, there were great benefits when one's rank increased. After reaching the Morning Star Realm, one could use contribution points to exchange for divine leaf sap. As compared to the divine leaf dew, the divine leaf sap was 10,000 times more valuable. A single bottle of divine leaf sap could be sold for 1,000 peak-grade spirit stones in the outside world. It was a pity that the divine leaf sap couldn't be seen in the divine leaf city. It would only be seen in auctions, and it had to be at the Morning Star auction. As time passed by, Li Fuchen cultivated while completing guild missions one after another. During this period, he even made a trip back to the deep blue plain. Originally, Li Tianhan and Xin Yuyan's cultivation had already reached the primary sea realm. One was at the 5th level of primary sea realm, while the other was at the 4th level of primary sea realm. After consuming a large amount of divine leaf dew, their cultivation broke through consecutively. It probably wouldn't take long before they broke through to the law phase realm. The younger sisters, Li Fuxiang and Li Xiaodai, had progressed to the primary sea realm after consuming the divine leaf dew. Shangguan Yu had progressed to the peak level of law phase realm and was just a step away from the soul merge realm. I might barely be able to make them become saints one by one. But after that, it will depend on their own fortune. If their fortune isn't good enough, they will die of old age sooner or later. With Li Fuchen's ability, he could easily transform a person from a normal bone frame to an 8-star bone frame. With endless resources and a long period of time, it wasn't impossible to push them to the saint's level. But after that, it wasn't something that could be solved with endless resources. The higher the saint's level, the higher the requirement for innate perception. It could be said that at the saint's level, a 9-star bone frame was basically the standard. The crucial thing was the perception. If the perception wasn't good enough, one could only increase the cultivation level honestly. Cultivation techniques and martial arts wouldn't be able to have a significant increase. If one purely increased the cultivation level, the increase in lifespan would be limited. A regular high-level saint would only have a lifespan of around 200,000 years. Li Fuchen's lifespan was at least 1,000,000 years. Heaven monarchs were even more incredible as their lifespan was tens of millions of years. Heaven monarchs that possessed supreme cultivation techniques would have the same lifespan as the heavens and would be immortal. Forget it, I am thinking too far ahead. Perhaps after such a long period of time, I might be able to make the people around me become heaven monarchs. The greatest motivation to become an expert was naturally to satisfy oneself. To Li Fuchen, allowing the people around him to live was to satisfy himself. If he couldn't even change the fate of the people around him, then the meaning of cultivation would be overshadowed. After a few more years, Li Fuchen completed guild missions and finally became a peak class rank 3 member. He wasn't too far away from the Morning Star level. I am actually going against a heaven monarch? On this day, Li Fuchen suddenly frowned. The information from the werewolf Li Fuchen surprised him. During these years, the werewolf Li Fuchen was like a fish in the water in the ancient stone starfield. The speed at which he earned peak-grade spirit stones was even faster than Li Fuchen. The original 500 billion black runes in his bloodline had now split into 10 trillion runes. His combat time had increased by more than 10 times and his strength had increased significantly too. But Li Fuchen was rather worried that he was going against a heaven monarch so early. No matter what, the duration of combat was the werewolf Li Fuchen's weakness. A heaven monarch's power was endless and could continue to fight. The werewolf Li Fuchen's peak strength could only be maintained for a certain period of time. Once he couldn't eliminate the heaven monarch or escape during this period of time, he would be completely killed. I hope the heaven monarch isn't ridiculously strong. Chapter 924. In the ancient stone star field, two figures faced off against each other in a space filled with ruins. Amazing! As expected of a dark werewolf. On the other side of Li Fuchen was a 6-meter-tall foreign heaven monarch with a lizard head and a lizard tail. If there were knowledgeable people here, they would be able to tell that this alien heavenly lord was from the Comoros tribe. Although the Comoros were not a powerful race, they were still a fighting race. Deep in their souls, there was a brand of warlike imprint. The Comoros race's heaven monarch was emitting a horrific aura presence. He was only 6 meters tall, but he gave off the feeling that he was a cosmic beast whose prowess could cover the stars in the universe. Just now, a simple collision between the two had destroyed all the stars within billions of miles. Under the powerful collision, this area had temporarily become a dead zone. Any living being below the heavenly monarch realm would be torn into pieces by the chaotic energy. Only divine lords would probably be able to survive here. Why did you find me? Werewolf Li Fuchen didn't understand. He didn't offend the other party in any way. The two of them just happened to meet. Haha, it's just to get stronger. Your dark wolfman bloodline is useful to me. If you're willing to let me take half of it, I can let you go. The Comoros race's heaven monarch grinned sinisterly. He could immediately see that the wolfman Li Fuchen's bloodline hadn't completely transformed into the supreme bloodline, the dark wolfman bloodline. If Li Fuchen had completely transformed, the Comoros race's heaven monarch wouldn't make a move so easily. The wolfman race's heaven monarchs were infamous. Let's fight. Wolfman Li Fuchen transformed. After the transformation, he reached a height of 4 meters. The hair on his body was no longer a pure golden color, but a dark golden color. Black lightning flashed around him. As compared to many years ago, the werewolf Li Fuchen's control of his power was much more refined. If there was a day when his power wasn't exposed, his combat strength would reach an even more unbelievable level. Boom! The two of them collided again. An intense light burst forth. The star ruins within a range of tens of billions of kilometers were completely blasted into dust. In the center of the light was a black hole. The collision between the two of them actually created a black hole. However, this unstable black hole was quickly shattered by the second collision between the two of them. Boom, boom, boom. This was different from the first probing attack. This time, the two of them did not use their ultimate moves, but their strength was almost at the limit. Amazing, truly amazing. His bloodline has yet to completely transform, but he already possesses the same power as me, Lord of Heaven Boa. How enviable! Boa Heavenly Lord was indeed very envious and jealous. In terms of combat talent, the Wolfman race was at least in the top 5 among the many races in the universe. The Comoros race was not even in the top 10. If he had the talent of the Wolfman race, he, Boa Heavenly Lord, would be at least 10 times stronger than he was now. If you had cultivated for tens of thousands of years, I might not be your match. But now you will die for sure. As he spoke, Heavenly Lord Boa's figure disappeared. Wolfman Li Fuchen's expression changed as he extended his spiritual awareness. However, his Heavenly Lord's spiritual consciousness was unable to detect Heavenly Lord Boa. Bang! All of a sudden, the Boa Heaven Monarch appeared behind Li Fuchen and sent him flying with a fist. Teleportation? Not really. It's more like invisibility. Wolfman Li Fuchen felt a sweetness in his throat and nearly spat out a mouthful of fresh blood. It was fortunate that the Wolfman race's defense was extremely tough, otherwise, he would have been injured by that fist. Such powerful defense. The Boa Heaven Monarch's expression was getting more sinister. Die, die, die. The Boa Heaven Monarch repeatedly blasted his fist on Wolfman Li Fuchen's body. Get lost. The wolf claws that were sharp like divine weapons clawed on the Boa Heaven Monarch's body. You are actually able to attack me? The Boa Heaven Monarch lowered his head and looked at his bone-deep chest. He was extremely shocked. His innate ability, changing color, allowed him to blend perfectly with the surroundings. Unless one's spiritual awareness was at an extremely high level, it was impossible to detect him. Blood Moon Claw. Wolfman Li Fuchen couldn't be bothered to waste his breath and sent a blood-colored claw at the Boa Heaven Monarch. As compared to the Wolf Lord Drizzt's Blood Moon Claw, Wolfman Li Fuchen's Blood Moon Claw contained the laceration law and had obviously reached a qualitative change. Layers of void were split open and time seemed to have stagnated. The Boa Heaven Monarch couldn't dodge in time and could only cross his arms while a layer of black covered his body. Innate ability, harden. Clang clang. The blood moon claw slashed across the Boa Heaven Monarch's body and burst out with resplendent sparks. Didn't break the defense? Wolfman Lifuchen's eyes turned sharp as a large amount of darkness power flowed into his palm. Due to the bloodline not fully awakened, his darkness power wasn't endless. When executing his finishing move, the consumption of darkness power was 10 times or 100 times faster than normal. Dark Moon Claw. When the Dark Moon Claw, which was of a higher class than the Blood Moon Claw, was executed, the universe was plunged into darkness. A horrific wave instantly swept across the Boa Heaven Monarch's body. Crackle! The Boa Heaven Monarch's hardened ability crumbled and his arms turned into black substances that scattered. Impossible? The Boa Heaven Monarch let out a painful voice. His hardened ability was enough to increase his defense by 10 times, but it was instantly broken. His arms grew out again and the Boa Heaven Monarch burst out with a yell. A horrific sound wave blasted at Wolfman Lifuchen. Wolfman Lifuchen was sent flying and vomited a large mouthful of fresh blood. The sound wave was a shock wave, and it could cause an object to vibrate inside and outside. It was extremely hard to defend against. Die. Seeing that the sound wave was so effective, the Boa Heaven Monarch continued to blast Lifuchen with the sound wave. Absorb. Wolfman Lifuchen set up a layer of darkness barrier around his body. He wasn't an official werewolf race heaven monarch yet, and there were still loopholes in the power of darkness. If he was an official werewolf race heaven monarch, all the attacks from the Boa Heaven Monarch would be absorbed by the power of darkness. Right now, he could only set up the darkness barrier to absorb the attacks. But this way the consumption was rather huge. Damn it, why are the Dark Wolfman so powerful? The Boa Heaven Monarch was extremely enraged. He realized that he had underestimated the Wolfman race Heaven Monarch and the Dark Wolfman bloodline. Of course, the Boa Heaven Monarch had to admit that their Comoros race Heaven Monarchs had overly simple combat methods and were completely countered by the Wolfman race Heaven Monarch. If it was any other race's Heaven Monarchs, they wouldn't be in such a miserable state. I cannot conserve the darkness power anymore. I have to defeat the enemy in a single move. Boundless and horrific darkness power surged out from his bloodline. Wolfman Lifuchen brandished his right claw and plunged the universe into darkness. An intense wave was like a violent storm that enveloped the Boa Heaven Monarch. Bang bang bang. The Boa Heaven Monarch's body started to explode and the places that exploded were all turned into black substances that scattered. Flee. Even though the Boa Heaven Monarch knew that Wolfman Lifuchen's darkness power wasn't endless and it would be exhausted in a short period of time, he didn't dare to take the risk. If Wolfman Lifuchen had the ability to kill him before his darkness power was exhausted, then he would suffer a huge loss. After tearing open the spatial zone, the Boa Heaven Monarch vanished without a trace. You still want to spy on me? Wolfman Lifuchen's eyes flashed with cold light as he reached into the void with his claw. From the depths of the void, the Boa Heaven Monarch's miserable scream could be heard. I still have 80% of my darkness power left. After letting out a breath, Wolfman Lifuchen muttered to himself. If it was a normal battle, Wolfman Lifuchen would still have 99% of his darkness power left and would be able to fight for a very long time. However, executing the Blood Moon Claw, Dark Moon Claw, and Darkness Barrier exhausted too much darkness power. If he had enough darkness power, Wolfman Lifuchen wouldn't mind chasing after the Boa Heaven Monarch. I wonder what class of regular Heaven Monarch is this Boa Heaven Monarch. After seeing everything, Lifuchen revealed a trace of a smile as though he was relieved of a heavy burden. Wolfman Lifuchen was very powerful and his darkness power was all-round in both offense and defense. Not only could it erode the enemy's body, it could also absorb attack. If the duration of the battle wasn't considered, Even a heaven monarch who was much stronger than Wolfman Li Fuchen might not be able to gain the upper hand. Of course, it was mainly because the Boa Heaven Monarch's combat methods were too monotonous. If Wolfman Li Fuchen encountered a foreign race Heaven Monarch who had many combat methods, it wouldn't be that easy to defeat the opponent. After defeating the Boa Heaven Monarch, Wolfman Li Fuchen sniffed and flashed into the void. A while ago, Wolfman Li Fuchen discovered a sacred masterclass starry sky giant beast, the silver-patterned beast in the ancient stone star region. This kind of starry sky giant beast was extremely valuable, and if he could capture it, it would be able to be sold for a few million peak-grade spirit stones. It was a pity that the silver-patterned beast was too fast, and if it was given a chance, it would be able to teleport away. It was fortunate that Wolfman Li Fuchen had already memorized the silver-patterned beast's scent. As long as the silver-patterned beast didn't escape too far, Wolfman Li Fuchen would be able to find it. The horizontal river star region had a total of 11 cosmos cities, like the Myriad Spirits City, Divine Leaf City, and 100 Flowers City. From the distribution, the Myriad Spirits City, Divine Leaf City, and 100 Flowers City were basically in the same region and were rather close to each other. The Cosmos City that was the furthest from the Divine Leaf City was called Gloom City. Gloom City was like a giant beehive and was emitting horrific chi presence. In the horizontal river star region, Gloom City could be said to be a place where dragons and snakes were mixed together. There were plenty of vicious experts that gathered in Gloom City. To most of the people, this place was definitely a tiger's den, and they wouldn't come here easily. On this day, in the starry sky that wasn't far away from Gloom City, there was a sword-shaped ship that was rapidly traversing. On the ship, there were a total of 4 sacred lords. Li Fuchen was one of them. He was heading to Gloom City for a guild mission. This mission was to escort a family to the Divine Leaf City, and it was a Morning Star-class mission. Among the 4 sacred lords, only Li Fuchen was a Peak-class rank 3 member. The other 3 were Morning Star-class members. Every time I come to Gloom City, I feel very depressed. How can I not be depressed? Gloom City is constructed on top of an insect nest. I wonder how can there be such a huge insect nest in the universe? What do you think the people living in Gloom City are thinking? If it was me, I wouldn't be willing to stay here. Apart from those vicious devils, most people wouldn't have a choice. After all, it is too far to head to other cosmos cities. Only a minority of people are willing to take the risk. In addition, Gloom City might be a little chaotic, but there are rules. Apart from having a tough life, it is still possible to survive. Chapter 925. At the side, Li Fuchen didn't reply. He didn't know the 3 Sword Dao Sacred Lords previously, but after accepting the mission, he got to know them one by one. These 3 Sword Dao Sacred Lords were the Swift Wind Sword Master, Blood Tear Sword Saint, and Thunder Sword Master. All of them were peak-level Sacred Lords. The Swift Wind Sword Master was from the Wind Spirit race, and the Wind Spirit race was adept at Wind Dao Law. They didn't just have fast movement speed. After cultivating sword arts, their sword art speed was also unbelievably fast. The Blood Tear Sword Saint was a Sacred Lord of the Blood race. That's right, he was from the same race as the Bloodthirsty Sacred Lord. But he wasn't as incredible as the Bloodthirsty Sacred Lord, and was only considered a regular peak-level Sacred Lord. The most incredible was the Thunder Sword Master. He was from the Thunder Sense race, and had extremely powerful strength. Among the Sword Dao Sacred Lords of the Divine Leaf City's Swordsman Guild, he was definitely top 20. A few days later, Li Fuchen arrived at Gloom City. As expected. Looking at the beehive-like Gloom City, Li Fuchen understood. This Gloom City was similar to the insect lair in the Dark Chaos Spatial Zone, but it was several times bigger. It seemed like the Gloom Heaven Lord had either fought with the insectoids or discovered an insectoid ruin and found a Heaven Monarch-class insectoid lair. He then used the lair as the foundation to construct Gloom City. It wasn't hard to imagine that Gloom City, which used a Heaven Monarch-class insectoid lair as the foundation, would definitely have all sorts of unbelievable abilities. Anyone who wanted to attack Gloom City would have to think twice. In Gloom City, the Darcy clan had a grave atmosphere. The Darcy clan might not have a lot of members, but it was still a Sacred Lord class clan and had a rather high status in Gloom City. But after the death of the Patriarch, the Violent Wind Sacred Lord, the Darcy clan situation had been deteriorating. It wasn't because the clan's influence was declining, but because the Darcy clan obtained an artifact that they shouldn't have. This artifact was a quasi-supreme cardinal artifact. Strictly speaking, a quasi-supreme cardinal artifact was a damaged supreme cardinal artifact. But its power was extremely powerful and regular peak-level Sacred Lords wouldn't be able to withstand it. When Sacred Lord Gale was still around, he was still able to fully activate this secret treasure. There weren't many Sacred Lords below the Heaven Monarch realm that dared to offend the Dasla clan. However, after Sacred Lord Gale died, the Dasla clan didn't even have a single peak-level Saint Monarch. Thus, they weren't able to fully activate the secret treasure. Gloom City was different from other cities in the universe. Here, conflicts were allowed. It was just that killing wasn't allowed. The life of the Darcy family was extremely difficult. Under the coercion of some peak Holy Lords, the Darcy family was even prepared to hand over a quasi-supreme treasure. Luckily, Sacred Lord Gale's friend from the past came to Gloom City at this time and found out about the Darcy family's troubles. Holy Lord Gale's friend happened to be a top member of Godly Leaf City's Swordsman Guild. As a top member, he issued a Morning Star rank guild mission, which was to bring the Darcy family to Godly Leaf City, the main hall of the Daslu family. The flame-destroying Devil Master has given his ultimatum. If you still don't hand over the Annihilation Bracelet, I will annihilate the entire Darcy family. The Darcy clan had a total of 4 saints. At this moment, the 4 saints had gathered, and one of them said helplessly, "I'm really not willing to give up the Annihilation Bracelet just like that." The youngest saint said unwillingly. He was the great-grandson of Sacred Lord Gale, Ibu Daslu, and the current patriarch of the Darcy family. The Annihilation Bracelet was naturally with him, so he was very unwilling to hand it over. One had to know that a quasi-supreme secret treasure was too precious. It was worth at least 5 million supreme-grade spirit stones. He was an ordinary saint, and with the Annihilation Bracelet, he could instantly rise to the level of an ordinary Holy Lord. When he reached the peak of a saint, he would probably be able to display the strength of a peak Holy Lord. The flame-destroying Devil Master is one of the top 10 Holy Lords in Gloom City. If he is willing to pay the price, he can annihilate the Darcy family. The oldest saint sighed. In Gloom City, it was still possible to kill someone. It was just that the price was too high. Even a peak Holy Lord wouldn't be able to bear it. Wait a little longer. Lord Crew said that he has already issued a Morning Star rank mission. I believe that in a few days the Swordsman Guild will come. Ibu gritted his teeth. So what if the Swordsman Guild comes? That is the flame-destroying Devil Master. The saint who had been silent all this while couldn't help but speak up. To be able to rank in the top 10 Holy Lords of a universe city, such a Holy Lord could no longer be described as a peak Holy Lord. He could almost be called an invincible Holy Lord. Normally, it wasn't difficult to kill a peak Holy Lord. Any invincible Holy Lord or close to invincible Holy Lord could easily kill an ordinary peak Holy Lord. However, to kill an invincible Holy Lord was difficult and almost impossible. This was because an invincible Holy Lord already stood at the peak of Holy Lords. Even if an invincible Holy Lord was stronger than them, there was a limit to their strength. For an existence like the flame-destroying Devil Master, unless a few invincible Holy Lords spent a large amount of time to surround and kill him, it was impossible to kill him. Moreover, they still had to be wary of him escaping. If his escaping techniques were better, even 10 invincible holy lords working together wouldn't be able to kill him. Under normal circumstances, the Swordsman Guild would at most send a few peak holy lords. As for sending invincible holy lords, it wasn't very likely. A universe city only had a few invincible holy lords. The Godly Leaf City Swordsman Guild had gathered all the invincible holy lords of the Sword Dao in the entire horizontal river star region. They might have more invincible holy lords, but it was estimated that there wouldn't be more than 10 of them. These 10 invincible holy lords definitely wouldn't do missions normally. Without paying a huge price, it would be strange if they came. Even a peak holy lord is fine. I don't believe that the flame-destroying Devil Master would dare to kill the holy lords of the Swordsman Guild. Moreover, the Swordsman Guild is one of the superpowers of the universe. Some of their methods aren't something we can imagine. Ibu was hopeful about the Swordsman Guild. Patriarch, the people from the Swordsman Guild are here. At this moment, an emperor from the Darcy clan rushed in. The people from the Swordsman Guild are here? Quickly invite them in. Ibu was overjoyed. In just a short moment, Li Fuchen and the others arrived at the Darcy clan's grand hall. Patriarch of the Darcy clan, Ibu, greets the 4 sirs. Ibu didn't dare to put on airs. He lowered his head and cupped his fists first. The other 3 saints of the Daslu clan also lowered their heads and cupped their fists. Lifting his eyes slightly, Ibu sized up Li Fuchen and the others. They are all very strong. Their auras are even stronger than grandfather's. They are at least at the peak Holy Lord level. In particular, the Sword Dao Holy Lord in the lead has a terrifying aura. He is most likely a peak Holy Lord. Ibu had seen plenty of sacred lords in Gloom City, therefore, he was able to judge their strength based on their chi presences. In his opinion, the strongest among the 4 was definitely the one on the right side of Li Fuchen. It was a middle-aged man with thunderous eyes and a very imposing aura. Patriarch Ibu, you can call me Swift Wind Sword Master. Let me introduce you. This is Bloodtear Sword Saint, this is Primary Extreme Sword Master, and this is the famous Lightning Sword Master of our Swordsman Guild. The first to speak was the Swift Wind Sword Master. He had a gentle personality and was the best at interacting with people. Sirs, please take a seat. Ibu gestured with his right hand. After taking a sip of tea, the Swift Wind Sword Master asked, Patriarch Ibu, how many members does the Dasla clan have? Sirs, I am Cole. Right now, the Dasla clan has a total of 15,892 members. The one who spoke was the oldest saint of the Dasla clan. It is still alright, it isn't a lot. After making the arrangements, we will leave immediately. The Lightning Sword Master nodded. In the universe cities, a Sacred Lord clan would only have over 10,000 members, and it was considered a small number. There were some Sacred Lord clans with deep foundations that had hundreds of thousands or even millions of members. We are leaving now? Ibu didn't react in time. If you have any ideas, you can voice them out, the Swift Wind Sword Master said. Ibu took a deep breath and said, Today, the Flame Destruction Devil Lord gave us an ultimatum and wants us to hand over the Annihilation Bracelet. I reckon that the Flame Destruction Devil Lord's spies are everywhere outside. Flame Destruction Devil Lord, huh? The Lightning Sword Master raised his brows. He had heard of the Flame Destruction Devil Lord and knew that this demonic demon Sacred Lord wasn't easy to deal with. The Lightning Sword Master didn't have any confidence either. It doesn't matter if we leave now or later. I don't believe that the Flame Destruction Devil Lord will dare to make a move on our Swordsman Guild. The Blood-Tear Sword Saint licked his blood-red lips. As a pinnacle Sacred Lord, his title was the Blood-Tear Sword Saint because he felt that this name sounded better than the Blood-Tear Sword Master. The Blood-Tear Sword Saint is right. It doesn't matter if we leave now or later. We can also disrupt the enemy's arrangements. The one who spoke was Li Fuchen. In the deep blue plane, he was the Sword Master. In the Divine Leaf City, in order to avoid too much trouble, he chose a new title for himself. It was the Primary Extreme Sword Master. Under the suggestion of the Four, the Dassler clan immediately started to move. A few hours later, over 10,000 members of the clan headed for the city gate of Gloom City. Flame Destruction Devil Lord, the Dassler clan is preparing to leave Gloom City. Once the Dassler clan made a move, the Flame Destruction Devil Lord immediately received the news. Trying to leave? You are truly courting death. The Flame Destruction Devil Lord was a demonic demon sacred lord with a pair of bull horns on his head and dark red eyes. He let out a cold snort while his eyes were filled with anger. After exiting Gloom City, the Thunder Sword Master waved his hand and a sword-shaped ship appeared out of nowhere. The sword-shaped ship was a high-grade Extreme Dao Cardinal artifact. But as it was a ship-type Extreme Dao Cardinal artifact, it was more expensive than regular Extreme Dao Cardinal artifacts. When the sword-shaped ship was enlarged, it was easy to accommodate over 10,000 individuals. Everyone had a large space to move around. On the deck, the members of the Dassler clan looked at the departing Gloom City. They were relaxed but also disappointed. Gloom City might not be a good place to stay, but the Dassler clan had lived here for many years. They were a little reluctant to part with it. "Father, Mother, are we coming back?" A young boy from the Dassler clan asked his parents. "We are not coming back. We are going to a better universe city than Gloom City." The boy's parents rubbed the boy's head. "These four are the sacred lords of the Swordsman Guild? If my Dassler clan has a sacred lord, we wouldn't be in such a miserable state." Eppa Wire looked at Li Fuchen and the others with respect and desire. She was Ibu's daughter and her innate perception was one of the best in the entire history of the Dassler clan. It wouldn't take long for her to become a saint too. But a saint and a sacred lord were two different. Eppa Wire desired to possess the power of a sacred lord. The sword-shaped ship didn't fly far before it was caught up by a faster ship. It was a black ship that was emitting a fiery chi presence. It is the Flame Destruction Devil Lord's ship. Chapter 926. Where do you think you're going? At the bow of the black ship, the flame-destroying demon lord, who was as tall as a few people and had a pair of huge horns on his head, looked down at everyone on the sword-shaped ship. "Flame-destroying demon lord, give the Swordsman Guild some face and let them go," the Swift Wind Sword Master said. They had 3 peak sacred lords on their side, and were not afraid of the flame-destroying demon lord. "The Swordsman Guild is nothing. I'll give you 2 choices now. Either die with the Darcy family or scram immediately." The flame-destroying demon lord didn't put the Swordsman Guild in his eyes at all. This was Gloom City, not Godly Leaf City. Would the Swordsman Guild dare to send people into Gloom City to kill him? Even a heavenly monarch wouldn't dare to enter Gloom City to kill a person, let alone a sacred lord. Interesting. We're going to protect the Darcy family. A dangerous light flashed in the blood-tear sword saint's eyes. Courting death. Demon lord, let me kill them. As an invincible sacred lord, the flame-destroying demon lord had a few peak sacred lords following him. One of them volunteered. Hearing this, the flame-destroying demon lord nodded. He would definitely take down the Darcy family, but before that, it was not a bad idea to have some fun. With the flame-destroying demon lord's approval, the peak sacred lord flew out of the black ship. "I am Sacred Lord Mamba. Who dares to fight me? Let me." The blood-tear sword saint flew out of the sword-shaped ship. "Tell me your name." Sacred Lord Mamba held a snake-shaped weapon and pointed it at the blood-tear sword saint. "Losers don't have the right to know my name." The blood-tear sword saint's speed was extremely fast as he flew towards Sacred Lord Mamba. "Die." Sacred Lord Mamba waved the snake-shaped weapon, and countless snakes appeared and swept towards the blood-tear sword saint. Whoosh! The blood-tear sword saint's body turned into countless black bats and scattered, causing Sacred Lord Mamba's attack to miss. The blood race was an existence whose combat strength was not inferior to the Wolfman race. In terms of difficulty, they were even more difficult to deal with. Of course, there were differences in strength amongst the blood race. If it was Sacred Lord Bloodlust, the black bat he turned into was many times smaller than the Blood Tear Sword Saint. It was like black smoke. There were too many black bats, and because they were formed by the dark force, it was useless even if Sacred Master Mamba scattered the black bats, unless all the black bats were destroyed in an instant. Puff! Behind Sacred Master Mamba, the Blood Tear Sword Saint appeared and pierced through his body. I, Sacred Lord Fog Spirit, would like to learn from you. A cloud of mist suddenly appeared on the battlefield and attacked the Blood Tear Sword Saint. Shameless! I, the Swift Wind Sword Master, will teach you a lesson. On the sword-shaped ship, the Fast Wind Sword Master turned into a gust of wind and leapt toward Sacred Lord Fog Spirit. Before he even arrived, countless streaks of sword chi shot over. Go! The remaining peak Sacred Lords next to the flame-destroying demonic lord all charged into the battlefield. From this, one could see that the Blood Tear Sword Saint and the Swift Wind Sword Master weren't normal peak Sacred Lord. Even though they were fighting against many, they were still able to hold their ground. You're all a bunch of trash. I still have to make a move. The flame-destroying demonic lord's expression became ugly. The flame-destroying demonic lord's body started to turn into energy and instantly appeared in front of the Blood Tear Sword Saint. Die! A palm formed from energy slammed toward the Blood Tear Sword Saint. Run! The Blood Tear Sword Saint's pupils contracted. He had a feeling that the flame-destroying demonic lord's palm had the possibility of killing him. His body turned into countless bats that escaped in every direction. The next instant, the flame-destroying demonic lord's palm reached in. Space was pierced through, and the edges of space started to melt as well. More than 99% of the black bats were instantly turned to dust. The Blood Tear Sword Saint's face was pale white, and fear lingered in his heart. If it wasn't for the fact that he was fast enough, he would have died under the flame-destroying demonic lord's palm. Reverse Destruction Lightning Sword. 2 bolts of lightning crossed the battlefield. The Lightning Sword Master had attacked. Your strength isn't bad. The flame-destroying demonic lord grinned as he looked at the 2 sword gashes on his body. My attack is ineffective. In the Lightning Sword Master's eyes, the sword gashes on the flame-destroying demonic lord's body healed immediately. The flame-destroying demonic lord was like a lump of molten iron that hadn't solidified. Any attack would be ineffective and would at most destroy a trace of the flame-destroying demonic lord's strength. You take a palm of mine too. The flame-destroying demonic lord's palm struck out. The palm force was like molten iron, and it was blinding. 3 heads and 6 arms seal. The Lightning Sword Master held a sword in each of his 6 arms. The 6 swords crossed and faced the molten iron palm force. Boom! A wave of energy that could incinerate everything exploded. Be it the black ship or the sword-shaped ship, they were both sent flying hundreds of thousands of miles away. This was with someone controlling the ship. If no one was controlling the ship, it would be normal for the ship to be sent flying hundreds of millions of miles away. Apart from the flame-destroying demonic lord and the Lightning Sword Master, the rest stopped fighting. At this moment, it was difficult for them to even protect themselves, let alone fight as if nothing had happened. Wave after wave of energy exploded. PFFF. Spurting out a mouthful of boiling blood, the Lightning Sword Master was sent flying. The flame-destroying demonic lord was too strong. In the Swordsman Guild, probably only the few unrivaled Sword Dao Sacred Masters could contend against him. Tell me your name. The flame-destroying demonic lord spoke. Lightning Sword Master. The Lightning Sword Master's eyes were solemn. Lightning Sword Master, I'll give you a chance now. Leave the Darcy clan and scram immediately. Otherwise, you can be buried here with them. The flame-destroying demonic lord thought that he had already given the Swordsman Guild a lot of face. Of course, this was mainly to leave a way out for himself. If he killed the members of the Swordsman Guild, he could stay in Gloom City for the rest of his life. However, if he dared to leave Gloom City, he would definitely be hunted down by the Swordsman Guild. Don't agree to it, Ibu roared in his heart. Once the Swordsman Guild abandoned them, their outcome would definitely be miserable. Even if they offered up the Annihilation Bracelet, they would still be tortured by the flame-destroying demonic lord. The other members of the Darcy clan also had a miserable expression. At this moment, their fates were in the hands of the Swordsman Guild. The feeling of being abandoned at any moment made their hearts stop beating. Flame-destroying demonic lord, you are underestimating us and the Swordsman Guild. The Swift Wind Sword Master and the Blood Tear Sword Master flew to the side of the Lightning Sword Master. My Swordsman Guild will never cower. Triple Absolute Sword Formation. The Lightning Sword Master and the others' chi presences suddenly connected. In the next moment, 3 swords with different colors gathered above the trio's heads. Extreme Dao Battle Formation? Li Fuchen squinted his eyes. Different grades of battle formations corresponded to different cultivation levels. For example, a Class 8 battle formation could only combine the combat strength of a Law Phase Realm Emperor. A regular Class 9 battle formation could only combine the combat strength of a regular Saint. An Extreme Dao battle formation was a Class 9 Peak Tier battle formation. It could combine the combat strength of a Peak Class Saint or a Sacred Lord. Of course, Extreme Dao battle formations had different grades too. A high-grade Extreme Dao battle formation could increase the power of the battle formation. It was unknown what grade of Extreme Dao battle formation this Triple Absolute Sword Formation was. Battle formation, huh? Come on then. The flame-destroying demonic lord was extremely heroic and arrogant. Wind Absolute Sword Attack. The Lightning Sword Master and the others roared out. Above their heads, the slightly transparent sword suddenly flew out and turned into a shocking sword light that slashed at the flame-destroying demonic lord. Just in time, the flame-destroying demonic lord blasted a fist at the sword light. Bang boom! The sword light's power was much stronger than the Lightning Sword Master's sword art. The flame-destroying demonic lord's body shook. Darkness Absolute Sword. If the first sword wasn't enough, the Lightning Sword Master and the others executed the second sword. This time, it was a black sword that contained the astounding power of darkness. I see. Li Fuchen understood now. The Triple Absolute Sword Formation would produce different swords depending on the sword Dao law that the person who set up the formation possessed. The first Wind Absolute Sword obviously corresponded to the Swift Wind Sword Master. The second Darkness Absolute Sword corresponded to the Blood Tear Sword Saint. If there were no surprises, the third blue sword should be the Thunder Absolute Sword and corresponded to the Lightning Sword Master. Boom! The black sword chi wreaked havoc, while the flame-destroying demonic lord took a step back. Thunder Absolute Sword. Before the flame-destroying demonic lord could react, the third sword arrived. It was a blue sword, and once it was executed, it immediately turned into a thunderous sword light. Bang boom! The flame-destroying demonic lord's body was covered in thunderous sword chi as he kept taking steps back while his eyes revealed a trace of pain. The Thunder Absolute Sword had already injured him. Courting death. The flame-destroying demonic lord was infuriated. His body that looked like it was formed from molten iron was emitting a dazzling radiance. Astounding power was gathering. Don't give him a chance. Execute 3 swords at once. As the Swift Wind Sword Master's voice echoed, 3 different colored sword lights were blasted at the flame-destroying demonic lord. If the invincible Sacred Lord is so easy to deal with, he wouldn't be the invincible Sacred Lord. Li Fuchen shook his head. He could see that the Triple Absolute Sword Formation wasn't a high-grade Extreme Dao battle formation. It should be a mid-grade Extreme Dao battle formation. If it was a high-grade Extreme Dao battle formation, it might be able to suppress the flame-destroying demonic lord. Hellfire Fist. The flame-destroying demonic lord burst out, and it was hard to imagine what kind of power was contained in his body. As he blasted out his fist, the pitch-black and dim universe suddenly lit up. It felt as though the entire universe was burning red. Boom! Circles of fire waves burst out, and the three sword lights only lasted for a few breaths of time before they immediately crumbled. Immediately after, the fire waves reached the Thunder Sword Master and the others. There was a cracking sound. The triple absolute sword formation had crumbled. Die! The flame-destroying demonic lord was bursting with murderous intent and only wanted to kill the Thunder Sword Master and the others. Not good! The Thunder Sword Master and the others quickly activated their extreme Dao defensive cardinal artifacts and hoped that they could withstand the fire wave. Flame-destroying demonic lord, let me try you. A figure appeared in front of the Thunder Sword Master and the others. Seeing the fire waves approaching, the figure drew his sword and cleaved. PFFF. The fire waves split to the sides and dissipated shortly after. Primary Extreme Sword Master? The Swift Wind Sword Master was shocked. In the Swift Wind Sword Master's opinion, Li Fuchen was able to participate in this mission because he had connections and was here to freeload contribution points. They didn't really mind, after all, a long time ago when they just joined the Swordsman Guild, they also freeloaded contribution points. They didn't expect for Li Fuchen's strength to be so powerful and split the flame-destroying demonic lord's finishing move in a single sword. What?